Okay, I have unmuted myself. Yes, nawakaribisha katika show ya leo. So tunaweza endelea. Just na leo tumekuja, although I'm somewhere occupied, but kuna mtu atatuendeshea show siku ya leo. So nimekuja tu kusupport But leo mumeona vile maandamano ya leo ilikuwa, so we just want to talk. Yeah, so Kariuki atatusaidia leo. Joseph Kariuki is the person to be helping us. Na msipotee kwa kituo. Nimemuingiza. So Bwana Kariuki, how are you?
Habari Bwana Njiru, huko kwako ni saa ngapi?
Huko ni mchana. So you can help me understand leo kumeshindaje bana?
Leo
what was the issue? Nimeona ni kama you are a bit happy with vile vijana wamefanya. I saw in the news ati gari mbili zimechomwa. I hope the call is still on. So can you evaluate maandamano ya leo ilikuwaje? Was it vile ulikuwa unatarajia?
Maandamano ya leo vijana wamefanya vile tulikuwa tunataka. I'm very happy. Unaona hata leo nilikuwa nataka kuja kudiscuss mapema. I'm very happy. If we give them another push like 2-3 days, maybe kesho, I'm hearing kesho kutakuwa na maandamano bado. Then Sunday kutakuwa na hii ya church occupying all the churches. Then Monday pia kama tutakuwa na ingine, watu tutakuwa tumewapeleka tutakuwa tumeonesha moto. So tunaomba watu wakuwe tu steadfast. Na maandamano ya leo imekuwa vile tulikuwa tunataka, isipokuwa kulikuwa na guns walikuja kuletwa wakaanza kuchoma magari, but nimeona story wakisema Sakaja was involved. So we are going to go to the root of all that, because hizo gari hata zikichomwa, hizo gari hata hazina registration. Unasikia registration ya hiyo gari ilikuwa kama ni Toyota 100. Ilikuwa inasemekana hiyo gari ati iko na registration ya lori fulani, na hii ingine ilikuwa ya Wells Fargo, wanasema ati iko na registration ya Nissan fulani, hizi van Hiace. So hizo zilikuwa zimeplotiwa hapo ndio ziharibu, ndio zioneshane ati sisi tuna vurugu. But I'm happy that as even wakisema tuko na vurugu ama vile walikuwa wanataka kutuonesha, we have achieved something today. We have let the message out there, but we are hoping for more as we continue.
So where was the politician today? Wanasiasa walikuwa wapi leo? Walionekana walijumuika na haraiki ama wanasiasa they were not there?
Hapana, sikuona mwanasiasa mmoja, na hivyo ndivyo nilikuwa nimekuambia Njiru. Unaona hata ilikuwa successful bila hata watu yoyote. But I saw Sifuna. I saw him with this guy for Vihiga. It's called Osotsi. I think ODM in a split, brother. ODM is splitting because ukisikia vile Junet anaongea hii side na akina Sifuna walikuwa wanaongea hii pande nyingine, they are not speaking in the same terms. Sifuna alikuwa Vihiga, alisema alikasirika sana juu ya vile Kingi alimfanya kule Senate. Sasa yeye alikuwa anasema hakuna haja hata kaya hapo Senate akisikiliza hiyo mikora ikiongea hapo, hiyo Amin na huyo mwingine Kanja wakiongea hapo. Akasema afadhali yaende Vihiga, ajumuike na watu wa Vihiga wamwambie mambo zao kuliko kusikiza uongo hapo. But frankly it was great. Hakuna wanasiasa waliingililia. I was happy also Wamnyoro akuingilia kuwa part of there. Yeye aliendelea na campaign zake. So hakuna wangekuja kusema Wamnyoro ni yeye alikuwa amefanda hao vijana. So I'm very happy that sikuona any politician akiinvolviwa. And if we go like this, we might get justice for our brother Albert.
Okay, ni sawa. So let me ask you a question. Wamnyoro alikuwa campaign gani? Campaign leo wapi? Where was the campaign today?
Wamnyoro has been in campaigning mode today in this constituency for this woman. It's called Wangadhani wa Mushomba. He's called Githunguri. Then alikuwa Banana. He was in these sides of Kiambu ya juu. These sides of part ya nini ya Githunguri, Banana, Gashie, those areas. He was in those parts of Kiambu, Upper Kiambu. So that's where also Gashagwa revealed some stories. I don't know kama umeona zile stories amereveal that Kanja ndio alikuwa ametuma watu wamuue. So there was a high octane, kulikuwa na high octane siasa huko pande za Githurai na nini na pande za nini hizi pande za Banana na kwa huyu mama wetu wa Mushomba.
Okay, so in a nutshell, so now history ya huyu kijana wetu amekufa Ojwang. What is the end game? Sasa what are we targeting? Like other than hizo because nimeona like vijana walikuwa wanaitisha massive resignation, but still nimesikia ati kuna mapolisi wamekamatwa. I don't know why the government is doing that. But so do you think this Eliud Lagat atasikiliza cha mtema kuni and he does the needful to the extent that hii kitu unajua, hata ile kitu imeniogopesha ni hata watu waongee historia ya budget. Nasikia ati budget imesomwa leo.
Budget imesomwa leo.
Hakuna hata mtu anaongea story ya budget. What's up, man?
Hata mwenye budget amepiga kelele sana, watu hawakuwa na notice. Anasema mbona watu hawataki kusikiliza budget na ni kitu ya muhimu kwa nchi. Tunamwambia bure kabisa, hataki kusikiliza mabudget zako. Lakini pia nimeshika vitu kwa budget, so mkitaka maswali mnaweza niuliza kwa budget, naweza waelezea juu leo nimeshinda nikisikiza hizo maswali.
The only thing which I know about the budget nimesikia it is a 3.8 trillion. Kwani imerudi nyuma? Because I thought few years ago tulikuwa na budget ya 4 trillion. So alafu sasa one of the takeaway nimesikia from the budget ni kama wametoa pesa ya free primary education. Ama I don't know, ama ni mimi nilisikia vibaya. But ile swali nakuuliza ni why are Kenyans not interested with the budget these days? Kwani ama kila mtu akona budget yake?
Leo nimekuwa nikisikiliza watu, nimeenda kwa hizi social media za wale watu walikuwa wameenda maandamano leo. You know there is some guys who have been injured, Jiru. So I was listening at their names na nimesikia watu kadhaa, like 3 people have been injured. So I was listening to what they were saying and they are saying that budget for now is not the important issue. Unajua the budget today was only reading. Hakuna pahali imeenda. Leo hata ungeangalia bunge haikuwa na watu. Imagine mpaka bunge haikuwa na watu, Jiru. Bunge ilikuwa na watu wadogo sana. So the first reading ilikuwa ni hata hakuna first reading, ilikuwa tu ni ile CS ameleta budget asome. So I think we are going to go to the first reading maybe next week on Tuesday. Tukue na first reading, then tusikie vile members of parliament are going to debate, kwa sababu lazima idebate in the first reading, then tusikie vile watasema. So right now finance bill is not the issue for anyone right now. Hata finance bill ikikuja kuwa issue inakuja kuwa the second reading, tukiingia the third reading ndio unaonaga sasa kuna hiyo moshi inaanzaga ya budget ama ya finance bill. But for now we are focusing on one guy, and that guy is Albert, because we need to get justice for his parents, for his parents, his mom, his dad na the wife. We need to get justice for him.
Haya ni sawa. So nikuuliza swali, can you be able to take maybe naona Shia akisema ati kwa act ni reject finance bill na justice for Albert. Kwani finance bill imetoka zileo tu ilikuwa budget. Did they declare the finance bill ama finance bill na budget ziko related aje bwana Kariuki?
So in my understanding, I think the budget inakuwaga ni the expenditure of the government. Ile kitu wamesema wataweza kuspend within that fiscal financial year, but The bill itself is called the finance bill. So the tabling, the budget was created, ilikuwa imecreatiwa na treasury, but it is a must they put it in a bill. So they put it in a finance bill, and that was what was tabled today, the bill itself. So the budget ni ile expenditure inafaa kufanywa na serikali, ile kitu wamesema watafanya. So they had already created the budget. So today was tabling of the finance bill. So the order goes like this: the CS of Treasury, or the Cabinet Secretary of Finance, prepares the budget together with the budget committee. Then they bring the finance bill to the floor of the House. Then the second part goes for the first reading. After the first reading, the members debate, and then they vote. After they vote, if it passes, it goes to the second reading. They deliberate, they talk, and they debate about the bill. After that, it goes to the third reading, and this is the final stage of the bill. If the bill passes, it goes to the presidential assent. Bwana Njiru. So nikiendeleza before Bwana Njiru akuje, I don't like this coining of the ati tuseme to coin the finance bill together with Albert. Let us do these things one by one. Juu tukianza kuzicombine zote mbili zitatu overwhelm. But also the demonstration today that took place, they took place behind the Treasury House. So Badi akiwa Treasury alikuwa anasikia watu bado wakiandamana huko nje. So the finance bill together with Albert, I don't want to conjoin those things. It's better first we focus on one thing. Let us get justice for this young man. Then after we can decide about the finance bill. The finance bill has a long way to go. It has around maybe 2 weeks so that we can know if it is going to pass. It always passes around the 25th there. 25th itakuwa tu kirenjia tu hapo unasikia the 25th of June. So first let us get justice for our brother Albert, because the family is still weeping for the son, so that we can now focus again with the finance bill. But today I was glad that the youth and the mind-liked Kenyans, they came out in large numbers, and they were also planned, because hawakutokea tu hivi kigafla. They had done their own plans, and that was very good of them, and congratulations to them. So because we need to pass this information to them, we are not fearing them. And another thing also I've seen is that these guys, they have started now confusing themselves. Unasikia things are coming from each and every places. Unasikia mara Albert alipelekwa Karura Forest, mara unasikia alipigio Central, mara unasikia tena wanasema ati alikuwa anapigio ndani ya gari. So we are going to get the truth, because when the people are fighting within themselves, because now they are fighting within themselves, and this was the best thing when they are fighting within themselves, because it seems the DCI, the OCS and the police in Central is like they are fighting. And when they are fighting like this, we are going to definitely know the truth, because also that Talam, I think the OCS Talam ataitwa pia, hata kama si Senate, when this case goes to court, lazima Talam ataitwa, and is going to explain what happened. So I'm hearing also the car that was used to transport our brother also ni kama ilifichwa ipatikani. So we are just going to know the truth. Also tumesikia pia kuna a civilian pia leo ameshikwa, that he was kuna alikuwa amecontractiwa na I think part of the guys to do the scrapping of the CCTV footage, and I heard that alikuwa ameambiwa I erase a part of the CCTV footage, but the guy said that it will be impossible. It's better to erase the whole clip and delete it. Then also hizi vitu pia hazipelekani. Nasikia ati wanasema ati walikuwa wanafaa sijui kutoa hiyo clip ya kutoka 7 pm to 8 pm, lakini kwa zile record wako nazo hizi za DCI ati wanasema ni 9 pm. So We are going to find out the truth. There is so many lies. You know, when you are lying too much, you definitely get caught. You lie, you lie, you lie. So it's going to get up with them, Mr. Jiro.
Ya, ni sawa. Joseph, hiyo nimesikia, lakini kuuliza, nimesikia pia kuna mass action ya walimu. I don't know hiyo nayo itafikisha wapi. Nadhani pia nimesikia ati Sakaja amesema ati anajengea huyo mzee rentals. Have you heard of that? Ati anasema ati atajengea huyo mzee rentals ati with a name ya kumsaidia. So I don't know how that one will go, or is it a nice idea, or how do you think about it? Although mimi naona tu ni ile wanajaribu kujifanya ni kama sasa wanasaidia sana. But hiyo mass action ya walimu ndio ningetaka uniambie kama itawezekana.
Huyu Sakaja ni acha kutupee stories za Bunuasi. Sakaja, who is Sakaja? If he cannot even manage Nairobi, what is he coming to tell us here? Mzee ako sawa kwa mikononi mwetu. We are going to facilitate the Baba Albert. We don't want these guys help because they even are mocking us. I'll come to that before. Let me first answer about the teachers. If there is something that I know can be effective so much is a teacher strike. If teachers can also join us and join the youth in this fight, I know it will be a strong statement. And kama walimu wamekubali na NAT imekubali, if it is NAT ama KUPPET, I think it's KUPPET because I think he was a teacher in a high school, or he was a teacher. I don't remember so well. But if the teachers union is going to join the unions that are always on the teachers, if they are going to join, this will be now greater than it was. Hii kitu itakuwa kubwa sana, and it will not be only in Nairobi. By the way, let me tell you guys, today was the beginning. Tomorrow I see like it will happen even in Nakuru and all the parts you see, even Mombasa and all the parts. Kisumu ndio sijui, Nyanza sijui, I don't know about them because naona wamenyamaza sana, you know, maybe wanasema ati, unajua nilisikia wakisema ati ukikula upigi kelele sana. So but even if they are not going to talk, sisi tutaongelea kuhusu our brother Alfred, because he's a brother, he's a comrade, he's a patron, he's a patriot like us. So we are going to talk on his behalf, even though other guys they don't want to talk on his behalf. But if the teachers are going to join, it will be a massive movement, and it will be a revolution. I know it is going to be a revolution. Then also I wanted to add a small part about lakini endelea Jiru, I'll come.
Yeah, I also wanted, nilikuwa nataka to comment about nini. I wanted to comment about vile walimu like sasa na county government hakuna hata maandamano inaorganiziwa na county government of Homa Bay, kuuliza tu ama tu Homa Bay tu amerelax tu hivi ama hawajaguzwa.
Brother, these guys, they said I have already explained to you and told you, they are saying that they are in the government, they are eating. Wamesema ati inaitago etiquette, ndio nimesikia wakisema ati it is called etiquette, and it is our time for eating. So when we are eating, we don't make noise. But it's okay if they don't want to do it for their brother. I was talking with another guys there in another show. I told them, if you don't want to come to show yourself up for your brother, we are going to show ourselves up for him. You know, I thought they thought that without us, that without them, that this maandamano haitafanyika leo, but and ashamed to them. I also heard the Bwana Conman, Bwana Kitendawili talking today and saying that the youth should stop at coming to the streets. They should wait for they should embrace dialogue, and they should wait for the report from the IPOA. I wonder, huyu mzee pia anataka kutupeleka ati sisi tuende tukaongea na serikali, tutaongea na serikali sisi wangapi? Oh, Kipril.
Hiyo ni tabia yake, aache ujinga, huo ni kumbafu. Hiyo kitu yake ya scheduling ya kuongeaongea kumbafu matako. So Raila should just go stay where he is, because now he knows that the youth are coming to ruin his kula. That is when he can talk. He cannot talk when the boy had died. Why now? Joseph, why now? Why is he talking now?
It's a shame. This old man has lost his brain. You do see like this guy is thinking Kipril. Unaona kama atumia akili yake vizuri.
Why is he coming now? Mbona sisa ile kijana uliuliwa? Dialogue juu aende wakule, then he cannot negotiate for more. Dialogue for him is to then get 3 or more seats in ODM. Hiyo ni ukumbafu. Raila should just go away.
And you know what Kipril Raila is afraid of? He's afraid of maandamano ikianza nani ataistop. You know, last time he lied to Ruto ati mimi ni stop. I stop the maandamano. So he's worried who will stop them right now. Nani ataistop? Who will stop them?
See, because then he has no power. Then what is he doing with Ruto? The only reason that he's powerful right now is because of the Luo Nyanza vote. Because I'm a bit impatient about Rigiji. Rigiji nilikuwa nataka akae huko nini? Huko Coast. Aendelee kufanya kelele huko Coast. That is what I wanted him to do, because that is Raila's so-called stronghold, and I think Rigiji can take a lot. He proved it. He proved that he can take the coastal region. All he needs is just a couple of guys kama Jifu Pevu mjinga mwingine hapo anaweza pitia huko naye. So for me, Raila Amolo Odinga is a fool. He should just go to a home, senile home. After all, he doesn't care about the small people. Alienda kuangalia baba ya mtoto. I know I'm calling him mtoto, he's a grown ass man, but it's okay. It's how we are. Nini? We are the ones who are fighting for the rights of these things. Report gani? Which report has ever worked in Kenya? Ati IPOA. You're hearing somebody who's holding on to the Quran lying to us. Anashikilia Quran tu hivi. Head of DCI. Anakuja anatudanganya ameshika Quran. IG mwenyewe anashika Biblia alafu anakuja kutudanganya. So are we going to trust these people who don't even believe in God? There's no IG or DCI should have arrested that guy immediately. Lagat, the OCS, and they would have been fired by now. Sahi. Warrant for arrest again. What happened to the judiciary? Those people should have been arrested. Warrant for arrest, because that is murder. Kama kujigongesha kichwa. And nini ilifanyika naye? It is as far as we are concerned as Kenyans, can we confirm that was murder? The Senate says it was murder. The IG says it is murder. The DCI says it's murder. Everybody, we all agree it's murder. But who killed him? Nani alimuua? That is the question. The arresting officers. There are some very good questions. Who ordered for him to be brought from Homa Bay to Nairobi? And who said defamation is cybercrime? Najua zingine watu wajui law ni nini. Who said defamation is a cybercrime? Wanakuja kutuambia matope hapa wakisema the judicial you know what I'm supposed to say?
Jurisprudence.
No,
jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction of cyber crimes is in Central Police. Huache ujinga hiyo. That is very stupid. What cybercrime did that guy commit? Cybercrime is mimi kwenda kwa simu yako. That's Daxel, it's not that we don't know. It's we are Kenyans. We don't know how to pronounce. We
Kuna
know
mtu
what
hapo anakuambia ju distribution.
mwambie akuja tuambie sahi. The problem with us as Kenyans is not that. The problem, I mean, cybercrime is ukikuja kwa M-Pesa, unidanganye online, uniambia kwamba kuna shida hapa, alafu unakuja unaingia account yangu unaiba. Another cybercrime is what do you call it? Hate. Do these people know what cybercrime is kweli? Cybercrime is uchukue picha zangu za kibinafsi alafu upost online. You post me naked online. Why didn't they arrest those Gen Zs? Walikuwa wamefanya nini? Walikuwa wameonyesha Omanga. Even Omanga is not, hata nimeona Omanga anakuwa na more, she has more heart than this Lagat who's got a very sensitive heart. Kama msichana mdogo. So for me, all the explanations those fools said in Senate is nothing. Dani, what is Kipchumba Murkomen thinks that I know there's a little spat between him and Cheragay. I don't care. He should resign because he's part of that force allegedly that has a second thingy in State House.
Brother Keep,
Maliza one.
brother Keep. That is the only thing I can agree with Cherargei. Hiyo ndio kitu tu naweza agree na yeye. For the time I've ever seen him, that is the only thing that he is requesting for Murkomen to resign.
He's always asked Murkomen to resign, but I don't care how it comes or what is the reason. Yes, atoke. Ni kama vile Rigiji anataka Ruto atoke kwa sababu ya revenge. That is fine. Hiyo ni sawa. Ruto must go because alinitoa as DP. Me, I agree with it. Then finally, nilitumia Njiru picha ya watu wa Nakuru. Watu wa Nakuru walienda kuona Ruto with the musicians, sijui the senator, the governor, a couple of MPs, my MCA kadhaa, alafu wananchi. If you look at that room is, can we say it's about 2,000 people? Ama unaweza nisema ni watu wangapi walikuwa wamekaa kwa hiyo kitu? Joseph.
Roughly hata haiwezi roughly 1000 because hiyo ni tent. I think ni ile place the palace State House. Ni pale wanakuwa na dais. I think it's roughly 1000.
So 1,000 people, yeah? You're good with math, Joseph. 1,000 times 10,000 shillings?
That is 1 million?
1 million?
Ama ni 10 million, 10 million I think. 10 million, no? Hiyo ni 10 million.
1,000 times. So imagine 10 million inamwagwa tu hivyo. 10 million imemwagwa tu. Waste. And then maybe each MP amepatiwa 100,000 hivi ya kunyamaza hivi ya kusafiri. So that amount of waste just going in there in one day, umemwaga 10 million of taxpayers' money for people to sit down, kupatiwa lecture, kuforce wananchi wa Nakuru kumpenda. Ushaona ujinga kama hiyo? Ati amequote Bible ati Jesus was popular.
Pole, keep. It is 100 million. Pole, it's 100 million, I think.
Yeah, 100 million just gone like that. You may slip off your fingers like that. 100 million. Na tunaongea bread based government.
Na leo jioni ameongezea ministries, ameongezea departments zingine. Hey, these guys are joke.
Ni kusatisfy wa watu yani. Their focus is not the wananchi. Their focus is protecting the people at the top. That's what I was telling Raila Odinga doesn't care about the people at the bottom. Huh? Na Njeru amenyamaza, kwani yako wapi?
Jeru ako hapa hivi, na kuna natural wa Belfast pia ako hapa, natural wa Belfast.
Bana, huyu mtu ataniirritate bana, acha mimi nitoke, nitarudi baadaye. I'll come back.
Wenda, we don't care. Ukienda salamia watoto ama nini, hizo na hizo pombe zake ati inaita Raila idiot. Who are you? You know, unakuja hapa hizi tukianza kuita Martha Karua idiot, utaanza kupiga mayowe hapa. This guy is a control freak. This one Kipril, control freak. You know, unakuja hapa, the people are discussing important things. Yeye anashinda kutukana watu. Ati Raila is an idiot, idiot. What is that? How do you contribute to such an important discussion? You fear to be challenged. When you run away like a... Even worse than that person you call Kasongo. Alafu, you try to legitimize yourself and try to do that comfort thing that I'm the only challenging who is different from Ruto. You try to you know, make justify yourself. You are not a bad challenging. Who said you are a bad challenging after all? Unakuja hapa kila siku ukituambia you are not a bad challenging. Hakuna mtu anashasema wewe ni bad challenging. But that's the game you play here kila siku. Acha upuuzi wewe. Ndio vitu za maana. Sasa Joseph Kariki, umemsikia?
Nakusikia brother, lakini wacha to discuss vile vitu zinatuguza kama nini. Let us not get into individuals. Let us spend kuinini watu individuals. To enter into individuals. I like us to speak about issues because these are issues which are involving us. So
ndugu yangu, Wajaluo tulikuwa kwa hii channel wengi, tulitoroka muliweka ile, yani kuna vikwazo hapa, hamtaki nisikie sauti yetu, nasikia na tukirudi bado tunatumeza hivi. Hii jamaa anasema tujia ati watu wa Nyanza watafanya hivi, watafanya hivi, jinga kabisa. Nimemsikia hapa nikikaa hapa hivi na namsikia na ujinga zake hizo zote, sitting in a keyboard typing a lot of nonsense. Every time anakuja hapa he is trying to show ati yeye ni yule Mkipsigis Nandi ambaye si kama wale wengine. Sasa mtu gani ameshasema ati Wakipsigis na Wanandi ni watu wabaya? But he has to kind of prove himself to be different from the others. Awache ukora bana. Maybe to discuss the topic without someone trying to show us that he is different, that he is more important. Anakuja hapa hivi kila saa sijui Raila is this, Raila is an idiot. So if we do that, kila mtu aanze kuingiza ati kuitisha yani majina wale viongozi wale ati huyu ni idiot, huyu ni nani. That's all he's doing. Really, as place this platform for important reasons for people to have a good discussion. You don't have to agree with me, Joseph Kariki, and I don't have to agree with you, but we have to have a discussion. Hiyo ndio kitu najaribu kusema hapa. Mtu anakuja hapa hivi kila saa ni kama sijui counseling people at you can't say this because wewe unatoka Nyanza. Hiyo ni ujinga ina gani wewe bwana Kiprili? Kuja hapa return, siogope ati unakimbia kila saa, kiniona anakimbia tu kama mtoto mdogo. Ujinga wake nonsense.
Jiru nipotea. Me I'll just keep it.
Niko hapa Joseph
Me I'll just keep it to the Albert issue because we are here also to get justice for our brother Albert. And today I was so much amazed that ati tunaambiwa the Standard removed a piece and said that this guy was killed in Karura Forest. So it's very shocking that even the Standard themselves, they can be able to do a deep digging into the story, and the people who are responsible, IPOA. First, I saw that guy he's called who? This guy who is the chairperson of IPOA. This guy who was in charge of 2013 election. I saw him. I felt even my heart drop because this guy, his track record is very worrisome, because this guy, I have not seen anything that he has touched and it has become great. So I saw him is the one who is on the front line. That is the one who is giving us the report of Albert. So I got so much amazed that we're going to get justice with this IPOA. But it's very good that when they start fighting in house, we are going to get the justice that we deserve, because this OCS Talam and this DCI Amin wanacheza hiyo mchezo na watatuambia ukweli, kwa sababu vile tu wanaendelea kucheza hiyo mchezo, because ni kama Amin amerushia huyu Talam na officers wake ngori, but ni kama na yeye Talam akubali hivyo, so anawarudishia ngori. So the only report we can believe, it's a report that was brought by the pathologist, the autopsy that revealed how our brother Albert was killed, and the report by Bagavi Hospital, which says that he was brought in dead. So Njiru, uko na swali ungetaka kuniuliza ama?
Wacha niulize swali and we keep it civil. Hapa hatukujagi kusupport politician yeyote. So Bwana Neutral, if your love for Raila Odinga is too much, it's also not very fair. At least be a bit neutral. Ukue neutral kama jina yako. We don't need to show our extreme psychopathy. So nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali, history ya Karura.
Jero, you challenged me and I'll answer you.
Okay,
I'm not a sycophant for any politician. I'm far away from this, Raila Odingism. I am far away from that. What I don't like is that there's this guy who comes here to preach every day. What he's doing is he's targeting Luos, pretending he's targeting Raila. We know this, and this, ati kuna watu hapo wana type hapo hivi alien na catch my feelings, because when you band yourselves as a group, that's what people will say.
But
do you see what people are typing there? Ati alien na catch my feelings, because you don't have any Luos in this channel.
Nakuuliza swali kidogo.
You used to have. They all ran away. It's a fact.
No, Katai, are you a defender of Luos?
No, what do you mean am I a defender of Luos? No, ngoja. Hapa hivi ulikuwa Njiru, you started really well. You had a national platform here. And then you chased people of different communities, especially the Luos.
It is still a national platform. It is still a national platform.
It is. Angalia vile watu wanatype ushenzi hapo hivyo, because we don't stick. Let's stick to the program.
Platform. Freedom of speech, you cannot escape freedom of speech. But freedom of speech does not include psychophancy. Freedom of speech is not psychophancy. Whether you can support whoever you want, lakini wacha kukuja ni kama yani unaumi. I am a psychophant to him because he is a serious man in this life.
Okay, so huyu mpenzi wa nani? Huyu mpenzi wa Kipril, tuanze kumuita nini idiot vile Kipril anamuita nini watu wengine? Huyu Mathakarua. Tuanze. Alafu ndio asikie vizuri. Man, we have to be mature.
Brothers, let's.
Mtu anakuja hapa, a whole man who claims that amekuwa sijui ametairiwa. Alafu anakuja hapa, kazi yake ni kutukana watu.
Brother Eli, mimi hata nataka tuongee kuhusu issues zitatusaidia. Acha tuache kuongea
kabisa.
I don't want even to talk about politicians first here, because we are talking now about our brother. We are doing all the focus.
endelea na hiyo discussion. Me, I will not take any nonsense that the Luos are being targeted. No way. We will deal with these guys who target Luos kabisa.
Bwana Eli, wacha Bwana James kwanza aingie kwanza.
Ni ujinga kabisa. We're here to discuss important things. Kwanza, the victim is a Luo from Maweko.
Bwana Eli, wacha kwanza Bwana James aingie kwanza tumsikize kidogo.
Na mmechamuka. I guess it's a national interest. Nasalimia kila mtu. Just coming here to say that in narrative, I think it's ironic how we can argue about the passion of what's going on in Kenya, and this is a national thing. I think when you look at the mood in the country, you'll even think Ojwang was from other communities, more than Nyanza. So this is a national issue. And anything that has to do with the national, especially with the unity of Kenya, there's no need to say, of course we know Ojwang is from Homa Bay, okay? And when we ask questions, we will ask all the questions. I think when it comes to Raila, to me nowadays I ask silent questions, okay? But it does not mean that I don't ask those questions. And just that because I'm asking those questions does not mean I don't like him as a person, but as a leader, it sounds like he's failing his own people. He's failing Kenyans and he's failing his own people. This is a national issue, but also remember, this is a regional issue that from his...
Okay, James, listen. Do you think it's okay to come here and start insulting a person who is a Luo just because he's a Luo, and then the rest of us Luos, we sit here happy?
So who is incited?
We're not doing that with a challenging leader.
No, who was?
So that guy, Kip was going on about Raila and idiot, and we're tired of this. Every time we come to this channel, that's all we hear from Kip. He has nothing else to say constructive.
Mr.
So does he want us to do the same with his community where he comes from? It's stupid.
Do you know it's very unfortunate that also we have called Kasongo all the
Then
names.
He runs away when he's challenged.
But
He's
Kasongo
always doing this because he doesn't have the balls to respond.
Kasongo has been called all types of names. Kasongo has been called all types of names. See, when somebody from our community, including Rigiji, takes a public stand and make their life public, they are subjected to what Kasongo is being subjected to. So huku feelings itaeza kuwa ngumu sana because
I will not come here to insult any leader, whether they are from Central or Garissa. No way.
Kasongo has been insulted in all platforms that I know. Not only
so
this
that's
one.
how we'll measure it. We'll measure it according to how much Ruto has
We have to measure it on a fair ground. We have to measure things on a fair ground.
So
let's just say
what we do here is we start insulting leaders. We'll do that. That's fine.
You cannot hide even Rigiji in these platforms because national matters are national matters. Somebody will come from some community, but what is encouraging?
Okay, I hear your preamble, and that means that from today we will just go for every leader and we will insult them, including their tribes. Huyo jamani nimemsikia akisema sijui Wajaluo ni nini. Huyo Kip leo nimemsikia akisema Wajaluo. He did not mention any tribe. He said Wajaluo sijui wako hivi. You can replay that.
I think that can be that on those
don't grounds. Tell me I'm catching feelings, but I'm not.
I don't encourage that when it comes to those grounds, especially now that I'm saying Ojwang, I'm watching people getting pissed, even in Kiambu, even in Nakuru, and I feel like for once, or even not even just for once, the Luo community is from if I was a member of that community, I'll be proud of the rest of the country for how they're standing with one of our sons, because he's a Kenyan. It starts from there, it moves to Kiambu, it goes to Nandi. Waturkana waliuliwa kule chini 40, I think. Nobody's talking about them. We need to embrace each other, especially when we are addressing these, injustices. So I don't feel like attacking a community is right. However, if you are a leader from that community and you're not coming out while other leaders from other communities are speaking out with megaphones and you are being quiet, we question what's going on. This guy is our hero. Raila
But
supposed
Jemo, listen. You and I, are we responsible for Raila, or are we responsible for Gachagua and all the other leaders, what they say or not say? That's none of our business.
We are not responsible, but they are responsible for their action. We will speak about their
Well,
action.
these are the people who said things against Raila Odinga, and now they're coming in all these social media spaces.
He was here yesterday. Was it the other day? He was here yesterday talking about Rigiji. We did not even feel offended. So it's just, let's detach our.
Exactly. I hope you're talking to Kip. You're not talking to me, because at the end of the day, I'm not the one.
Yeah, he discussed Rigiji, and we did not really.
He comes here as an authority, and then he runs away when he's challenged.
Well, challenge him on those grounds, but don't act like you're defending.
At the end, he's coming in now. I'm running. What nonsense! The guy knows what he has done. In fact, these are the people that likes of Dennis Itumbi uses to cause discord in social media platforms. We know the tricks, okay? And these tricks, they've been using them for a long time. They'll tell you the best things you want to hear, but inside those best things you want to hear, they're just causing discord and dividing people. Because for what reason would you come into a platform and all you concentrate in is some leader who is like an old man who has given up on everything, and then you include the community, and now that's your pet subject. Meanwhile, the person who now everyone is saying has mobilized the country is from Mawego, South Nyanza, and Luo, and if you profile him kabisa, you will know what the Luos have done in the defense of the second liberation, even the third liberation, always fighting. Now, we have told you guys, you take the fight, those who think that Luos are a waste of time, right? And then someone comes here and insults Luo people. Nonsense. We will not accept it. Me personally, I will not. Until there's someone is asking me, are you a defender of Luos? What kind of question is that? Me, I'm here because Njiru opened a very good channel. Njiru started a very important channel because of what we experienced in the other channel before, okay? And Njiru said that this is a social space, a political program, that people who have various views should be indulging themselves. Alafu, you found that there's people here, if you are speaking something different, even if it's just topically different, it doesn't mean that you have adopted a new ideology, pro Ruto, pro who. You will be cancelled, But these are the things that Njiru was trying to fight before. And we're doing the same thing,
Hii mambo yote ni about Raila surely, and Raila goofed. Why are you glued to Raila Odinga?
No, I'm not talking about Raila. You see, that's where you're going wrong. I pointed out that Kipril was being toxic.
But Kipril has a right. If Kipril can criticize Raila Odinga, you can come here and criticize Gachagua. I don't know why you want to defend Raila Odinga so much. Is he your relative?
What is his problem with
Who is he? Even relatives, you don't defend them.
What's his problem with laws, Kipril? What's his problem?
Brother Eli,
Why do you think mtu akitusi Raila Odinga ni kama anatusi Wajaruo? There is a difference between Raila Odinga and the Luo people.
Aliongea juu ya Waluo hapa, huyu Kipril.
Sisi tumetandikwa sisi watu wa Mrima. Unajua mimi
Let's
ninashangaa.
Brother James,
Let me
let's
tell you,
shift.
There are
Let's
days when
Brother
I
James,
we
Brother
have to,
James, we are talking about these issues. Even we are forgetting the main issue that has brought us here. Now we
yeah,
have changed this whole conversation to
it's
talk
not,
about
yeah,
individuals.
yeah,
Even even I'm not feeling a bit comfortable because
it's
everybody
not,
has his say about. Everybody has a say about the leaders. There is a thing they have done. There is a thing they have not done. There is a thing they have helped us. There is a thing they have not helped us. Let's move on from. Also, me, I had a problem with the Gashagwa. I did not support him, but
oh
I
yeah,
don't
the other
always bring
day,
it here. So
yeah, Joseph,
let us push over this issue. We have so many issues to
eh,
talk about. There is so
you
many
talk,
I
issues that
like
happen.
Joseph. Now Joseph
Jo-
is talking.
We
Joseph
have
and
we have
Kipril were beating the
Asante
Shagwa
Joseph.
the other day. You know, those people on the same page. You know, it's just we have to adopt a different
so
approach.
please let's talk
It's gonna
about issues. Brother
itakuwa
James,
so bitter
I
because
I had brought you to bring to tell us about the issues that happened today because we had a lot of things that happened. We saw there was demonstrations. We need to know if you have an idea of the people who were planning to disrupt the demonstrations because we saw what they were trying to disrupt the demonstration. So we need to know some issues also. We need to know also because we cannot run away from it. The finance bill was tabled today. We need to know the hits, the misses. Also, people here, we are all in this. We need to know it is hurting us. If it is hurting people at home, it's also hurting the people who are abroad. Here we have some things that have been put in the finance bill, which are also hurting people who are abroad because if they say they are going to add tax on the money we are remitting at home, it is going to be hurting us. So that's why I want us to shift to these issues because these are the issues that are helping us. If we continue with this on the side of sijui we are Gachagua alitusiwa, Raila alitusiwa, let us stop this because also the person we are talking about justice is one of our own. Albert mimi simchukui kama mjaluo. I take him as one of our own. Today I was commenting and ranting everywhere because he's my brother. I don't first see him as a person who is from a community. And if we get out from this cocoon we call community, I think, brothers, we are going to be very far. So, Brother James, I was asking you, what did you see happen today so that we can continue the conversation, please?
so number one, Albert is a cousin. So I lost a cousin. So that's where roho yangu iko. And from what I saw, I just seen a video not too long ago of now these goons that were hired and they were trying to introduce violence on something that was people were doing it in a peaceful way. And I saw one of the guys who organized those for those goons to go to CBD and burn those two cars. And unfortunately, he was recorded, and his name and it's Gaucho. And he was saying we are heading to town. The same crew that he was with burnt those cars. I mean, yani, it's so sad that we are betraying our own people for what? Albert died. Hey man, hata ukijaribu kufikiria, unajua hii issue nimefuatilia mpaka usiku nikiona live. Then I'm imagining of different scenarios of how this guy might have been tortured or killed. Imagine being, locked in a four wall by yourself, and the only people you can cry for help is the same people that are killing you. I believe, I believe Albert was not even killed in that cell, and for me to see the investigation in Senate, all those questions and how things were unfolding and the confusion of different answers and approaches. Talam, the OCS went and said different stories that he wasn't even there. DCI alishikwa akisema there was OB ilisema 131 Albert alikuwa na making noise kwa cell peke yake, and 1:35 he was checked into Mbagathi. I mean, somebody that they say he went there, you know, he was mentally, physically, the entire thing is just bad. And for me to see people like Gaucho and this youth, unajua hii unity yetu sometimes ni sisi tunafanya gava ipenye. Unity yetu inafaa ikwe like something that is unbreakable, something that government cannot use the same people, especially Gaucho, to reintroduce trouble within the Protestants who are holding the police and the government accountable. If Kenyans don't rise up in the streets, the Senate won't push and the police will get away with their narrative. So for us to introduce nonsense, na ndio mimi nasema kwa hizi mitandao, when you're talking about issue that is of national interest and it's of this nature, yani poa tusishike feelings, lakini pia tusitengane. We need to stand together. Today is Albert, tomorrow is somebody closer to us. You know, they are graduating from abducting people from the streets, and they are coming to your homes and taking you in front of your mother and your father and your wife. Wanna chills. So we should question everybody. You know, Ruto is busy, you know, planning the next lie, because everything now doesn't make sense. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out and say, I've taken decisive measures to whatever, for the same people that he was working with. So we need to unite. Tuache kutengana kwa misingi ya upuzi, hata si ya kikabila tena, ni ya upuzi tu. You know? The same time, this is the same month when we are supposed to commemorate the anniversary of last year. But it's the same time, tuko kwa streets over some BS, but Mbadi is gonna read your finance bill. I think washawasha moto. In my own opinion, I was thinking wamewasha moto. Getting Kenyans out way earlier than how Kenyans were last year. Then you hit them with this, and then you hit them now that we have killed one of you guys. We don't also care about your finances. I mean, what is the government thinking? So to pay attention, tusikuje kwa mitandao to, you know, someone is gonna say something stupid. These people that we love, including Rigiji, they might say something stupid, and when they do, we need to hold each other or hold them accountable, regardless of where they come from. Because tunaona, at this point, nobody speaks for us, but we speak for them. They don't defend us, but we defend them. We have to be very serious with ourselves, because that's how those people see us. We defend them more than we defend ourselves, and with that, hatutakuwa na inchi. So that's my little say, you know, my contribution, but I'll come back again.
Thank you so much. Naona Bwana Jafeth uko hapo. What can you tell us about what you saw today? About everything that happened. So many things happened today. There was so many issues. There was Senate, the hearing. They were hearing what the DCI Amin was saying, and Kanja. Then we had also the finance bill, and also the people on the streets. What is your take today?
Am I the one?
Yes, go on.
Okay, guys, nadhani mko salama. Mimi hii Kenya yetu jamani, mimi sijui tuifanyeje, lakini Njiru nina wazo na nimerudi nyuma na munikosoe tu pale nitaenda roho. Guys, tuna shida kwa nchi yetu na si nchi yetu pekee yetu, ni Afrika mzima. And the issue that I'm standing by ni issue ya wakoloni. Wakoloni ndo wanatusababishia haya mambo yote. Si eti Ruto ni kiziwi atusikia, anatusikia, lakini sasa Ruto ameshikwa kooni jameni. Simtetei ni mwana wetu pia. Ule umoja wa Kenya lazima tuwe na wenyewe pia. Ruto ni wetu, ni mtoto wetu. Lakini ni nini kinafanya huyu mwanaume akuwe mgumu hivi? Hata ile roho ilisemekana ya jiwe. Sidhani kama jiwe inaweza kuwa na roho kama ya Ruto. Kusema kweli, kama mtu anaendewa kutoka all the way from Migori 350 kilometers tu akuje kunyongewa Nairobi na inajulikana nani anamnyonga. Jamani, we must stand up and face the government. Lakini bado tukipigana na serikali, tuelewe serikali ni yetu. Wale watu wanafanya haya mambo yote, tuondoeni military za zile nchi zingine za foreigners huku, na sisi wa Kenya tukae chini tutatue shida zetu sisi kama wa Kenya, na itawezekana. Lakini bado kama hao majamaa wako huku tu, ile government tutaweka hapo jamani, hata tuweke gani, it will rule us ruthlessly because IMF inawakopesha pesa, wanafanya mambo yao, wanatumia magari mazuri, wana live poa, wao wako na security, sisi tuko na nini? The only problem ni hizo military bases. Na mtaniambia, angalieni Ibrahim Traore na zile nchi zote za West Africa zimefukuza au hizo military bases za foreign countries, uchumi wao umeinuka, wamenationalize mpaka minerals zao, watu wamekuwa wakilipwa. Captain Ibrahim Traore ameamua kama utakuwa unasoma utakuwa unalipwa mpaka wakati utapata kazi. Jameni, Libya ilikuwa the same under Muammar Gaddafi. Tusipopiga hatua tuseme ni hii mambo ya hawa watu hawa akina Ruto hawa akina Raila akina nani hapa, bila kuondoa hizo military bases, tutataabika jameni. Tutakaa kwa streets, tutauliwa, tutafanywa kila kitu, bora interest zao hao wazungu ziko secured. They don't care about Africans. That's why unaona bunduki zinanunuliwa kutoka kwao, zinakuja kuua Waafrika hapa. Askari hana huruma, ametoa bunduki wapi? Sisi hatuna uwezo wa kutengeneza bunduki, inatoka kwa wazungu. So that tutaendelea kuuana. Pande zile zingine wana sponsor Al-Shabaab, wana sponsor terrorists everywhere. Ai jameni, this is too much.
Brother Njiru, you can come. Bwana Njiru, uko hapo?
Yes, niko. Unataka nijibu swali?
Kuna kitu ulikuwa unasema before, so tulikuwa tumekatia pole. Kuna kitu ulikuwa unasema.
Yeah. I wanted to kuwauliza kulingana na vile mumeona nini maandamano ya leo about Albert. Do you think hii momentum inaweza shikana na finance bill na anniversary ya finance bill? Ama sasa tunaandamana hivi, by the time finance bill zinafika tutakuwa tumeisha moto? Do you think tunaweza ipeleka all the way full stretch? Because there is a reason pia kuandamana juu ya finance bill ya hii mwaka. Na then nilikuwa nataka kurespond to Jafeth, Ruto ni mtu mbaya sana. So Ruto si wazungu wanamkosesha. Ruto ni karakta yake iko hivyo, ni mtu mbaya, he is an idiot, ni mwizi. Unajua mtu akiwa na karakta kama hiyo sasa, how do you help? So Ruto hahitaji kukoseshwa na mtu. Sorry, go ahead Jafeth.
Ni sawa. By the poleni sana kama mmesikia kama nimeingia pande ya Ruto. By the I don't support Ruto na Njiro. Nilikwambia siku moja nitembelea hapa Jeremia Nyaga Technical. Na Njiro utanijua vizuri. Mimi nakuwa kila wakati against, hata kabla achaguliwe mimi nimeishi huku kuitwa baba, kwa sababu by the mimi sijaingiana na ideologies zake, but kila mtu ana maumbile yake. Pia kuna mambo mengine kwa kila mtu kuna kuanga mpaka na pressure zingine. unaweza pata yes, huo uamuzi naweza, I can make that decision, lakini what are the consequences? Mimi maisha yangu kwanza, Jiro hawezi naambia mtu akikuvamia hapo, wewe mwenyewe akuvamia hapo, ako na panga na wewe umeshika rungu, ati utamgonga na hiyo rungu, utamgonga na hiyo rungu. Sasa Ruto hakuna venye naweza vamia wale wazungu, kwa sababu pia yeye mwenyewe anaogopa na anaambiwa afanya ABCD, na hata kama ni kuua, msifikirie hizi nchi za nje hazioni Wakenya wanauliwa. Msidhani hakuna kitu kama East African organization, msiseme hakuna AU, msiseme hakuna UN. What have they done? Why don't they just come out and condemn what Ruto is doing and take action against William Ruto as an individual, if not the government? Kwa sababu hiyo miungano yote inasaidia sisi wa Kenya na nini? Ndio maana nasema kama hawa wazungu wangekuwa huku, tungekaa chini na tuelewane. Kwa sababu kama Ruto hata tusikiza, tutafanya nini? Tumfukuze. Kama ni kuondoka, ondoke na hao wazungu wake. That is what I mean. By the way, mimi sijaitetea Ruto hata siku moja. I know these are bad guy. Usi mtu na ukiongea sana utanyongwa kijana. Mimi pia nangoja kunyongwa kwa sababu naongeanga mimi na inaongea na nitaongea na majamaa. Siku ya kupiga kura, ile siku mtasikia kuna kupiga kura, tutalala kwa vituo za kupigia kura and the following day, na kura tungoje hapo zitangazwe, kila constituency itakuwa na watu wa volunteers. Tusimamieni kura, that is the only way.
I think chenye tunajaribu kusema na hiyo narrative ya yenye umeweka, Ruto ni ule msemo inasema sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. So Ruto with or without wazungu is still Ruto. So you take the wazungu out of the equation, you still have Ruto. That's what tunajaribu kusema.
Yeah, it's very right.
Yeah, so kwa sababu kuna nchi zingine zenye ziko na president wa Afrika wenye hawabehave kama Ruto. So Ruto tumweke kwa kategori yake ya Ruto. Taweka wazungu ndani, chukua wazungu. Tunaweza fanya vile Burkina Faso ilifanya, tuka kick out wazungu. But imagine Burkina Faso ikick out mzungu, ibaki na Ruto. So you really
haiwezekani.
Si unaona? So to deal na shida zetu, na hatuwezi tena sema tukika wazungu na tena ndio tunauliza mbona hamtutetei. We have to learn how to defend our country whether they speak or not. And I think that's why Burkina Faso is like how they are. Because they don't care. Because what is the opinion of Traore out there in the Western world? Si wanamuona kama mtu mbaya. But does the Burkina Faso care about their opinion about their president or their country? No. That's how we need to move. Either we are with us or against us, but regardless, we are here to defend our country. Hatuwezi kuwa tunasema wazungu wanatucontrol na wakinyamaza tunauliza mko wapi? Tunawataka ndani ama tunawataka nje?
Nje.
Basi tudeal na kasongo wetu. Tunajua sikio ni ile sikio la kufa, halisikii dawa. Awe na wazungu ndani ama na awe na wazungu nje, bado ni huyu tabia zake ni hizo. So,
hapo pia patabia ni sawa kabisa.
Yeah.
That's very good.
And to add on what James was saying, wazungu waga wanakuja na wanachoka. Si hata saizi wanatoka Middle East. There was a report today that wazungu wameanza kutoka Middle East. So history ya wazungu hata isikujalishe sana. We have one duty, and the duty is to kwanza tutoe huyu jamaa kutoka kwa power, kwa sababu power has corrupted this guy in his head. Ameharibika na that's what this is own anaitagwa aje kwa ya master. Ni yeye alikuwa anatuambia, kumbe hakuwa anajua anaambia Ruto. He was telling Murkomen that when you give a man power, you know he's the real person. So we gave this guy was given power, and now we have seen the real him. So history yake na wazungu, so history yake na wazungu tutamtoa kwanza aende. Pia ni kama hata labda hata ana hiyo support ya wazungu, huwezi jua juu pia unajua pia hao watakai kuonekana wana side na mtu anafanya massive killing na nini. So to answer
Ni
Njiru on
ukweli.
what he was saying, Njiru alikuwa ameuliza swali ya finance bill, akauliza kama itakuwa ikitufunga macho. Hakuna kitu inatufunga macho na hakuna kitu tunaachilia, tunazitackle zote, but leo tulikuwa tuna tackle ya Albert. The problem pale mlisikia ile slogan ilikuwa inakuja no justice, no justice no finance bill, ilikuwa inakuja juu unajua those guys were behind treasury, the guys were behind treasury and wakiwa behind treasury, unajua baada ya kitoka, unajua minister of ama CS wa finance waga ana walk all through to parliament. So akitoka kutoka treasury, I think alikuwa anasikia hiyo scarf juu ilikuwa nyuma tu, juu vigilance house pale iko si mbali sana, hiyo area inakuwaga tu the same, hiyo area inakuwaga tu ni kama the same, juu hapo ndio bado Harambe annex ya ofisi ya Ruto iko, so it was all there, but the finance bill is still there and we are going to still tackle it. Mi ninajua vitu zimesomwa leo, kama mko na maswali mnaweza niuliza, mi niko na majibu za hizo maswali za finance bill. I have zile vitu wanaongezea, I have everything, I took it. Najua mpaka pia wametoa agriculture. Njiru, sijui kama kwenye unajua mchere, mtaona moto kwa mchele. Wamesema tukuagiza mchele kutoka nje, wametoa nini, wamelower the taxes za kuleta mchele mpaka ndani. So I don't know what people in Kirinyaga and Embu and Mbere huko Embu they are going to do with their rice. So niko na facts, if you want unaweza niuliza anything you want to know. Ninajua juu nilikuwa nafuatilia, not only me nafuatilia, so many people walikuwa nafuatilia, tulikuwa tunafuatilia matukio yote. So ninajua matukio. So ninaona Kipril amekuja. Kipril.
Yes. First of all, Jasfat?
Jafet,
Yeah, you're right. You're actually
uh,
right about the preconditions to nayo na IMF na World Bank. I think I've been saying this for very many months that ndani ya CBK, Central Bank of Kenya, kuna watu nyeusi kama sisi tu, black people, black Americans, from the private organizations of IMF and World Bank that have been installed inside CBK so that they can provide bills, financial bills, kwa sababu financial bills are not supposed to be changed every year that's heavily, yeah? Ni kidogo kidogo tu. Sometimes even finance bills are there to reduce taxes, they're not supposed to be this high. But then the implementation of the finance bill is actually been designed by the World Bank and the IMF, and it's usually a negotiation between the idiot that is in power because of the loans that he has taken. Wataambia wewe fanya hivi, we don't care about. You think they care about our people? You know, sometimes people look at it like a non-profit organization. They are not a non-profit organization. At the end of the day, this does not go with either you believe. For those Kenyan citizens in the US, it doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or a Republican, it doesn't matter. The interests of the US is the interest of the US. That is plain and simple. They don't care. So our so long as the interests of companies, in lobby groups that would like to control raw materials coming from Africa, and controlling raw materials from Africa means that we will never be able to produce our own food. We will not be able to produce our own clothes. We will not. Our Turkey, your World Bank does not do that. Africa is a place, ni mahali ya kutoa resources inaenda kwa organization kubwa. Huko Migori, they are taking the gold, it's going into by companies in Canada, companies in London. Kuna moja hapa London wanakuja kufanya hizo vitu. So that finance bill that is coming soon, actually it was supposed to be implemented in 2023. Wanatuwekea tu in short bursts. But what they want is to maximize the amount of taxes they can put into the Kenyan community, into the Kenyan people, so that we are slaves. We're actual slaves to these people. Let me tell you one secret about IMF and World Bank. IMF and World Bank always like a dictator. They love
Yes.
dictators. They don't, they love them. Yani, any person, any person that is looking like a Traore, any person that looks like atakuja kusaidia wananchi wa Kenya, they'll deal with him. Like Tanzania, we lost Magufuli. Just like that.
Yes.
They got rid of him kabisa. They got rid of Gaddafi. Now they try to do the same for Traore. Wakatuletea mtu mwingine nyeusi tu kama sisi, kuonesha kwamba he's just a nigga like you. You don't worry, he's there for. They're not. They don't care about us. So let me tell you, Mbadi is a fool na ni mjinga sana, mpafu. Raila ni mjinga pia. These people are not bright enough to come up with that finance. Mbadi anaweza kuja na finance bill kama hiyo. He's just parroting what he's been told by those secretive people who live in uko Kikuyu, uko Riverside, the guys who live in Karen, hao wenye wanaendanga huko kwa ma UN headquarters, those wazungus wanakaanga huko. That's why Nairobi looks this beautiful. It's because of these wazungus. It is for them. It's not even for us. So hao kazi yao wanakuja, okay, unataka how many trillion do you want? Oh, you want 1.4 trillion. I mean, you want 1 trillion. Then all you have to do is just pay us 1.4 trillion, because your credit score is very low as a country, because you're always late in paying your. So it's a business for them. Just think about it. Just think about you as a Kenyan, or you as a person going to a bank and asking for a loan. They want interest. They want interest, and that is the actual fact. And why I hate fuckers like Raila is because anajifanya hapa kwamba ako kwa broad base, while the people are dying. Yeah, the people are dying. We know, he knows the fact that Ruto is a corrupt person. Ama nani ajui? Let me ask you a question. Who
Kila
doesn't
mtu
know Ruto
anajua
is a corrupt
bana,
person?
kila mtu anajua
Everybody
hiyo.
knows.
Eh,
Wait, let me finish. He's supposed to be a senior member of the country. He's supposed to be the so-called liberator of Kenya. Yet he wants to sit down with this person thinking he's going to change him. Kwani mnatuchukua kama sisi ni wafala? You are going to eat with him, Raila. Now, the first thing the first thing you're doing is the first thing you're doing, yeah. The first thing you're doing is we're going into protest against one of our sons, Ojwang. Ojwang died. Yeah, Ojwang died. Hold on. Then why do we want Matiang
And
while he's in the
Alex
IMF?
is asking you a question. Then why do you want
Yeah,
Matiang'i
I'm
when
still.
he's in the IMF?
Mimi sijui. You guys can answer that question. I've always told you my candidate is Alex. I've always told you that. That one you can come and explain, but for a fact, the IMF and World Bank people, you can go do research on that. There are World Bank and IMF people in CBK. That is a fact. Hata wewe unaweza enda kuuliza Matiang'i himself. He knows that is a fact, and he knows that some of his colleagues are working here. Whether he comes in from IMF, and if he becomes president and he comes and anakuja kuambia bana muache hii mchezo, I'll be very happy. You guys have picked him. Mimi, I'll tell you the truth. Julia convinced me, akaniambia, there's a past for Matiang'i hapa, show me evidence, nionyeshe hizo vitu zote. Mimi nikasema, at least Julia kanasema ka sense hapo, she's making some sense here, labda wanaekelea huyu mtu. So mimi, just like Gachagua, I listen to the rest of you people. Doesn't mean like I don't have doubt. It doesn't mean I don't. You guys always come here and you always see me. Me, I knock Gachagua hard. I hit him. But then, as fellow Kenyans, we come to an agreement. Kuna kazi huyu mtu anafanya. Kuna kazi Gachagua anafanya. And we all like it. My party leader, Martha Karua, amesema, this guy is doing something. Wachana naye. Sometimes you let it go when when you reason as Kenyans, umeelewa? Tume reason. So somebody has to come and convince me, what is Raila doing? Nobody. Kuna mtu ananiambia kitu mzee anafanya. Just finishing my point about that thing. Kajwang has been killed. The son of Homa Bay. Only time Raila has decided to speak is because he's seeing tension is coming in, because people are fighting for their justice and people are not seeing anything actually happening in the Senate. So he wants to cool things down. Cool down for what? Ever heard of the phrase no? Kwanza hii kitu ilikuwa imetoka kwa wananchi, haijaitoka kwa Azimio ama ODM. No justice, no peace. That is us. No justice, no peace. That is how the Kenyans feel. Because nikikwambia kitu moja, James, Joseph, Jasper, Njeru, I am afraid, and I'm sure all of you are afraid kuingia cell. You don't know if you're going to live or die. Ukiona Subaru inakuja hapa, me I'll tell you the truth. Me I'll try as much as possible to fight for my life. Mi nitapigana hapo. That is how fearful Kenyans are. And those are the discussions we'd have. It's not something about, oh, let's wait for a report. When was the last time a report made any sense in Kenya? Mi nataka tu kuja mniambie, what is Raila talking about? When was a report? Am I mad, Jasfat? Am I mad, Joseph? Am I mad? Any of you guys? Any report that has
Naulizaje
come out from any Kenyan,
bro,
any Kenyan, whatever that has worked. What is Raila telling us?
bro,
Yeah?
mdomo ukiwa na nyama mtu aongeangi. Sasa elewa, Raila kwa mdomo wake kuna nyama. Let us
Another thing,
fight.
let us fight. There is another thing we're talking about here. Let me just tell you as Kenyans, kuna kitu ingine. Kulikuwa na kitu hapa inaitwa NADCO report. NADCO report explicitly says no more kidnappings, no more police brutality. That was part of their agreement that ODM and Kenya Kwanza signed, isn't it? Then why is it still happening? Another thing was cost of living should reduce. Yet the so-called person that they had, what do you call it? That they had borrowed from ODM, Mbadi, has not reduced the cost of living of Kenya. I thought that was part of the MOU between these two parties. Again, these two people are breaking the law. How can two parties work together yet they are not part of a coalition? There is Kenya Kwanza coalition, there is Azimio coalition, and then the individual parties. Hii kitu ya kutuchezea ufala hapa kama Kenya tuache. That is why I'm fired up about such, some leaders. Yeah. So for me,
And then keep,
eyes are wide open.
me,
Yes.
honestly, I'll advise anybody. Ukijiattach na a single leader in Kenya, I think you're setting yourself up for a very bad heartbreak. Some of these people, we just hope they mean what they say, you know, because these people, they change course like ni kama tornado, you know. So I feel like as long as we are addressing Kenyan issues, we'll have to address some of these people. Personally, mimi nimejiuliza maswali ya baba, yani hata si commentingi juu najiuliza, yani nimechoka. If I was to talk about him, it would be I would have to write an endless song, because since the time they take time off kwa hii mitandao kwa channel, there's a lot of questions and questionable things that he has led his people into. That's why I've made
it my life. Everybody knows that I've made it my life mission to bash that stupid man till he dies. I have said that repeatedly, and there's nobody who can stop me. That's a fact.
Yeah. So ikiwa ni mambo ya feelings, hata ukijiattach na Rigiji sahi, utaweza wachwa mahali pengine.
Bwana James,
kuwa na insurance mzuri ya roho.
Bwana James, to add on what you're saying, you know what these guys they did? These guys, the political class, what they did, they knew that Kenyans, if we want a good leader, the leader needs to have quality as a leader also, and he need also to have capital. So what they did, they tried to make the elections, ama campaigning and the elections, they try to make it all about money. That's why you hear that when you are doing a campaign, you are going to use more than $1 billion or 2 billion to become a president. So these guys, the level they have taken these things is that why you see we don't get good caliber of leaders, because sasa ukiwa umeweka 2 billion, imagine you are a good leader, uko na all the qualities but you don't have capital. You need to transverse all those 47 counties. You need money, you need system, you need PA system, you need to talk to people. So they knew the way to kill the young leaders, is to introduce the money in the politics. And that's why you see in many areas, many areas, not all the areas, because me I know Mount Kenya kunakuwa kunoma. Mount Kenya ukikosa kufanyia watu kazi utadunda. But go around and look around at these other areas. You find that the politicians that have money, they are the ones who are having a grip on this power. You go and look at them, you'll see them. You'll see the old guards. They are the ones who are always being taken back to the parliament, starting from coast. You find a guy like Mungatana has been in parliament, I don't know for how long. He's still now a senator for Tana River. So these things, I think the politics and money which was involved is what is killing us also. Bwana James, unaweza endelea?
And I agree. And I think that's where now these movements that we are having, they have to make sense. And again, I'm very, very encouraged by with all the regions of Kenya, how they have come out to the street and condemned the killings of Kajwang at a time where the chief leader of that area is quiet. That is something to be proud of Kenya. Kenyans from all over the country. Nimefungua TV, TikTok. I have had accents from almost the 47 counties or the 42 tribes. People speaking against the things that were done to Albert. However, we know the other day Ruto was there. So this Kumi Bila break should be something that should be looked at by everybody, regardless of if Ruto comes and give you mboga ama maragwe ama alete tingatinga kisiagi ama boda boda. Kumi Bila break means there's a lot of our kids who lose life. For any leader to be quiet, I'm not just saying Raila, when they are needed to lead, that is wrong. But I feel the weight that comes with Raila, because he put himself in that level. He wanted to be elevated to be the defender of Wanyonge. So when you're quiet, and jana ama ilikuwa juzi, I say, kina Tundu Lissu wako ndani, kina Besigye wako ndani huko Uganda. But where is our guy, my friend? You know, it's not fighting him, it's just the facts. If my friend alikuwa hapa, neutral angekuwa hapa, atuambie, how does that make sense as you are defending your guy? Because you went there to unite Kenyans, and Kenyans are united against you and the other guy. You went there for specific agenda that was hijacked, but Ojwang was killed in your background after his brothers and sisters slept in the stadium from 10 p.m. all the way till morning for Madaraka. Madaraka gani? 10 days later, madaraka gani inaonekana? Hapo ndio nakubaliana na nani alikuwa anasema hapo earlier, hizi Jafet. Hii ni ukoloni. Madaraka gani inatoka kwa mtu kama huyo na leadership kama hiyo?
Not yet Uhuru.
Not yet Uhuru.
Not yet Uhuru.
So he has to answer, and unfortunately, it's sometimes I feel like it's his people that suffers the most. You know, Luos have been killed. This is not the first time police have gone to their houses and shot them in their houses.
Mi by the way, mi ile kitu inaniuma sana ni kuona mjaluo mwenye anasema Ruto aende 10 bila break. Ati wanasema wao wako ndani ya serikali. Majamaa, serikali gani inawanyonga kila siku bana? Inawatoa kwa manyumba huko Kondele, inawakloba, inawaua watoto akina Baby Pendo. Kwani Wanjaluo ndugu zetu, nani aliwaroga hawa jameni? Si wafunguke macho na waachane na mambo ya Raila. Wao kila mtu a service kwa maisha yake, kwa lini yake penye anataka kukanyanga. Raila ni mtu ako na mali, watoto wake hata saa hii akisema yeye hataifanya kazi, hata akitoka kwa broad based akae kwa nyumba, watoto wake watakula, wajukuu wake watakula, wenye familia zao zitakula. Hao watu wako na mali mingi, lakini sisi raia tuko na nini? Tukisema 10 break kwa sababu huyo mtu amekuja, tumepewa 5,500 ati to defend government. Which government are we defending? Do we have government in Kenya really? Government ile inaitangwa democratic government. By the way, I do consume a lot of information from Burkina Faso. Ibrahim Traore alisema hii democracy tulipewa imeandikwa kwa karatasi, lakini chini yake hapo ndipo kuna mkoloni. Majamaa, kama mnaweza kumbuka, sijui ni finance bill ilikuwa inapitishwa ile iliyopita, kuna wazungu walikuwa wamekaa kwa chamber za parliament ya Kenya. What were they doing? What were they supervising? Mkiangalia AU hii tuko nayo, chunguzeni majamaa, ingieni kwa mitandao muangalie, mtaona AU pale kwa komiti ama wakati kuna mkutano, wale wengi pale ni wazungu wenye wako pale. Hata huyu jamaa alichaguliwa, walikuwa wanang'ang'ania hii kiti na Raila, hakuna kitu. Huyo jamaa na sei yoyote, huyo ni mtu amewekwa hapo na wazungu, kwa sababu wametukalia pande ile ya nini ya West Africa, sijui ama ni mpaka huku kwetu, sijui kama ni ECOWAS, pande ile ya juu ya ECOWAS. Angalieni, ECOWAS haina sauti, ilitekwa nyara. Afrika ilitekwa nyara, the same na Kenya. Ukiingia kwa nini uangalie South Africa, South Africa imeandikishwa America kama kampuni. Hiyo ni kampuni, hakuna nchi inaitwa South Africa, hiyo ni kampuni ya America. The same na Kenya. Kenya sisi ni shamba ya Queen Elizabeth na UK. Sisi ni wafungwa wao. Sasa wakati wanaweka mtu kama Ruto anaenda huko kwao, wanaenda na Biden anamkia kiti, Ruto anakalia. What is significant does it have to leadership of Kenya? Wakati Ruto anaenda huko anatandikiwa carpet, ati wanataka akahutubie nini huko? What is their interest? They have their interest. Ndio maana wanajenga, mpaka walikuwa wamepropose sijui wajenge base na huku northeastern Wajir ama ni wapi, na huku coast nako mmesikia kuna nini, sijui ni atomic, not atomic, sijui vile inaitwa, ya vitu kama hizo za vilipuzi. What is it? Ni nini wanataka Kenya? Kwani sisi hatuwezi jiendeleza?
What they're doing is they're trying to defend NATO against
Their
nuclear.
interests.
Yeah, so wataka hizi anti-nuclear warheads facing towards the east. So Kenya has been placed strategically, a few European countries wanawekwa hapo. But other than that, it's just the way you're saying, our land, we are to produce. UK has now been given about 10,000 acres by Ruto through Rishi Sunak, the former prime minister of the UK. So UK have land in Kenya. The UAE has land in Kenya. The UAE has land in Egypt. They have land in Tanzania. They are trying to get some land in Uganda. So these guys know that.
Keep umesahau, even Uganda has land in Naivasha bwana. You forgot that?
Go ahead, bro.
Utafanya muonzi atukujie. Mr. Alex, naona uko hapo. Come in.
No, I mean, remember there is that land during Uhuru's tenure in Naivasha that they even have a title deed, but Museveni was not even aware.
Go ahead, Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, tuongelee.
endelea.
You know, me, I'll go to the issue of my brother Juan, and I'm still insisting there is something even deeper than we are refusing to look at. Is social media imevutwa yote, not even kidogo, everything. And at the beginning, when the whole issue started, this is how they defined him: an influencer. Okay, I'm afraid something is happening. Though I was arguing with Nani based on how I was looking on our formation that politics should not enter in. And I agree with him. When somebody says something and I tend to go back and I see the reality, I will change my position. And I say, if politics is entering in this manner, I think then we are going to be left. Unaona hii njia Raila alituacha nje. The person we are rooting for right now and going to streets for is going to shame us. Look at this scenario. And I want you to look at critically and you tell me where we are headed to. Sakaja took advantage immediately. Sakaja invited the family to his office. Sakaja took some photos. Sakaja lied that they had a dealing with the late Ojuang and they worked together. It was part of his digital team. You heard all that. I mean, I don't even know if some of you have heard the narrative now the UD are creating. Sakaja has already offered the wife what? A job. The next thing, just like my friend, the former Kibra MP, you know, the saga about the wife being an MCA, the one that had his baby, you know, wachana manene ya mzungu, the one that had the baby, unakuja kupata like, oh, Sonko alikuwa na yeye, Sonko alilala na yeye, and these are allegations, but you know it's true. We have to go back on how they neutralize some things here. Do you see the danger of Sakaja taking a photo? Sakaja now saying, you know, they are going to bankrupt. You see, what we did through Eric has been overshadowed. Now, through Sakaja, the proximity of Sakaja and Babaya Ojuang, the state has already saturated the issue in a way. It's a matter of time. And you will hear the wife of Ojuang immediately after the funeral, things will turn around. Trust me on this, because I don't trust anything that Sakaja will do, especially in regard to its proximity with Ruto. I want to warn the family of Ojuang. If you're going to take us also for a ride, that again people are going to go to the street for you, only for you to turn around and sit with the executive, it's going to be sad for us. You know, and the reason I've done that is a good friend of mine over here, a few minutes ago, I said, never root for somebody with all your heart. And you know, I was thinking, you know, sisi tunaangalia politicians, but there are so many other people, including institutions. You know, when the our airport was being taken, for me, I took a position. I say, what hata iende? Because I've been mistreated in that airport more than 10 times. There's a time I had a laptop, 2 phones, I had an iPad, and they want to tax me on everything, on extra of 1 phone. I'm like, for what reason? I've paid taxes on non-tax. You know, I know some people may not be doing this, but some of us do. When we get to Europe and the boo there is a little bit cheaper than Kenya, and you want to buy something of a brand, unanunua, unaeka, inazibwa kabisa. And then it's called non-tax. Ukifika Kenya tena, they want to tax you by force. If they don't, utakaa huko sijui 4 hours. So I was like, you know, honestly, whether Danny takes this thing or not, for me, it doesn't make any sense, because the way I've been mistreated in this airport, sometimes I don't feel like I'm a Kenyan. Okay. And even after we fought for it, there was more mistreatment. I am saying this. And let us also put this disclaimer also to the family of Ojwang. We are going to the street, not only for Ojwang, but for the posterity of this country. But if you have already made a deal with Sakaj, saying he's going to give your wife a job, so immediately after, they will bury, they will do everything they want quick. Sahi unajua wameshaanza, wamepeana pesa, Eric Omondi also, you know, it was so funny, and I think the state infiltrated ile kitu ya Eric Omondi in one way or the other. I don't know if you guys know. Like in 11 minutes, pesa ilikuwa imejaa, remember? And then ikafungwa. And then they don't want a pay bill or anything. Immediately anaenda kwa Sakaja huko. I am smelling something very sad. And that's why the so-called Lagarde are so persistent right now. Ni kama they are buying time. But we Kenyans should be smarter than that, because the politics of Kenya ni njinga sana. Let me give you a classic example if I can remind you. Hii sosioni, unaona hii ni mtu mjinga sana. There's a time the teachers went to strike, the longest strike ever in the Republic of Kenya. You guys remember that time. And you know what? Sosion, for some reason, went somewhere with Sonko. You guys remember that story? And Sonko was still in the government, the senator or something.
I remember that.
And then he was
and that
given
is
money and he
so
recorded.
sad.
And you know what? What we had rooted for teachers for years got detonated by the politics of duplicity. Somebody goes, gets a bribe, it is recorded. You are intimidated because of the deeds that have been done on the back. And you know what happens? That is the same thing happened to the doctors. They can their negotiation cannot come to fruition because of the recordings the government has that it bribed the leaders of the so-called the dentist, the doctors, and the whatever professionals that body of it. I am seeing. If you guys are not seeing that picture of Sakaj, it is not time to start giving jobs immediately. What's the hurry for? Honestly, before even Lagarde resigns, why are you giving somebody a job? Does it make any sense? We are not fools. We have seen how Ruto operates. The saddest part in this whole saga is tutarukwa. Na mtu ataturuka ni baba ya Ojwang na bibi yake. Kama mama yeye hataturuka. Lakini the way things are going, I concur with my brother there. Usiweke roho sana mpaka saa ingine tunaumia. Because it looks like we have come to resign in Kenya that everybody has a price. I am warning the family of Ojwang. And I want this to be carried by analysts and all political bloggers and the people in the X and everywhere. We should not shy from saying this. I don't see the reason of Sakaja. If truly Sakaja, this guy worked in it, he should produce the evidence, and his accounts should not have been deleted. Some of the things that he was writing, ABCD, and there is no hurry. Homa Bay is there. He could have been offered a job in Homa Bay. It is too early to start offering jobs without the main person of interest resigning and paving way for what? For investigation. Because today IPOA said, and it gave a report. Fortunately, I never knew this, because Owino said two things that people fear when they go to remand. If there's a breakout and if somebody dies. IPOA gave a report today that, it is now investigation are having that in the last 1 year, there have been 35 deaths inside the cell that have never been investigated. That together with the Ojwang, today is when they are starting that. You know, that shocked me, that it takes the case of one person because it has been projected for now for us to know the reality that, well, the killer squad has been doing a lot of job, you know. This is just the fortunate one that it has projected the reality on the ground. But if that is how the politics is going to saturate this case, so that we cannot stop this killer squad from operating within the police force, I think then it's going to be unfortunate that we just went to the streets for no reason, like every other time. Kenyans must refuse that we don't have a price to pay all the time. But if to be given a job will stop what today we saw people going out to do what? To fight for their future. We are not only fighting for, he has already died, but also we are fighting for justice for his parents. But we are also wanting to stop future happenings of these kind of things. So our going, it's not about job, one person being given. Then it makes sense that we have jobs that are given only to quell people, not to go to streets. If that is true, then every day we should go to streets and cause, what we call anarchy, so that our youth can be given jobs. Does it take a killing of your husband for you to be employed? Are we trying to encourage that narrative? That's a very stupid narrative. Extremely. If I was the family, I could have rejected the job before the investigation have started. And if it could have been offered during the funeral, it will make sense. But being offered right now, it's a bribe to me. And if the family is accepting it, then woe to us who are going to the streets. I don't know anybody who sees that narrative. But if that is the case, we must shout on the rooftop and say, you know what? Stop it. It is not only for the family. Ojwang is a national symbol of our people who are dying. Just like here in Minneapolis, one young man changed the rest of history. Today, hata kama sina lights za nyuma, asija change plates zangu or anything, nobody is going to arrest me. Maybe the cop can tell me, do you know, sir, that your plates are expired? Are you sure that you are going to change them soon? Yes. Okay. Can we give you a waiver and you go change? Do you have money? No, I don't have money. Okay, I'm going to write a receipt. You can go to DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicle, and you do what? You can change them for free. And you can get $50 for free for having obeyed the law. That is what happened to us now. So if we want change to happen the same way George Floyd changed this state that I am, which was deplorable. Some of us were almost hanging on the thread because we couldn't drive anymore. Why? You don't know when you will be stopped for no reason. So Ojwang case is not a matter of a family alone. The reason, yes, we are beating the family, but we are saying this is a problem in Kenya. Lang'ata has been doing this, but this time around, tumemshika red-handed. And the media and the Kenyans are ready to solve it once and for all. So that job should go, first and foremost. And meeting of politicians should stop at this case and meet the people that we intend to make sure that justice is served. As being told that amepewa job, I think it's a wrong way of doing things. Later on, apewa job, we have no problem because obviously, akona mtoto, we care about that. It's not like we don't care. But something that we perceive as a bribe to stop it. And Sudis are good in that. And you know that. And the rest of the groups of Sudis are good in bribing Kenyans in terms of saying they tried to do that to Okanga. I don't know if they did. They succeeded in Kasimuel. They succeeded in Morara. They succeeded in Gaddafi. Was it Gaddafi? No. Who was it Gaddafi or this guy that had an ex with Ruto that was what was his name, Nani? This guy that interviewed Ruto on the X when he came to the X. They succeeded in buying him, and you can see what money is doing.
Osama Otero.
Yes, Osama Otero. Are we going to allow that to be the narrative when we see it openly and we know the end game and we still want to go to the streets only just to make a point on 2 to 3 days? I am seeing this is where it's going to. How that? politicians, people from Ruto side made sure that Eric Singh, yani in 11 minutes, pesa ilikuwa imeingia ikaja na stop it, no pay bill, no nothing else. Wachana hiyo kitu iende, because they didn't want it to be a movement. Immediately Sakaja akachukua hiyo kitu. I don't know. I'm sad about that.
Brother Alex, also to add on what you're saying, have you seen that they have started fighting about the money that was given to the dad? Umeongea kitu mpaka ukaniguza. Because today I've seen Hanifa talking and saying that ati Eric Omondi is like he played with the money for the dad. Ni kama alibeba yote. So this issue, vile tu unasema, I agree with everything that you have said. This thing, if we start doing it like that, hata hiyo kazi anapewa, it will disrupt everything. So I agree with what you're saying, bro, Mr. Eric. Juu tuki-involve these guys,
How long will this job be? How long will it stay? 1 year later unaambia Torok kwenda huko, wewe ni nani? Toka hapa. Hiyo story imeisha. Afukuzwe kwa hiyo kazi. Hiyo nyumba itajengwa halfway through. Politics dies out. He's told, boss, unataka nini kujengea nyumba kama ni ya bure? Alex is right. These things halfway through, when these political things are dying out, as the politicians' stuff is dying out, Wisha, sorry for the interruption.
Mr. James, you can take over.
Well, but yet, I've always said but yet, hizi vitu zote Ruto amefanya tangu last year, has he been successful? Can we really give him credit for disrupting the focus of Kenya for Ruto must go? He has not. As a matter of fact, ni kama sijui nani alimkorogea. How is it that the same month enye karibu imtoe ndio hizi stories za Lagata? And to answer stories za nani, I think he's gone. This maandamano itambeba. Ilikuwa ile swali ya Njiru. This one will go all the way to finance bill. Ruto has not succeeded to appease Kenyans. The issue ya Ojwang is an issue that Kenyans are mad not because he's the first one, but because it's been a pattern. So they can do what they say, strike while the iron is still hot. You know, right now, breaking news and the entire family, who are very humble people back in the village, they have never been out on this platform. You know, the next move will be they are in State House to face the guy that maybe call out the shots to and put the rogue police and shake their hands. And that might be looked at as if they are doing them a favor to meet and greet the perpetrators of the crime. So anything that they can do, samaki mkunje akiwa mbichi ndio wanafanya saa hii. Before wakauke alafu waendelee kuongea. So ukiletwa ndani ya kazi, you can go and complain to the same person who your employer, you are in there na unaleta fitina na umepewa kazi, ndio hiyo story nyamaze. So it's a bribe. Ni kazi gani? Ni kazi ya 20,000 nini Nairobi, whatever city council, na nyumba za Kenya za Nairobi mnazijua. You know, hiyo balance hata itakuwa pia cost of living. Hata heri mtu mwingine kutoka Homa Bay waseme wanamjengea nyumba na wampe kazi Homa Bay kwa county. I think I will see it from a community level that they are feeling and they are standing with one of their own. But Nairobi, jamani, mtu alikuwa anaishi Voi. Where is Sakaja doing all this? It is inconvenient. The house, their home was in Voi, ama huko Coast, and the ancestral home ni Homa Bay. We unapeana kazi Nairobi, ataishi kwa servant quarter yako for free, and then ndio umnyamazishe. But with all those things, Ruto has never succeeded. The way I look, if it was another smart president, ange-address issue of finance bill last year, avute those CSS and all the things that he did, and they will have never shown up. But Ruto recycled kina Murkomen. These are the same problems he's facing today. So he has never silenced Kenyans because he has never learned from his mistakes. So a little temporarily bandage on the parents is a little bit too late because Kenyans have taken it over from the parents and the family. And they are speaking on their behalf, whether they were quiet or they were on the street by themselves. So they might go quiet, but the movement continues. The narrative is not today. Ulitudanganya last time, mkatuletea sijui nani, mkasema mnaenda consultation, mkasema the 10-point agenda za broad-based no killing. Again, bado tunaendelea na the same. And the funny thing is the broad-based government had their 10-point agenda. The Sifuna keeps saying, no more abduction, no more killing. The government is killing in their own backyard, not hata huko Mount Kenya. Nyumbani, na mko 10 points agenda. What 10 points agenda? So not today, Ruto, not today, Raila. So they can do all these things and take pictures and whatnot. And they can, Kenyans, we have adopted a culture of saying, tumuonea eating. Because back in the Kenyans that we used to know, they used to forget and move on. The Kenyans that have evolved ni Wakenya wenye wameenda mpaka wapi? Si wameenda mpaka nini? Tumeenda mpaka tuko kwa TikTok, tumeka Ruto mpaka kwa X. We are fighting. You know, we are fighting. So at the end of the day, we have gotten smarter. So this thing of them ati watakuja kutunyamazisha na kuwapea kazi, kupea mtu mmoja kazi mwenye amefiwa inatusaidia sisi aje, na tunajua kina Rex Masai wako 6 feet under. Now Albert 6 feet under. The rest 6 feet under. So we are not gonna take that hizo games zenye wanajaribu kucheza, and I think this is gonna lead to the next finance bill. The only thing that I know is that they are not on the same page. They are so confused right now that I feel like they will be confused all the way to finance bill. Niko na kamgeni hapa kwa mlango, unless someone else start.
Jen zote unaweza ingia. My brother, Jen.
Innocent.
So yeah, that's what I feel. Tusipige siku watu wa Moye Konde. Tutasukuma hii serikali. Wamecheza mchezo mingi. Wamesema Adani ni mzuri, Adani yako wapi? You know, when we are here talking about our issues in Kenya, we should also address our accomplishments. If Kenyans were quiet, Ruto angekuwa far. Pembe zake zingekuwa mrefu zaidi. So we have made milestones. And they are they are always making desperate moves to try and, you know, kumwagilia moto maji, but I don't think they can handle this thing. This thing, like we were saying the other day, it's either it's going all the way to one term 2027, or vile ninaanza kuona hapa saa hii ya Ojwang ikishikana na finance bill, my friend. Sidhani kuna mtu atajua.
Unajua, let us not be too optimistic when we know politics can be played to put us in a precarious whereby you have no reason to go to the streets anymore. And I'm looking at a situation because how these things are being handled, honestly, if you connect the dots to form a straight, one of the pieces right now is the IG has insisted that his deputy is guilty. He has even named him a person of interest. He has exonerated himself, and he has even gone further to say anybody whose name has appeared must resign or must record a statement. Today he was categorical, yesterday to other people, that he needs to record a statement because he's the person of interest. But he cannot record a statement before he resigns because he goes there as DIG atapigiwa salute. Now, all of a sudden, after that lengthy conversation in Parliament, IPOA already had even told us that the CCTV has done what was interfered with. In particular, they brought somebody who specifically deleted that particular only. The rest were left, which is telling. Okay. Lastly, on that, it is said that they insisted that Talam is the person who is the main suspect. However, the person who was arrested later in the evening was Aluya called Mukhwana or something of the sort. If you look at the games being played here, they want to act like they are very serious. But what are they doing? They are playing games that are high tech. On the back, the government, obviously, as far as I came to know, took over the family of Ojwang, and it is giving them a 24-hour security. You have known what it means to be under surveillance. Kipa ametuambia hapa earlier, the person in regard to kitu inaitwa NADCO report was Kalonzo. Anatembea na gari ya speaker. They had a pack of 400 million, sitting allowance, security 24 hours, negotiating for what? Subsidies zirudishwe. What happened in the end? They did not put the standard of living or electoral injustice in that NADCO report. They put what? Other things, including seats of the opposition ABCD. That is the narrative that goes in there. They will surround the family. They will bankroll the funeral. They will reoffer the family a job. When you are surrounded by, and why will you go to the street if the family will come and say, justice has been served, the person has been arrested, ABCD? Because if until now, Lagat has not, it's because Ruto is playing that script. And that is why I'm saying, let us not start, let's not dive, let us give them the pressure and say, this thing, if the family does that, that is you. For us, we are not, in other countries, and Mr. Joseph, if you have a domestic abuse and somebody withdraws the case, the state takes over or the federal government takes over. So they must know. They must know that whether Ojwang's father, whether Ojwang's wife, whether Ojwang's son withdraw from this case, we will take it over as the court of public justice. That is what we want. That's the statement we want to tell this government. It is not about one person. Ipo has already told us about the 35 people who died in custody, in the custody that they came to know within this year alone. So we don't know since Ruto took over. It is now that it was revealed because it was too hot for them to hide anymore. Okay, because other institution knew it. So let us not belittle that. Ruto has not. What Ruto narrative is in 7 days we will be able to deal with this issue. we will finish and it will become history. How do we make it not to become history? That should be the conversation. Let us not belittle Ruto. He has done it before. In fact, all of you have been having a conversation with me here while I'm having what? My submission here. You have reminded me of Ogola. You have reminded me of Musando. I will remind you of Mbai. I will remind you of Ouko when Onyuka was given a job. If we go back, how the state functions. But we should now be able to learn how they play these narratives so that we can come out of the same insanity that we have been allowing them to get away with. I don't agree with the statement that Ruto has always been losing. Losing on what basis when we let it go? Look at how we let it go, Musando. When a person of interest, Moses Kuria, writes in Twitter X openly that he knows, he even takes a photo, everything tells us where Musando is. And until today, Kuria is what? He became even a minister. So this issue at Ruto has always lost. We are lying to ourselves. We have always lost. Take it to the bank. That's why we are continuing to die. That's why Lagat is still in there and he cannot resign. We cannot lie to ourselves that Ruto has always lost. We have lost severely. And that's why we are bitter. And that is why we are taking it as maybe, and I'm insisting, maybe if all of you can think about me, if all of you can think the same way I am thinking, maybe this is where the buck stops and say enough is enough. But if again we start saying that, oh, Ruto has been losing, no, he has never, bro. We have always lost. He almost lost. Almost does not count. When he says, I have accepted, I dismiss my cabinet, then he brings the same people. He takes another person off, he brings his inner, do you know that we gave Ruto an opportunity after June 25th last year, even to bring his most trusted lieutenants in the government? Do you know that we created a vacuum for Ruto to hire his most trusted lieutenants into the government? Will Murkomen have become a minister for internal security, were it not for June 25th last year? Ask yourself. Never on earth. And then you call it that Ruto lost. Ruto won big time because Ruto does not even have a deputy president who can put him on toes. We went to subsidiary budget where we don't even know. We took the finance bill away, but the how we financed the government for 1 year was even more worse than the finance bill than we rejected. How did Ruto lose? Let's wake up, one. And this year, it is worse than the last one. It's only Ojwang factor that is making us conglomerate those things together. Because the guy is emboldened. He has encroached power. He has encroached the judiciary. He has encroached the state powers. Apart from the government powers, he has encroached beyond the what we call the bodies that guard for us the legislature. Where did Ruto lose? The first president, I think, in the world, whoever had his own deputy president, mkuu wa majeshi, polisi, akakuwa na opposition on his side, akaweka opposition to be his minister for finance, his minister for energy, everything. And you say Ruto lost? We must be out of our mind, man. That is a narrative I will not. If there is a president who is ruling like a king, a real king, like a monarchy, is William Samoei Ruto. Take it to the bank.
Brother Alex, today you are touching the hot spots. Umefanya mpaka nipate goosebumps. Do you know what you have said is true? I've remembered that the day Ruto, when we went for maandamano, he changed the cabinet. alikuwa ameongea before akasema these guys even they don't know what they are doing in I know more than they know in their ministries. He was finding a way to be able to change his cabinet. Alikuwa anataka kuifanya nini, inaitagwa nini, kureshuffle. He wanted to reshuffle it. So I don't know what we are saying that this guy has been losing, because you have touched all the points I could think, because this guy has been winning in all points. Even last year, as we went for demonstrations, we did not have a finance bill. He threw it out, so he knew he can spend money the way he wants. I think you have touched me so much. So brother Innocent, uko hapo? Innocent in neutral. Eli, brother Njiru uko hapo? Okay, we go to James. James, you can enter and give a view.
Yani wazee walikuja kulala hapa ama wamekujiwa? Me, what I say, and I agree with Alex. Ruto has been winning, and but however, he's not been learning. Unajua, unaweza win by cheating, but at the end of the day, when you are really tested, you have to cheat and learn. Ni kwa nini shida zake zinamrudianga? You know, like for him, he's still recycling chaos in the country. He's allowing it. You know, after what happened last year, Ruto had a chance of winning Kenyans' heart by being on the side of the people. But he doubled down na akakuwa defiant, and due to that, kuna makosa inajirudia. Na hii makosa, even though he's winning for now, itamlipukia. There was times where somebody like Albert, and there have been a lot of situations and scenarios, will go, under the carpet just like that, and nobody will elevate it to national level. It will be an incident here and there. Mkenya moja alipatikana kule, Mkenya moja, and it goes like news just like another day. Not today. So when I say also Kenyans have come a long way, as much as Ruto has come a long way, tunapelekana naye bumper to bumper. But he's not learning. He's not, and I used to work for a boss of mine we were very cool. And he told me one thing, James, as much as we are cool, never throw me under the bus. And that was my only job. Meaning, if people are coming to work on time, I come in 5 minutes early. That way we don't, tuziekane kwa mashida. Take care of your boss. He will take care of you. But Ruto has everybody not taking care of him, if you know what I mean. Makosa yake ni kukuwa reckless. Wakenya, culture yetu ni ya kusahau na kuforgive. But these Kenyans I see, wame accumulate anger. Na inalupuka. Albert will have been another case back in the day. But not today. So, in as much as he's making some wins here and there, he's also not learning from his mistakes. Personally, I will have sacrificed Kina Murkomen. Because these people, every time they speak, in all the ministries they drag problems. So I feel like another person in Ministry of Interior that is not as close to Ruto will be better. Actually close to Ruto, but can do the job better, competent, is better than Murkomen. But you want to hang on this guy. And you see when he stands and speak, he say, I hear, I don't know eyes, I don't see. I don't hear, I have no ears. Huyu ni mtu anakutoka kwa mashida, my friend. How much longer can you keep making the same mistakes and expect to pass the exam? Unajua hiyo ni ile exam I've won because I was given an exam that is multiple choices, and every time I've selected an answer, it was the right one. Well, if you call that success, well, ni mwerevu sana. You know, then there will be a time the questions will come and they will not have the multiple choices. What are you gonna do? So he has been doing trial and error, and according to him, he's winning. And according to us, yeah, he's one day too old in the office, and he takes that as a win. Yeah, and Kenya is suffering because of that. But he's not learning from it. Na hii itafika mahali, you know, when you cannot control a country at a time where they are commemorating the anniversary of what was almost kicked you out of the office. How smart are you? So he's winning, but yeah, don't give him too much credit as a leader. He's winning. Kenyans are getting tired of those same old things. And vile Gachagua alisema, 2007 can be like Christmas. It might be the truth. Kenyans are tired. This is not the old Kenya. Tuko hapa hivi. Back in those days, we will not be out here talking matters of the country to this level. Kenyans are tired. The old folks are tired. And to make it worse, the young generation is tired. They don't even want to hear us advising them, even us are reasonable. They don't care about the advice. Shida tu wanasema tu 2027 tutakufanyisha Christmas ya 2007 hata kama tulikuwa wadogo. So that's why I say give Kenyans credit. Tumemweka bumper to bumper. Failure to do what we have been doing. Ruto could have been worse. Tumemweka on edge. Failure to do what we have been doing. Ruto could have been worse. Ni vile tumemwonyesha hatuogopi. Anaua watu, wanawakidnap, ana nini, anaekwa kwa casket. You know how much it takes for other countries to do that type of thing? So, as much as he thinks he's winning, I wouldn't give him that much of credit. As somebody who knows how to win, somebody who understands, I've made a mistake, and for me to stay in power, I have to correct my mistakes. You double down, go double down.
For Ruto doesn't care about being given credit.
But he can do that in Uganda. But in Kenya,
Ruto main prize, and in politics, it doesn't matter whether, in the book Machiavelli, a prince doesn't care in terms of, and if you look at Ruto's script, it has always been Machiavellian politics that is playing to make us so poor that nearer to the election, he will lie to us that things are working, and that is when probably, same way sometimes this country functions, that gas, balloons up, and by the time we are coming to midterm election, then the gas goes so low. For instance, right now it's about $3. By the time we are going next year to midterm election, I'm sure it will be somewhere about 199. It will have gone significantly low. So Ruto's win for him, in a way or the other, is not to fascistize you or anything of the sort you're thinking of. As long as he stays in power and gets the power. And in politics is the fight for power. Because the power that Ruto has is the one that is law and policy. And we are fighting to get that power. And any day that Ruto is there, even 1 hour, it is a win for him. Because Ruto knows the moment he will come out of that seat, even if it's 2032, he will not last a day if true leadership will be put in that country without him dying. So for him, a win is being in power by all necessary means. Buying Raila, kutuchezea, killing people, because he doesn't care. He does not play the script. He is unhinged. So we cannot be hinged. We have to be unhinged too. And that is why I agreed last time that we cannot debate with him. If we could not debate this man, why would you form a government with him? Because he doesn't play by the script. So the only way to deal with Ruto, nilikuwa naona leo watu wanasema, oh, msiharibu hii, msifanye hii, muko maandamano. Unless that happens, nothing, he will not listen to nothing. That is the unfortunate nature of this personality. These are rare personalities in history that ruled this country without care. The Bokasas, the Mobutu Sese Sekos, the Mugabes, the Musevenis. You have seen Musevenis, how they rule that country. That's their personality. A win for them is not what you think. A win for them is as long as they stay in power. That is the definition of a win for them. Let me take a phone here.
Brother Innocent, tumekuwa tukikuita Brother Innocent, are you there? Ama Mbulilala? Brother Neutral, are you there? Eli, Mr. Njiru. So, Brother James, did you want to know anything about the bill today? Because I had some things that came through, so I can be able to address some issues. If you had some questions about it, I had some small answers about them.
As a matter of fact, I missed out on the bill. You know what? I don't really care so much about it, anyways. But I eventually will have, come around to it. But yeah, so what happened? I saw that Biden went to the parliament. So what was it that he was saying about the finance bill?
Buddy today went to table the finance bill, and there is things that he brought in, and from this finance bill that are also too much hurting, because he took money from the agricultural sector, which is the backbone of this country, and he has put some money also in security. I don't know why he was putting much money in security, which made me angry, because how can you be financing more on security than you can finance more on agriculture? And it's the backbone of our country. And also, how can you say that you are going to start importing, reducing price on, we are going to reduce the tax on rice that is coming from outside the country, and that time you are also saying we are going to reduce money for agriculture. Also, another thing that he touched on was the plastics. So if he's going to introduce these taxes that he said 25% on plastics, I know people are going to come and tell me that it's all about climate change, but what is this have to do with climate change when you know that the plastics are one of the most important components in some of the materials we have? For example, we use them in many areas. I see it's used like largely in every area. So it means if you introduce a 25% tax on these plastics, it means the commodities must rise in price. Also, he added tax on the live streamers. So it is meaning now, because they have seen people are going online and they are talking, and they want to curb people not to be fighting with this government. It's like they're introducing taxes so that they can hurt us even more. Also, they added attacks on the zero rated commodities were removed from tax free to zero rated to tax. So now, if something like milk and the other, he was not talking in details, but he was talking. But if you understand the things that are being touched, you can know that all these commodities we are talking about, they are going to rise in prices. Like you expect the milk, you expect the bread, because they are largely not they are zero rated. Also, they are going to add tax on. They are going to add VAT, which I had said before here. I think they are going to add it from 16 to 18. So, and the things that that they were brought, that they are going to help people, because everything must have pro and cons. So the pros that he brought were to say that construction people have won largely, that they are going to be reduced the price for this metal. But my question was, in construction, there is so much things that are involved in construction, not only the metal. So if you reduce the metal, is still the same time the price of cement is still high, and the price of baby iron sheets and other things is still high. So what are you doing? It means is like you are just trying to play with the minds of the people who are in the construction industry. So those were the pros, I think, and the other pro was this one, for saying that they are going to remove taxes on rice, which is being imported. So I wondered, if you are going to remove taxes on rice which is being imported, it means the farmers who are working inside Kenya, what about them? Because the people in who are production farmers for rice in Ahero, in Kirinyaga, in all these parts, what is going to happen to them? So these were the things that he brought, and also he's going to add alcohol. Alcohol, obviously, it is added in every budget, so I don't see any difference with the alcohol. But he said that we are going to increase the alcohol ingredients, the things that make alcohol ingredients, from I think it was 350 something to 1,000. So people who take alcohol, they are going to be in a rude shock. But those were the things that I think he brought today in the parliament. Those are the things I had. So we are going to keep on interrogating. But I am waiting for the debate by the members of parliament to hear what will be debated there, and we'll see all the things that were introduced. So, Bona James, what do you see that like it's going to hurt you more there?
Well, first question on the rice imports. Do we have a shortage of rice in Kenya?
No, we don't have. And even
So
they
why are you reducing taxes for something that we actually don't need? Like, it's not going to help people. When you reduce taxes, it's more like how you're talking in US. Reduce tariffs, that way commodities, we depend on a country like China for XYZ stuff, and it's not here. So you reduce that. How is it helping us? A budget should be helping the people. Do we have shortage of rice? No. And if you do have shortage of rice, I thought he went from subsidizing production than consumption. What he's doing, that's subsidizing consumption on a product that we don't actually need. Because if you reduce taxes from those things, you're subsidizing consumption, not production. So we don't need that. It does not help people. That is just rice. The issue with the plastics. So you're taxing everything that comes in the country is made out of plastics. And then what are you gonna use that money towards? If it's environment, is it a environmental go green jobs? What are we doing? Are we starting plants in different counties to recycle plastics that will give people jobs? Or you are going to take that money and use it for 2027 campaign, because that money is waste money anyways. When you're taxing plastic, you're taxing wastage. So the money out of it, if it's not going anywhere else, it cannot be traced. Hiyo issue ya social media, I see pushback, but I think that's their walikuwa wameonea watu wenye walikuwa wanawachora kwa nini kwa casket 18. That one they will force it through because they know by taxing social media means that they silence all the platforms that has been attacking them on, in the world. The hashtags, Ruto must go. You're taxing that word. So I know that one is something that they were to do. At the end of the day, with all these things, so there was another one that I was very curious. I don't know if they mentioned the land. Did they mention anything to do with the land, 10% of property tax and stuff like that? Or they?
Mr. James, I'm waiting. You know this guy. This guy is very clever. He's hiding these things inside the bill. He does not. You see, like the plastic, the not the plastic, the zero rated. He never explained what zero rated is meaning. What they want to hide it in Kizungu Mingi. You know this Kizungu Mingi. So we are waiting for. I'm waiting to see these guys when they go to Parliament. We have people who debate. We have sober minds in Parliament. So I'm waiting to hear what they are going to interrogate this finance bill. But I think it was there. That issue of lands was there, and I'm waiting to see it.
I see someone has said that by the way, anytime they reduce taxes on imports, they are in the same business. Tip point, amesema, reduction in rice imports is to facilitate Kasongo's business on imports, especially on that, or even his friends, or maybe he knows somebody out there, the Adanis that want to sell all their rice to Kenya and they can get a cut. So it's the same thing. But Kenyans should be vigilant. This thing that we are going through right now, I will highly encourage Kenyans to attach it to the finance bill. Injustice is injustice. We are going down the wrong way. And this time we should be organized. As soon as they mess, we take advantage of that message and send a message to them. It should be organized. It cannot be like how last year we were doing, everybody was, and then what you are saying, Kina Osama, they got bought. This time we should be organized. And because if the finance bill, the Albert thing can come and go, and justice might be, they might fake justice, fire some people here and there, but nobody, Kenyan cases, they drag for years while the guy is in Dubai and here and there, so the cases in Kenya, it's not like Hazikimbizwi. The guy Lagat might be out on bail or bond for the rest of his life, and there's nothing. He might live to see his last day, 90s, while his case is still pending in court. That's what they do. So they might come up with those strategies of, we step down, chukua pension yako, tutawaambia, chukua tu XYZ, nyamaza, weenda kula nini yako Botswana, shamba lima mahindi hapo Zimbabwe, in and out, people wouldn't know. As long as you're not in the office, we'll drag the case. And we'll think that justice has been done. That's the problem. Wale maminister walipewa kazi ambassadors, people have been reassigned some other places. So at the end of the day, but the finance bill, that will stay with us. The finance bill, that will affect the economy, if they're not showing any chills for us, There's no need for us to show chills. I mean, literally, there's nothing they are doing with these taxes. In as much as they say they collect this much money, hakuna yenye tunaona. I saw people from Nakuru. They are not even leaders, regular folks who went to the State House. They were being paid 10,000 Kenya shillings a piece. You're being taxed that way. It can be squandered and mismanaged like that. Pesa inapeanwa tu huko, you know, itoke kwa plastics. Hizo ndio pesa za plastics hizo. Yeah, kitu yenye, yeah, they really don't know what to do with the money, but they have it. Hizo ndio pesa za kununua. Bro, they're not doing anything with the money that's productive. So finance bill is equally important to the issue ya Albert, and I pray that Kenyans pay attention and not distracted na mambo ya moja. We are supposed to move this thing as a unit. You know, we address injustices here and we address finance bill. Kenyans have time. Matter of fact, a lot of them are unemployed. You know, people have time. We need to take everything and go with it. Bure tutabebwa wana. The land bill, taxes. 10%. 10%.
Brother, and I've forgotten to tell you one. They added. I forgot to tell you one. For factories, you see these guys who had started factories, new factories. Yani unaanza ka factory kidogo. You are a person starting your own biashara kidogo. Yani like a small factory which is employing some, maybe we say 50, 100 people. Wameambiwa saizi wataanza kutaxiwa. You remember they had been given tax, did they?
Yeah.
So now they have started to be taxed. So it means those biashara ni kama zitafunga.
So you're taxing a company that's barely hiring people, barely selling anything because the economy have killed it. Then you're going for the last coin. Ya kulipa stima tu watu wakujanga. You know, sometimes some of these companies are just operating to keep the lights on. They are not bringing any profit, but you still want to come back for it. We jamaa.
Na kengine kakuumiza Mr. James. Today he has added another post for, I think they are calling them, I don't know, administrative what. Ameongezea another post, so the cabinet is growing wider and wider, and also in the bill they allocated more money for his office. So it's like they want to, you see, watu unasikia wako nje, the ones he want to bring in is trying now to create posts for them. That's why you hear he's looking for people like Akina Kalonzo, because he's trying to broaden that thing. Not even now the broad base, now it will be broaden and broader, because today he has published I think seven posts. I'll check for you, I'll give you the names, but I saw some of them, they were 7. And to make matters worse, his office was allocated more money than the one he was added more money than the one he was given in this coming budget. So in this finance bill aliongezewa pesa zingine juu, so he's like he's ready now to finish his salary. Ni kama anataka kuleta hao watu wako nje akina anatembea, it's like you want to put them in.
Well, guarantee you some of this, you know, I think what Ruto is getting wrong, and it can be a big problem for these leaders because they are doing same formula that used to work back in the day. It's not working for these Gen Zs. By the way, kina Natembea, kina Kalonzo, those are just megaphones. The message is behind the guy. That's the people. They are just using them as a megaphone. Without the person holding the megaphone, that megaphone is useless. So he can take the megaphone. Kina Natembea tu ni watu when they have been empowered or put in a position to amplify that message in a region. That is the region speaking. So ukichukua microphone na speaker na hakuna msemaji, So utabaki umeshika megaphone, but watu kule bado wanapiga makelele. So people still make noise. And Natembeya knows people will turn him into an enemy. Gachagua knows. And that's how we need to be holding these people accountable, because we know. Hapo ndio nilikuwa nasema tusiweke kwa roho sana, juu tutaumia. Hatuwezi kuja hapa tunatetea mtu mmoja. Sometimes utaongea all day ukitetea mtu mmoja, na sometimes huyo mtu atakudisappoint wewe mpaka ushangae ulikuwa unamtetea nini. So Ruto can hire as many people as he wants. As a matter of fact, he has tried it. That formula doesn't work because he had absorbed, when he kicked out Gachagua, he went and hired a bunch of Kikuyu, Mount Kenya people. Watu ni nini? Look, they were useful. This former governor wa Kiambu anaitwanga nani, hata nimemsahau jina. That's how bad.
This guy who says that jamaa anasemaga ati chrome is a type of alcohol.
Kabogo used to have a name when he was outside. Na ameingia huko nimesahau hata jina yake. So that same approach cannot work. And whoever is advising that guy, I think is the only person, whoever is advising Ruto is the only person that deserves a pay raise, to me. Kwa sababu huyo ndio anamsaidia kuanguka na anatusaidia. So that one, I'm good. Watu wanatusikizanga kwa hizi mitandao. They are free to go. Nobody is holding them back. Usikufe njaa juu yetu, my friend, na umezoea kukula cheeseburger, bacon, na huko sasa unakula managu na sisi tushazoea. Enda ukakula kitu umezoea. If you are not for us, just go. My friend, utakufa hapa njaa for no reason. He has done all that. The minister of, I don't know, huyu minister mwingine ni wa agriculture ama wa wapi sahi?
Ni wa industries, anaitwa huyu wa kutoka
former health.
Former health, huyu Kagwe.
I'm not even worried about his approach. He can make accommodations for all that, but that's why I say Ruto does not learn. When Alex was speaking, I agree with them on specific stuff, but the learning part, he does not learn. When you blow up a finance bill that you are told to make it lean and reduce position, and then you come back defiant, you are testing the people that actually were a little bit forgiving last time, and you used your last bullet, who was Rao. Who is going to help you right now? These people you're taking, Natembeya, these people are not going to tell people to stand down. Kalonzo cannot tell anybody anything, by the way. Kalonzo watu wanampenda kwa sababu yeye stand.
And he's the next, James. I'm telling you, he's the next. People see like tunaongea. You know today what this guy Kindiki said? Kindiki was in Kitui. I think he was in Kitui, or he was where? Leo alikuwa huko Ukambani. You know what he told Kalonzo? He told me, mimi siwezi kudanganya. Wacha kushinde ukichanganywa. And I'm seeing the way this guy is moving. Ruto is a very cunning guy. He knew that himself he will not go to Machakos, or he will not go to Ukambani. So he knew what I'll do. I'll send this guy with soprano, this guy, because even his talking is not deep, so that he can be able to go and convince these guys. And I saw all of them. Let me tell you, pahali unaona Faruk, na unaona Sudi, na unaona Sudi. Then you see this guy Kindiki. Just know Ruto has sent them. Ruto has sent them.
Very, very true.
Yeah, and
pia Kalonzo ni AKA. Sasa najua Kalonzo kuna mahali tulimweka kwa roho, AKA watermelon. Sasa najua alikuwa redemption ilikuwanga ni vile sahi amesumama against Kasongo for all this time since awachwe Saidi Azimio. But the AKA name is not too far from him. So it's either he takes it and we wouldn't be surprised. Look, amenunua Raila, hata sijui natumia Mount Kenya nini. Amenunua Raila. What has that done? It has not helped Ruto. You know, so ISO for, that's why I feel Kenya, where we are as a people, we are not the Kenyans that we were back in the day. Na nilikuwa nasikia Alex, but nasema pia tabia za Ruto zinaweza fanya sana Uganda ama Tanzania ama Sudan. Hizo tabia, you know, there's never been a president that has been this defiant. Moi alikuwa anasoma ground kidogo, anasema siasa mbaya, unamuona hivi ana, you know, like there are some things ana control. But if you lose control and you lose grip because you are standing your ground and it's your my way or highway, by the way, that can be true because you might be the one taking that highway. So learning is also important. You know, mwenye anamuadvise aongezewe mshahara, wacha hata kuweka hizi vitu za kina Kalonzo. Ongezea, and then he has the most advisors. One of the presidents, I think, in the world, more than Trump, that has the most advisors doing nothing. And the country is going down the drain with all these advisors. Because JB alisema he advises his own advisors. So if that is the way, it will only work. That's why I say let's give each other credit as a country. We have held this guy at bay. This guy was not supposed to be where he's at. Tumemhold Apple for a year. This guy wanted to be far away. Sasa anafaa kuwa anakaa na kukula na Adani. If he was to go his way, Ruto, the airport will have been something else. If he was to go his way, the finance bill will have been done. So let's give each other credit, and we learn from our mistakes too, because there's one thing to say that he needs to learn from his mistakes, and us as Kenyans, what is it that we didn't do right and that we can do better?
And you know, James, this guy, you know what terrifies me most is that you see, even as we talk about all these things and we talk about Ojwang, you'll see those guys going to his funeral. You'll see them. Now, wataweka mpaka red carpet. You'll see them. First, I know Raila will be there. You'll see him. And you'll see what he'll be talking about. Atakuwa akisema, no, our youths, we need to hold, we need to have a discussion, we need to have a dialogue. Hivyo ndivyo tu atakuwa akiongea. That's why I'm saying, even if as we continue to inject these guys in the maandamano, these guys, even if they try to do this and try, you know, the family might decide, yes, we are going to welcome them to come and speak and do what. But us as people, we should refuse this. We should say, no, we want to honor the legacy of this young man.
Yeah.
The legacy of this young man should not go down the drain, because this guy, his life has been lost because of the negligence of people who are supposed to be giving us. Imagine, the people who are killing them are the people who are supposed to give him security. Those guys are the ones who have tortured this young man. They have killed him, and we expect them. They are the ones who are supposed to be taking care of the of our day and day runnings. That hawa ndio tunategemea ati ndio kinga yetu ati ile inafaa kutuweka salama. So even as the way I was talking and saying these guys, we should not give them a chance. I think even when we go to this funeral for Ojwang, if it is going to be prepared, let us not also give them chance, please, because these guys, there is nothing they are going to bring to us. They have already done enough. They have done injury enough. I saw also this guy called Junet today talking. You know he talked until I felt like I can smash my phone to the wall, because the way he was talking is not even is like remorseful. Another thing, even they are taking advantage of the youths that went to demonstrate last year. They are saying that we are going to take a moment of silence. You are telling us you're going to take a moment of silence for those people who are killed. But when we are telling you we want to make a national holiday for them to commemorate the struggle and how these people were killed, you are coming to tell us, no, there is no holiday, it is still a working day. Huh? What is this? What are we doing? Today I was so much ashamed with this parliament. By the way, let me tell you, James, if there is a very useless parliament in the history of Kenya, will be this one. Mark it. This 14th parliament, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. They are all joyriders and chorus singers for the president. Did you see this lady called this lady even who does not know to talk? He does not know even how to talk in Senate. Her name is. He was just given a privilege by the government. His name is Nyamu. What was he talking before? He was talking now. Is Gachagua? What did he go and say in parliament when he saw the other people are not singing the same chorus he was singing? She was singing.
Kuna watu hata kusema kweli kama wanajipenda, he swipe to the left. Nyamu is not worthy listening. Like hata heri niwache earwax yangu ikae hapo. You know, you don't need to clean your ears just to listen to that type of nonsense.
And another one, James, another one, I thought she was very educated and enlightened. Another one called Pasaris. You know, me, that lady has shocked me.
Hiyo ni kwaya ya baba. Junet used to be the people's guy. Yeah, you know, like kwaya ya baba wachana nayo. That unajua kwaya yote iko na soprano, iko na bass na kuna ka alto. Unataka mtu wa alto kama Pasaris, aende ni soprano. Aende wapi? Kwaya lazima ikuwe na bass. You know, hiyo ni kwaya iko orchestrated in a way that it functions as a choir. They might have different voices and sasa Junet, huyo ni mtu hata akifungua mdomo siku hizi wa kusikia jamani. Unajua, as we move on from Kinakabogo, that I used to pay attention at their opinion and what they have to, their point of view. That's how we need to move. Kwanza kina Junet ni watu wa move on long time ago. The day the court gave them majority and they let it go. They're useless people, but you know, wacha niingie through my phone, nataka nitoke, but naona Mwamba amefika.
Mwamba, unaweza ingia.
Hey guys, Makuzo, what is trending today, my dear friends?
Mambo ni mingi.
I thought today it's justice for Albert.
Yeah, it was justice for Albert, but you know, so many events happened today. If you are following, so many things happened. We had Senate.
Crazy. I was so disappointed with those goons going to light up small cars there that don't exist. Na ukiangalia hizo gari zilikuwa wamerogota labda huko Kafuri wakarete ndio wachomee hapo. Nonsense. Anyway, Kenya ni yetu, tutakaa huko, hakuna mahali tunahamia. But at least now we almost very sure what happened about this Albert, the way he was killed and the way the story is created. I've just been thinking loudly, and my investigative instinct now knows exactly possibly what happened. The way I see it is this is a story, and this is my mind. I think I just need to rant it here. Maybe guys, you can comment. You can gaslight me after this, but this is what I think.
I'm here.
These 4 guys were sent, or 5 of them, they were sent to go and pick this guy from his home, and they were under strict orders, maliza huyo jamaa mkipata mara moja. Now something happened. Walienda wakamkuta home, and there was evidence, and they were identified. These are the usual abductors that have been abducting people. Sasa lazima saa ile walienda nyumbani, huyo mzee alikuwa mzee mpole sana, akaongelesha vizuri, aka even asked to identify them, and they actually had to prove they were the police. So wakaona sasa kijana tumekuja na tukimwacha sasa hivi atajificha, kwa hivyo we might not have another chance, but kamenuka, we have been identified. So wakamchukua wakapitia polisi huko Homa Bay, na lazima walipigia mdosi, wakamwambia sasa hapa kumeharibika. Kijana tuko naye lakini hatuwezi maliza yeye kwa sababu number one, we have been identified. So what do you want us to do? Akasema hapana, huyu amwezi wachilia, leteni, just bring him up to Nairobi and then umweke pale Central Police. Tutafikiria what we are going to do. So these guys, they must have driven this boy to Central Police the way they are saying, and they did not do anything to him. Hata kama walimchuna, possibly wako wamemuumiza, wakampeleka Central Police. Now, wakaripot, mzee, tumeleta mtu ako Central Police. So what do we do now? Simu membuku vizuri, kabisa, mpanieni simu apigie bibi yake simu. They gave him a phone, akapigia bibi yake, now to prove that he's in Central Police, safe. Hajapigwa, hajauawa, ako sawa. Lakini this guy has to die. So, akapiga simu, akaongea na bibi yake, and that is the alibi this guy is creating. Now, somebody has just mentioned Pasaris. The big boss, na alikuwa na uchungu mingi sana, he had to kill this guy. He had to form an alibi. And that is why he was with Pasaris at a very convenient time. And Pasaris is not, by the way, it is not, walikuwa na yeye somewhere. This is an alibi that is being formed now. Alafu sasa, hawa jamaa akaambiwa kwendeni mchukue mtu, tukutane Karura. Wakaenda wakamalizia jamaa Karura vizuri, na akaisha. So, I think he died sooner than they thought. So, they needed to take him back now to the cell to create the story. Jamaa amejipigisha ukuta, amekufa. So, he was returned. Now, where does this guy Talam come in? Talam, when the guy was brought the first time, he was not in the station. So, I don't think he saw him when he came, akiwa sawa. And so, for them to bring him a second time, this time, possibly he had not been booked in the OB. The second time, he had to be booked. Sahi sasa ameletwa akiwa maiti. Talam must have been there. Kwa sababu labda aliambiwa kulikuwa na mtu alikuwa ameletwa hapa na amechukuliwa tena. So he had to come and check. So when he was brought the second time, now when he was, Talam must have been there. Akaona huyu mtu siwezi chukua, pelekeni hospitali. And that must have been the story and the death of this guy. So, our man Ragat has an alibi. Tulikuwa na Pasaris mahali kule wanasema walikuwa. But now, Talam has come and given us the story. Huyu jamaa aliuliwa Karura. And he was brought when he was actually almost dead or dead. So that must be the story that is going around. And we need a very good lawyer who can prosecute that case in court to bring out that story. And we are even having a story, tumesikia sasa, at least the driver, I don't know whether it's the driver, one of the guys at least has been arrested. Kwa sababu sasa kamenuka, there must be a scapegoat. Na huyu jamaa naye amearestiwa, I doubt kama yeye pia atatoka kwa cell kama hajachipigisha kichwa. Because he has to die to kill the evidence. So that is what I've been thinking. That is what I'm thinking happened. I could be stupid, but that must have been a story. At least there must be something on those lines.
Bwana Mwamba, and
Yes,
was
sir.
he there? Was he there? DIG, was he there? The first meeting,
Yes,
was he there?
he must have been there. And that is why he's creating the alibi that hakuwa uko, he was with Pasari somewhere. Either Pasari has been paid or she missed the time this guy must have rushed to Karura to do the mission and come back. You know, this Indian watu wamesoma James Hadley sana. So they know how to kill and to create the shadow.
Lakini Pasari pia imebackfire kwake, akaanza kusema ati I never knew he's a DIG. Ati I just saw somebody who was there.
Let me put it this way. Pasaris didn't know that she was being used to make the alibi. Possibly she didn't know that this guy had gone out somewhere to kill and then come back. She could be telling the truth. Lazima walikuwa somewhere. And that's why she's actually swearing, or that's why she was swearing to say that huyu jamaa yenyewe tulikuwa na yeye na Saidi alipata hii ripoti. Of course, anapata report after the guy has been killed. Na by the time arudishwe kutoka Karura, na this guy must have gone to create his alibi back where he was. Don't you see the connect? Unaona hiyo story vile kana viti vizuri hapo.
The story you are saying, it was exactly the way it was in the Star. The Star is saying exactly what you said. Na kitu inanistua ni Karura Forest iko karibu na DCI offices. Si ziko hapo karibu ama inakuwaga wapi?
Karura is just opposite the gate of Karura. They are just opposite.
Yeah, I remember because I've ever visited nikiendea my good conduct huko, I saw the
Kama
big
unaongea
forest.
habari ya DCI ile iko Kiambu Road, the gate to Karura is right opposite across the road.
Yeah, the headquarters for the DCI. So inamaanisha hata
Yes.
huyo DIG anaweza kuwa alikuwa hapo akikunywa chai na huyu jamaa anaitwa Amin. So Amin knows all the stories and that's why he seems
This
anaonekana kuna kitu anaficha.
jamaa kuangalia even the body language, they know the story the way it happened. They know everything. They know everything. They have every detail. Ni vile hawezi kushikwa tena wakafinyafinywa vile tunafinyafinywa sisi tunaongea. Kama kuna watu wangewashika wafinywe vile wanafinya watu, they will give you the story properly. That is a whole novel to write.
But it
They
will
know
be then
everything.
but it will be then a movie to watch ikiwa kotini, because you know they need to bring these police officers because they are saying they have arrested them. You know they are going to bring them and they give the side of the story. Waseme, maybe tuseme wasipigishe kichwa. Unajua pia hao wanaweza ambiwa walijipigisha kichwa.
Before the time comes for the court hearing, those guys, most of them will be dead. And that's what they don't know. Na hiyo ndio ujinga yao. They will be killed themselves. Because this guy has to clean his evidence. And I don't think this is a guy who cares about anybody. He can kill anybody for his survival.
So these are what do we call them? These are collateral damage. Our police walikuwa sent to their collateral damage.
Those are just collateral damage, na ndio wanawekelewa sasa. Hiyo ilikuwa sasa wakiwekelewa, lakini sasa imekataa kushika, kamenuka. Somebody has to die, especially those that are likely to kupayuka. Na huyu Talam mwenyewe kwanza, his life is in danger. Akuwe very careful. Because he's the guy who is out there now giving out the story. Ndio waliwekelea na sasa ameanza kuongea. That guy is in danger. He should be very careful about his life.
Brother Mwamba, let me ask you a question. There is something I never understood. How if because tunajua mtu anafanya kazi from maybe government officers, they work from 8 to around 5. This guy Talam, because I know in a police cell the OCS has to be there or has to be notified if there is new prisoner, and lazima apatiwe head count and everything. So the question was, who was this big man that ata ako over superseding the OCS ati anaweza sema mpaka huyo mtu alale?
It must be like that. It must be like that. But don't forget, OCSs hawakwangi kwa ofisi all the time, but they are on call. Huyu jamaa anakuanga na radio kwa mfuko. Kitu ikitokea kwa station, anapigiwa over. Kumeharibika huku kuja ama kumeletwa whatever, there is a new case, he just comes. Yeah, huwa tu amehang around, but they are never in the office. Actually, it's very hard for you to go ukute OCS yako kwa office. Ni kuitwa anaitwa. So, maybe when this guy was brought akiwa sick, he must have been called by these duty officers. Hey, mzee, kuja hapa kumevuka. Kuna huyu prisoner alikuja, aliletwa hapa akiwa sawa, amechukuliwa round 2, ameletwa sasa akiwa maiti, hebu kuja. That must have been what happened. And that is what Talam is telling you. He's not even giving us the whole story. Kwa sababu he should tell us, this guy was checked into Central Police twice, not once, mara mbili. Lakini they are not saying sahili alitolewa, because ukitoka kwa cell, lazima OB andikwe umetoka. This time he was picked by this, hawakuandika. And also shows that he was actually not booked in when he came the first time. Aliletwa akaingizwa kwa cell. Alafu sasa akatolewa. Unajua sasa hakuna record. So the record is when he's being brought the second time, akiwa sasa kimaiti. But for sure, alikuwa ameletwa when he was leaving. Kwa sababu alipiga simu akiwa kwa police station na akaongea na bibi yake.
So it means that
that's why they started creating this story. They knew they were going to kill him, but they would not have done what they have always been doing. Lazima wangesema ni yeye alijiua. And to create that story that amejiua, that story had to be created between the cells, na kutolewa usiku na kupelekwa Karura na kurudishwa kwa cell. Ndio asemekane tulimweka cell akiwa mzima, lakini ametoka akiwa amejiua. Amejivuja miguu na mkono na mgongo na shingo.
So that's why that story ya kuondoa the petty prisoners who are there, the story was about all this, anashinda akitolewa akirudishwa, so that they cannot see
the story ya kutoa hawa maabusu wengine, it is the second time when he was brought when he was dead, because those prisoners would have been a witness now kusema huyu mtu yenyewe aliletwa akiwa amekufa. That's why he has to be in a solitary confinement the second time he was brought.
So the second time he was already dead. So alikuja tu kumleta.
Huyu jamaa alikuwa saa hiyo alikuwa amekufa, alikuwa maiti.
Well, and you know what you have said ndio this, and I don't know ati mpaka tunagojea gazeti kama The Stand ndio itatuambia what happened, na si tujichukulie tujue what happened.
That's why unakuta kina Kanja they are just talking nonsense, but they know what happened. They have the story, kwa sababu mtu kama Kanja the whole idea akiingia kwa hiyo police station akute constable anawaambia niambie saa hii what happened, ama saa hii nikuingize. He knows the story. He must have been told exactly what happened.
And another thing also,
nani alipiga simu? Ni mkubwa wako nani? DIG ndio alipiga achukuliwe. Sasa anamuuliza mzee, ni nini hapa umefanya? Ambia sasa hiyo kijana anasumbua namna hii, sasa unafikiria nini? That's how they talk.
And another thing Mr. Mwamba inanistua ni IG Kanja inaonekana ni kama mpaka hana nguvu. It's like even Amin has power over him. What I was learning nikasoma nikaona the inspector general is supposed to be overall of these guys. Ni anafaa kuwa juu ya watu wote mpaka huyo Amin.
Listen, hii kazi ya serikali you have to be very careful. When the overall, yes, lakini unajua mkubwa wao mdogo wako is operating directly. He has a direct line in State House. Na unajua he operates that squad and there's nothing you can do about it. Unaenda kupayuka nini? You have to toe the line if you want to keep your job. And don't forget, even towing the line of being in that job is a risk for you. Sema uanze kusema utatoka hapo, they will kill you. Kaya is mtu akona mahali mbaya sana. Hata ukiona akidanganya hivyo sio kupenda kwake. He doesn't have much to do. He has to.
So those guys even is like they wanted to do a repeat of what they did to JM. Vile walikuwa wameenda walikuwa wanataka mpaka kumtoanisha asijulikane. You know that is what they did to JM if you have studied the story of JM.
I know the story of JM from A to Z.
Nairobi. Yeah, they took him to Nairobi. It's called what? This hii ya Kanjoi cemetery ya Kanjoi iko Nairobi hapa nini? Hapa Kenyatta, karibu na Kenyatta. They took him there and they gouged out even everything that he had so that he cannot be noticed. I think this is the same thing they were supposed to do to him. They wasijulikane and then they declare that guy is not even known.
Hii story tunaijua tu kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja tu. Huyu mzee ali-identify these guys when they went to pick this son. That was pali ile story yao iliharibikia kabisa kabisa. Otherwise this guy was to be abducted the normal way and you would have never seen him again. But now he was taken from somebody from his home and the guys who took him were identified. Hao jamaa walikuja na pikipiki in that homestead. Walikuwa wamewacha Subaru wapi? Are you being told where they picked the Subaru? You don't even know where it was. Yes, walikuja na pikipiki. They just wanted to snatch this guy and go. Ubaya walikuja huyu jamaa in the middle of everybody, wakaongeleshwa and by mistake they identified themselves. Hiyo ndio brother ile walifanya. And that is why the long story of even Central Police. Hata hizo jamaa hakuna mahali angepelekwa Central. Angepelekwa huko kichakani huko Band Forest na kupe huko.
And also hiyo Subaru nasikia ipatikani. They have ipatikani hiyo Subaru.
Who are you to believe? Hata wakikwambia alikuja na hii whichever, even if they identify the Subaru, do you know for sure it was the one? Uliona mahali? Haikufika huko, haikuonekana na anybody. No, it was not seen by anybody.
So it means
you don't even know at what point, hata ujui at what point huyu kijana aliingizwa kwa Subaru. Si alibebwa na pikipiki kutoka home. He was picked by a motorbike. Yes. So hata wakileta hiyo ikuwe Subaru, hata ikiwa crime scene, hakuna kitu itapatikana because they will not bring the car to run for deal kama walikuwa wamempigia huko. Kwa hiyo
so even the senators kama hawakuwa wanauliza the right information, is like they are together
possibly
with this guy.
Possibly they didn't know. They were as puzzled as we were. But when the story came of the Karura thing, now you can actually visualize exactly what happened.
It's so shocking. Naona Madam Julia ameingia. Madam Julia, umesikia hiyo mambo vile tunapewa na Mwamba hapa?
Yeah, hata nimeshangaa ati the guy was brought to Central mara mbili.
That
Lakini
is exactly what has happened.
so I wanted to contribute
So
that.
even all those other police officers are guilty because they did not book him the first time he was brought.
Yes,
They did not.
yes. And they all know how he was killed.
Yes.
Watu wako na
They
hiyo
know he was
story.
taken, akapelekwa, akauawa, alafu akaletwa akiwa maiti. They know.
So me
Sasa ile wameanza kusema ni Talam is the first suspect, naye amesema hapana, hii mzigo sibebi kwa sababu I don't know. That's why he's telling the truth. Otherwise hiyo truth haingetoka.
So I wanted to contribute to hiyo issue ya ati Kanja hawezi ongea na ogopa. But me the thing I've been asking, and I think we were asking na Alex juzi, who takes such a job? Unaona saizi unakuwa ona Kome the former police boss is implicated in the killings of the Jay-Z. Si Jay-Z ameuawa kama Kome akiwa IG.
Yeah.
Then Kome ametolewa kuficha evidence. Masengeri ameambiwa asimamie, then Kanja. Who takes such a job? You see, the moment you see you are on the line of that and you value your life, I think unaweza fanya kama Samido. Mnafikiri Samido ametoroka nini? Unaweza fanya kama Samido, wacha wakutangazia kuarrest ukiwa mbali. Ama ugonjeke for real ujipate because who does that? The other job yenye mtu you should not take up in Kenya right now ni IBC. Unaona huyu chairman mwenye amechukua hiyo job na alikuwa anasema kwamba ati people discouraged him, wakamwambia people who take up that job die. You know, he was just pronouncing his own death. So wote mimi siwezi wahurumia because it is out of greed that they have found themselves where they are. Kanja thought that he was better than any. It is just like let's me talk about Kindiki. Who does that? You see, Kindiki took over from Gachagua so that yeye sasa ndiye anapenda kuliko mwenzake. Unaona, if you choose to work with criminals, you know what you're gonna go through.
You know, in the case of Kindiki took the job because he thought he deserved the job better than Gachagua. Because don't you forget, there was an election that was done before Gachagua was taken when they were choosing the vice president, and Kindiki was the winner.
Yeah.
So Kindiki must have been thinking, wewe ulichukua job yangu, si imenirudia tu hapo. He took it in very good heart. If you remember very well, when Kindiki was denied the vice presidency by the time they were doing campaign, Kindiki had even sworn mimi hata sitaki kazi ya serikali hata kidogo, naenda nyumbani kupumzika.
Alitoka kama amekasirika vibaya. Alitoka kama amekasirika. I remember that day. Alitoka amekasirika.
He came back.
Kindiki knows Ruto in and out from the days of ICC, isn't it? Wasn't Kindiki Ruto's lawyer in ICC?
He was part of the legal team.
Yes. Kindiki knows in Ruto in and out. Anajua ni jambazi, anajua ni muuaji. You know saizi hata Kindiki
wacha nikuulize before you continue, Julia. Wewe si ulijua Ruto before he was elected?
Yes.
Or Kenyans, did they know Ruto? Did they know that he's the one who committed Kiamba murders?
Me, I knew.
Why did they elect him?
I'm not talking about electing. I'm talking agreeing to work in close ranks with a criminal and a murderer is a choice of death, knowingly. That's the point I'm trying to drive. Agreeing to work with a criminal, alafu sasa kama saa ile umefungwa hapo huwezi toka, unakaa kama you behave like Kanja. You know? Agreeing to work with a criminal.
I'm 100% today. If Kindiki knew a way of getting out of that mess, he would want to get out.
Yes.
Because now, Julia, remember to cut you short. To cut you short, do you know that there is people who refuse work for Ruto?
Yes.
There is Kinyua. You remember Kinyua?
Yes.
You remember Kinyua? Kinyua, the honorable man, he refused. Na kuna huyu mwingine anaitwa Kinoti. You remember Kinoti? Kinoti alikataa kazi yake. Ruto even wanted to appoint him.
Alikuwa alifukuzwa.
Lakini na saa zile alifukuzwa, tunaona Ruto alikuwa amechanganyikiwa sana. The day he was declaring aliwaambia mimi nataka mnipatie jina. He does not even know DCI nani alikuwa akifollow the lead.
So you can refuse, you have a choice. Unaona hata saizi wakati wa tunasikia ati Ruto ametembelea Uhuru, kuna watu wa Uhuru amechagua wamekataa kujoin.
Yes, I remember there was some people who refused.
Yes, so
There were some who refused.
it is a
Munya refused. Munya refused.
It is a conscious choice they make. Okay? Because of greed na tamaa. Unaona? So that now wanajipata kwa hiyo box. Unaona? If you make a choice to act with a criminal, you are making it's a choice to your death ama your family. You are umejika kwa box na familia yako huwezi toka. Huwezi toka kabisa. So this Kanja is jumping into that trap after who? After
Kome.
And he knows why.
After Kome and Masengeri.
After Kome, after akijua kwa vile kwa nini Kome ametoroka kwa sababu ya kilisi ya Gen Z to hide evidence. Unaona?
Hata yako na Julia, hata yako na upuzi. Aliona vile Mutembai alifanyiwa.
Mutembai, yeah.
So right now,
a very clean cop.
Choosing to work with Ruto. Anybody who choose hata kwa ABC, is jumping into your death because you see, you are likely to know even huyu nani you Eliud Ragati and watu wanataka kunyonga. Unaona, when they work with Ruto is because they wako na tamaa ya pesa, they want to become very wealthy and all that and powerful, not knowing that you cannot come out. You people, you watch those criminal movies and all that. So unaona ka history ya nini ya drug barons and drug gangs.
Drug traffickers.
Yes,
They always utafanya hii moja alafu utoke. Unafanya ka squad kamoja alafu sasa unakuwa stuck there.
I was following one wasema hata wali comment, once you join us you can never get out.
But you only know that after you have joined. Wakwambi hivyo sasa before you join.
And they
first join.
The only way of getting
alafu ukifika huko ndani ndio sasa hiyo ndio unapewa hizo rules. Mtu akiingia hapa atokani.
Jibo walifanya nani Hussein? Kwani Hussein alifanywa aje? Hussein, you remember Hussein Ali?
Yes.
Hussein Ali was the moment when Saitoti, he was before ama alikuwa ile wakati ya Saitoti akiuliwa ama he was it Hussein Ali? Because I remember
Hussein,
when they were investigating. Alikuwa Hussein ama alikuwa no, not Hussein. Kuna jamaa fulani alikuwa wa DCI akakufa. Alikuwa anaitwa nani and he did not stay long after Saitoti wamekufa. He was a Kikuyu. I don't remember his name well, but he was a Kikuyu. Nikipata jina nitawaambia. He had that I don't know how he died.
By the way, hizo vifo za nini anasikia kama Ruto amekuwa ameshikwa pia. Unajua juzi nilisikia Timuru Komende alienda kuongea maandamano ya Rivayara parliament, and I think Ruto is also implicated in Rivayara things because a lot of people died even in the fever now and vanished. So ukisikia wakisema imagine these people are just criminals by the way. Na Ruto haisbadilika. Unaona, mimi hata kuna my pastor told me that there are people who are destined for destruction and they just go to destruction and that God will not bother to do anything about it. Yani hata nilishangaa. You know, he was like, you think God really wants to save everybody? No. The people destined for destruction and they will just be destroyed and God not do anything about it. Ruto is one of them. Yani Ruto cannot change. He has been doing this again and again and again. Alafu sasa kama vile mwamba ameniuliza, it is common sense that even Ruto was implicated in the killings of Kiambaa Church. It is common sense. Everybody knows. Maybe small children are the one who don't know. Sasa bona hata huyu IBC chairman mwenye alikuwa anasema watu wameniambia ati nitakufa. Imagine he's an idiot. He was so happy that he had been appointed. Yeah? He was feeling a hero. Ati ajui kwanza yeye ako kwa moto, ako saa Kenya, ako pahali
Julia. The remaining one kwanza ako kwa moto. Unaona the remaining one akiwa kwa moto? The remaining one who is alive. Ako kwa moto saizi ni aipoa. Hata yeye anaendewa.
Nakwambia ako kwa moto. Unaona sasa alafu unajigamba saizi Kenya is getting from another state to another state. So then you say that I'm bound by responsibility. I don't know. I can't your word. Bra takataka. Where you see, because you are between a hard place and a hard rock. Right now, Kanja, we cannot forgive him. And anyway, let's say this. Even if things are done legally, the buck stops at him. Ataenda jera. Now, if he decides to quit, Ruto will kill him. Unaona?
He's dumb when he's there, and when he's dumb is when he's not.
Yes.
Mm.
Ruto will kill him. So, but he knew it when he was jumping there. He knew ati alikuwa anajua na yeye ndiye mwanaume kuliko nani akina Koome.
But amejaribia legacy. Na ndipo alikuwa amejimekia a very good name. You know, he was among the cops who saved people in was it in Westgate? Yani amejaribia nini tu hivyo.
He was one of the most respected people in the police department. Sasa ameharibu kabisa the last time.
Because of tamaa mbele, unaona. So so who all these people who works, they have a choice. You have a choice, an independent choice to make to work with a criminal or not. And that is, they made their choice. They laid their bed. Unaona, they decided to work with criminals, and they wako na hizi resort, wanazisikia fununu kama zinafikia Gachagua. Kwani azifikia kina Kanja?
Kanja, I can only say he's a stupid person. He was given a last chance to actually redeem himself, and he threw away the chance. When he was taken and went called in the Senate, that is when he would have spilled the beans. But now he decides to go by just you, Uzi.
And he continues covering.
Yes, he should have gone there to the whatever and assemble what he knows. Na hiyo story
Lakini kama Julia anasema wameshikwa hivyo mateka, hivyo wameshikwa mateka, labda hata ameshikwa mateka hata hawezi jitoa hapo, labda anaona akijitoa hapo atamaliziwa. Utasikia ameambiwa alienda na ndege.
Of course, these guys are in the first corruption. He's also in the first corruption. Hii pesa unafikiri walikuwa naambua they are corrupt, yeye hayuko. He's there. He eats of it. Hii pesa wanarogota kwa barabara, we know it ends up in their pockets. So he's in it. That's why he's now unable to move.
So hata yeye kwa line ya kuuliwa.
Kabisa.
And you know, they are threatening even using their own children. Remember Muturi, JB na mtoto wake. Unaona, they are threatening using their own children. So, unaona, the only way to jump out of those is to come out like Muturi, fire blazing. And then so much fire blazing that fire blazing protects you. Things like niguzeni, niguzeni. So that is the only.
That's the only reason that makes me respect Gachagua. Alitoka na guns blazing, and that is security. Niguze niseme.
Angenyamaza Gachagua sahi tungekuwa tumemzika.
Na pia leo ameguza akasema Langat ni yeye alikuwa anataka kumuua. Unakumbuka akisema
amesema ni
amesema leo.
Amesema aje?
Amesema mambo unaweza mwambia. Mambo unaweza sema hiyo mambo.
Ati nani anataka kuua nani? Sijaelewa. Who wanted to kill him?
Unakumbuka there is a time Gachagua alisema he was being poisoned. Sijui in Kisumu and another place. He said it was Langat.
Yeah. Gachagua, you see Gachagua now, and you see he has said all those things and nobody has said anything to him. That means what Gachagua is saying is true. So my take is we are learning hard lessons is when us as Kenyans. However much unataka power na pesa. Let me tell you, all of you here, okay, let me talk about myself. I may not have so much, but I have my peace. Nobody is running after me to keep secrets. Niko na amani yangu. I may not have so much power and so much money like the Masengeris, the Kanjas, the Eliots, Ragats, but I have my peace because I have chosen to partake some simple jobs that people will not undertake, and therefore I have my peace, and I'll grow with my peace because nobody is running after me. Niweke secrets zake. Na kuna mtu atakuwa kusema ati Julia alijua chenye tulifanya tumalize. Unaona, working with a criminal. Everybody knows Ruto is a criminal and a bad criminal mwenye he cannot even forgive. He doesn't forgive. If according to Jirongo, he could not forgive a small boy.
Julia, I have a quick question. You remember? Have you noticed something about Rigiji?
What?
I'll still call him that because it's still cool.
Cousin Rigiji.
I've never seen him fly. He stopped flying.
Afanywe Ogola.
I was coming to that point, Julia. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza hiyo swali. Or maybe even Ogola was in Ogola aliuliwa. You know, Ogola wanted to be that rank of a CDF. So I think also yeye alikuliwa. So they also took him.
It's not a joke, by the way. Another thing is it true that how do you call it? The ODM split is beginning to happen.
Yeah,
May it,
it's true.
may it happen faster.
I can
think it's
answer you,
happening.
Kipril, because today I was watching them. Today I watched Otsotsi. You know Otsotsi? There is this guy called Otsotsi.
No,
He
I don't
has
know.
been Otsotsi is that senator for Vihiga. He's senator or MP for Vihiga. He's a pro supporter of the government. But today, you know, they were with Senator Sefuna, and there is something that Senator Sifuna said in front of him. I saw mpaka yeye anajazika sana. You know, he was charging the crowd and telling them, mimi nilienda huko bunge, ninaona mpaka wataki niongee. Mimi nikasema hata hakuna haja niongee hiyo bunge, juu ni kama hata wataki niongee. Nasikia wakiulizana maswali za upuzi. Mimi nikaona tafadhali nikuje niongee na watu wa Vihiga. Watu wa Vihiga mnataka niwaongeleshe ama nikuwe huko? Those guys in Vihiga were charged up. They said tunataka utuongeleshe, wachana hizo mambo za huko. So I see there is a split because the way and there is a big split between these officials. Between Junet is reading another script, and Nani is reading another script. It's called Sifuna is reading another script, and there is Anyang Nyong. You know, Anyang Nyong is one of the party officials. She's reading another script.
No, they all see even Orengo. Orengo is doing things Shingo Pande. You know, Orengo is one of the original true repatriation. Unajua ndio alikuja kwa hiyo kitu ya kutoa hiyo kitu ya KANU. So Orengo kwenda status, hii ni kitu tu is just saving his life. I don't think Orengo is fully with this thing. He's just been forced. So me, I'm seeing ODM. Something is happening that we don't know. I wish Innocent can explain. Unajua Innocent bado ako huko ndani. There's something, I'm smelling something. Because I'll tell you this. There's an unease in country. Do you know when I say there's an aura? There's an aura of unrest. Kuna this feeling that Gen Z walienda, Nakuru walienda, leo watu wametoka hivi. It's only how many days? Today's the 13th. 10 days to finance bill. Things they're not right. There's ominence happening in our country. I feel a sense of ominence because tuona Khalwale akiongea hivyo blatantly facing Murkomen akimwambia we toka, wachana na Cherege na Murkomen have a rivalry from a long time ago, wapendanangi. There's an ominous feeling about what is happening in Kenya because I see in Muranga, that stupid musician alikuwa anaenda kupatiana nini, what do you call it, handouts to street people.
April, this is not even a musician. Don't call him a musician. This is a disgrace to musicians. He's not a musician.
That guy alifukuzwa huko. Unaona Samido anakuwa na mashida huko. There's an ominous feeling about Ruto, and Ruto from his, what do you call it, this his speech the other day. I don't listen to his speech, I just had to listen it because it was from another podcast. He just said something, nakuja kuunganisha watu, nataka pia mandugu na makazi tukuwe pamoja. Do you know he's trying to fish Gashagwa? He's trying to get Gashagwa to join it, but the things are too hot. Where I'm feeling that Gashagwa cannot jump ship right now like Raila. Gashagwa can read. You do not want to mess with the 190 now. You can't. You cannot do that right now. The people are feeling the pinch. Like unajua ukituma, I'll give you an example. If they try us, I'm talking about diaspora people. If they try us, if you send $600, Ruto wants to pocket 2,000 Kenya shillings of yours. You know that? Inaenda tu hivyo. 2,000, yani umeplania hiyo kitu, yani iende ifanye kazi, Those guys want to enter our pockets. Yes, this guy is coming in body, the way he's discussing things that what was it? Reducing government spending from 3 trillion to 4 trillion. All he's saying is we're reducing the amount of money we're going to steal from you, but we're not going to reduce. Please pay attention to the budget. I think Joseph Kuri was trying to get to this one. Just because they're reducing the budget from 4 trillion to 3 trillion doesn't mean that they're not going to steal 3 trillion and increase our taxes to offset the IMF, the World Bank, all these loans amekimbia huko kwa China na the other places. Don't get fooled, Kenyans. Even if wamekataa kuweka budget ya that wanna reduce government expenditure, and what is he cutting? Anakata vitu ya mashule, anakata SHIF, anachukua pesa ya housing levy, anakuja anamwaga kwa mabarabara, specific roads by the way, anachukua pesa ya housing levy, aenda kujenga hospitali somewhere, and you know which region is going to do that just to appease Raila Amolo Odinga? Luo Nyanza. That is what he's going to do. So there is an ominous feeling because people are losing jobs every day because as employers we cannot afford to pay that payee. Mmezoea kulipa watu. You have to let them go. You have to let people go. So instead of doing what we've been discussing in this program for months before we left SET News, we've been talking about, rather than increasing the tax bracket or the tax, not the tax bracket, the taxpayers bracket, increase watu wenye kulipa tax. For example, it is not about looking for work for people. That is the old school way of thinking. The new school way of thinking is actually for providing people the ability to start their own businesses, giving the ability for people to work. If there's no money circulating, there are things that we will call luxury. Like, I'll give you an example. Kama mimi, I find that I want to drive from point A to B. That means from home to work. I find that a luxury because the car tax has gone up, so I cannot afford the car. So there are less people driving on the road. What does that mean? There are less mechanics that are self-employed. There are less people who are going to work to fix these vehicles as mechanics. If you make food expensive, there are less people who are going to pay for money to go and there are less people who are going to actually buy that food for that increase of tax you're doing, meaning there are less supermarkets are going to be closed. There are less people who are going to be employed in those supermarkets to then also spend back in the economy. So I don't understand what Mbadi is doing. The more you tax a nation, the worse it becomes. Ni kama mtu ajui economics 101. He does not understand. Oh, so you want to go import rice so that you can look like the richest man. So how is that going to help you? Sielewi hii pesa yote atachukua wapi? It's not like you really need that money. You don't need it. They're just when is too much, too much? When is enough, enough? Umeiba ya kutosha. So you have buildings. So how is it going to help your life if you've got a building? And sometimes I don't get this life of excess. You know, like Julie, if you see my house, it's very tiny. It's a small house. Nyumba ndogo tu. I don't need 10 bedrooms. I just need 3 kidogo tu, yani yangu na watoto wangu. Hiyo imetosha. For me and my missus and my children, that's enough. I don't need a big mansion. I don't need 20 cars. For what? I need a couple. Yangu bibi na watoto, hiyo imetosha. So this man building properties all over the place. Sometimes excess actually really baffles me as in some humans. Do you need some of these things? But mi naona tu wa Kenya, if this thing continues, because I did not expect today's maandamano, it might not have been as large as you expected, but it was large. My brother Lex came today and he was a bit worried about the father accepting it. And what I'd like to tell Alex is, I remember what Aimba usually says: you do not know what being poor is. Poverty, njaa, can make you betray. So sometimes when you see people, ukiona like when you see these people coming into the crowd, wanapatia hizo ma 200 or 500 or 1000, us as the people, we are sometimes a bit insensitive about that, because today, see, all of you have eaten, hiyo wote mmekula. Those people wanajua tu hiyo 200 wameletewa hapo ama 500, that will feed them, they will eat. I wish we could teach them and say, okay, you can take that money, but you don't have to stand there and listen to that nonsense. What I'm afraid for Kajwang family is the fact that, okay, msichana amepatiwa kazi, baba atajengia nyumba, but how long will that house take to be built? I know Sakaja itafika
But
point,
keep,
the political
let me ask you,
the political temperature reduces, and what happens, hiyo nyumba itamalizika, huo msichana atafukuzwa hiyo kazi amepatiwa huko Nairobi, because si mambo ya Kajwang imeisha. Langat amepatiwa yeni, atakuwa ameshafokliwa, atakuwa DCI ama atawekwa mahali pengine, or everything cools down because the nation forgets, or kwa sababu that's the thing Alex was afraid of. But I don't think the Juang is a message for all the hundreds of Kenyans that have died in police stations. He's a symbol for that. I don't think people are going to let go of this, even if the family decides to not betray. I don't want to be insensitive. Even if the families accept what these idiots are going to be. So I totally understand if they take that. Because I remember the dad was like, I was working in, I think, was it Kilifi? And nimesomesha huyo mtoto nikijijima, nyumbani ni Homa Bay, lakini nimekuja huku Kilifi kufanya kazi kwa, I think it was in mining, just to educate his child. Alafu huo mtoto akakuja kwamba akinisaidia, alikuwa anapigianga the boy used to, the young man used to call the mother to ask, mzee amekula, mzee amekula. And he said this specifically in speech, very Kiswahili sanifu, wamenikata mkono. And this is a topic for another day because I don't want to be insensitive. The problem with Kenya, we educate our children for the purposes of relying them for them in future, so they never leave the nest. Then they never leave the nest to go rely on themselves. You always find mtoto anatumwa America, anatumwa Australia, wazazi bado wanaitisha pesa zikuje nyumbani. There's no retirement plan, there's nothing like that. So anyway, Julia, I cut you off, continue please.
Julia, keep before Julia kuje, you have seen is like they want to wanataka kuvuta Kalonzo. I had said that before you haukuwa hapa. Is like I was talking about those they have brought other they have added additional offices
Yeah, so let me
for
explain
them
to
to work
you.
in
There's
with the government.
there's somebody I never ignore when he talks. I always listen to him because he's a person that always removes secret from ODM. Anatuanga masiri to try and spite the Kikuyu nation. And that man is called what is his name? Gaucho. Gaucho said that their plan is for 2027 they are going to they are going to woo Kalonzo to join their alliance, and he's gonna go for the speakership. So in the meantime, what they want to do is give him a couple of ministers or a couple of CSs who will be representing the Wiper party, because Wiper, you've noticed something about Wiper. There've been some very rogue people in the Kamba Nation that have been working with UDA blatantly. There was a time I was with Njeru, we were calling him a night runner. Alikuwa anaendanga usiku huku State House akiongea na kunywa chai na Ruto. So Kalonzo natembea, I am not too. Don't put your eggs, like I've just been telling people politically, don't put your eggs in one basket. Don't really rely on these politicians. Even Matiang, Matiang, there's a fear. Because what Gaucho said is they sent some askaris, plainclothes police around his property, and he flew out. I don't know how true that is, but some of these things we might think somebody is strong, but you know, we start building this fantasy. We build this fantasy on ourselves for these leaders, not realizing they're just humans like us. So from my topic last week when I was telling Kenyans go for plan B, is what I'm seeing today. Is Kenyans wakijitokelezea, fighting for their rights, talking about important issues, talking about Kajwang's death. I'm hoping soon they're going to talk about the finance bill. Despite the politicians, despite that.
But
Yeah.
Kipril, do you see sisi tunagonga ndipo? Do you see sisi waga tunagonga ndipo? We were talking about that issue the other day. I think the only thing that tunagongaga lakini tunapoteza ni hii story ya Raila. Story ya Raila kusimama president ndio tuligonga ambapo si panafaa juu. This guy, I
Raila,
think he does not want to become president also. I thought he does not want also to become, he did not want to become the president in 2022. So I think we are always hitting the main point, but ya Raila ilikataa.
I wish I could show you a video of Raila right now. That man, I think he's retiring. Until he comes out of that broad-based government, ntamkanyaga. It is just me being bitter. And by the way, I've always been clear. I've always been clear with the audience that is something I will stop. It's a hobby of mine, and I insist on doing it. It's nothing to change anybody's mind. It's just me relieving my anger and my disappointed in my hero. You know, that was my hero. That was my absolute hero. And he let me down, and it's my life's mission to destroy him. Because he cannot.
Resilient is asking you a question also there,
Yes.
Kipril. Anakuuliza, I still insist Kalonzo will not give in.
Kalonzo was one of the people that insisted on having this NADCO report. Remember, he was a vice chair.
Yeah, he was a
Usione
vice.
hivi mtu alikula pesa mingi, hundreds of millions of Kenya shillings alikula kwa sababu hiyo NADCO report. Him and Opiyo Ndaya and his other people. So Kalonzo, for those people who are going to even think of him as to be president, I don't know. I don't know what you're looking for somebody who's such a cartoon. Anatudanganyanga sijui alienda maandamano, kumbe alienda kukunywa chai na watu wa UN huko kwao. He's a coward. I'm sorry, but unfortunately I have to stop killing the hope of other people. That's unfortunate. I have to stop. But I don't trust Kalonzo. This is my own opinion.
And he's the only person
Kalonzo,
who was not given a ministerial job. See, hao wengine wote wako
no, you
gava
see, no,
because
no, but he was.
Wandai is
No,
there.
no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. He was given. Alipewa, ilikuwa mbili, akakasirika. He wanted more. So when he kasirika, he then frack out. Remember, Kalonzo again is just not very sharp. Eh? What?
Kipril, maybe you did not. Nilikuwa nasema among the people in NADCO, the ones who are on top there, wale walikuwa na lead the NADCO. I think he's the only person who is not in a ministerial place.
No, but
Juu
his people.
ukiangalia
When I was going to. No, but you see, remember these are party leaders. Eh? The discussions there was also ya kukulia. Kalonzo alipewa, and he was going to be given mediocre ministries, and he was not happy about that. But at the end of the day, Wiper was going to eat on top of that. Him being as a leader, he doesn't need the seat. He was either ile kiti alikuwa anataka yeye mwenyewe niyo ya speaker enye alikuwa he saw how sweet that is. Akaambia wewe boss, hapana, hiyo hatuwezi kukupatia. Then he negotiated up to hiyo ya Musalia ma DVD. So he was trying to replace one of the bearded sisters, eh? Lakini akaambia hapana, we tutakupatia ma CS, and he started accepting it. Alianza kukubali when the NATCO report was about to finish. Nawatolea masiri, akaanza kukubali, then Gen Zs wakatokelezea. Now you see what happened. Now you understand what happened. What did Kalonzo say?
and so it
Kalonzo
means this guy Kindiki can be, he'll be the fall guy. Labda wataleta Kalonzo as a deputy. Akileta Kalonzo as a deputy, that game will be so tight.
He will never be deputy. I'll tell you the truth. With you see the mathematics of what you're talking about, yeah. Ruto cannot accept that because the perceived strength of ODM is stronger than Wiper. So the deputy will be either Gladys Wanga or somebody from Nyanza. That is the fact. And still, even the Nyanza thing might not even be like that. You hata anaweza kimbia yake nini? What do you call it? Kimbilie bado central. So Kindiki, so there are two candidates and they are both females. Eh? It's either Minji or Gladys Wanga who will be up in 2027. There are things that, you guys have been shown bread comes up and mnaambia pick up, we are not seeing it. I remember I was telling guys this like last year. These are events that are about to happen. So Kalonzo, for him, he's very slippery. Natembea, on the other hand, he's only trying to get an upper hand for him as the kingpin of the Baluya people. So that whichever side wins, he's on the fence. So, like for example, if the Munyoro side wins with Matiang or Kalonzo, whoever it is that you guys decide to have as a flag bearer, he will jump on that bandwagon wakishinda. If the Kenya Kwisha side wins with all those people, Natembea ataingia huko with these people saying that he's the key, so that he props himself up. It gets to a point where maybe in 2032, if this guy does not become dictator for life, he can then run. These are strategists that are doing these things selfishly. There's nothing like a Tawe movement up. This guy should have picked a side by now. The only person that I feel, by the way, it's feeling, and I don't like him. I just feel like the way Julia says, the way Njiru says, there's a mission that God gave this guy, which is Wamunyoro, that we fanya hii kazi, we uendelee. But at the end of the day, there's some evil stuff that is done in the past, because there's a lot of our people that died on his watch. But his focus, his repentance towards removing Ruto, I don't think he can. I don't think Gachagua can change his mind anytime soon, because that wave is too strong. It's too. It's just. He's not a sleeper. Sometimes I kinda. Unfortunately, I compare him to Raila, which I think is a bit unfair, because Raila makes decisions on his own, but it looks like High Cousins consults his people, anaongeanga na watu. I think he sits down with his people, anakaa huko na anawasikiza, and then they tell him how they feel, they tell him what he needs to do, and he follows. So that's the difference. So that there's a kidogo ka hope hapo. There's a little hope there that this guy will not switch sides. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Do you understand the difference?
Yeah. I'm understanding the concept, Kipril. But if these guys, because there's a question Mwamba asked you, he said Kalonzo will be the bone breaker of the Cruisers movement. So what if those guys they are taken to the government? What will happen? Because I'm seeing a place where Gachagua, Ruto is trying to box Gachagua into Amani alone, so that he can now try to bring this analogy has been bringing about tribalism.
There's also the situation where kuna ndume wawili huko wanachukiana sana, because I know what you mean. He could switch, but there's that pride that you're giving me two ministerial positions right now during halftime. It doesn't make sense. How can Raila again? Unajua huyu mtu amechezwa mara ngapi na Raila?
Mingi sana. 3 times, 4 times.
So just imagine, I'm going to go into that collision, because remember there was one Kenya, yeah? There was one Kenya alliance where Martha Karua, my party leader, was there, and then there was Azimio. No, I was not following Martha then. So Kalonzo held out till last minute. He had a very serious thing. I thought about that, because he even said it himself. Nikikimbia na huyu mtu nitakuwa stupid. And I think that thing haunts him. That thing haunts him kabisa. That thing of being called what do you call it?
Watermelon.
Nikisimama na Raila,
Nitakuwa mtu mjinga.
Nitakuwa mtu mjinga, and it haunts him, and he became the fool, because from the time of NASA coming down to CORD, Raila has always been the one that betrays these people.
But I think Kipril, Kalonzo listens to Uhuru so much. I think Uhuru is the one who made Kalonzo to back Raila again. Ni kama Kalonzo listens to Uhuru so much.
You give Uhuru too much credit, huh?
No, I don't give him credit. It's just that Kalonzo, I see, is very close with Uhuru so much.
Uhuru's first term, eh? Uhuru's first time. Uhuru has two fathers, eh? His late father, Jomo Kenyatta, and Moi. Those were his fathers. And his fathers in his first term left him, what do you call it? Left him babysitters. Akina Sally Koske and the likes, eh?
Na hapo Mr. Kipril umeingiwa hapo. Umeambiwa mother is an unstarter.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Me, I actually like when people talk like this, because ni feedback naenda kumwambia, mom, you need to do more stuff to increase your popularity, which is fine. You see, that's an opinion, Mamba. That is fantastic. But you'll come and tell me why. later. Where was I?
He needs to
So
come up. Let's Mwamba come up so that he
well,
can tell you what.
ngoja nimali- okay, sawa. Now with um with the political babysitters that Uhuru was given for his first term, is what made him look strong. Huyu mtu alikuwa na advisors mzuri sana, alikuwa anaambiwa vile ataiba, mahali ataweka, na pia mama yake, by the way, remember her mom, his mom also. That is why he looked strong. There's a lot of people in the government that actually held his hand. Very, very brilliant as advisors. In term two, in term two, in term, Mwambo unakuwa mchokozi bana, ama follow.
Haiwezi kakuwa ati mtu anaongea hapo chini Mr. Kip. Lazima mtu akuje anini. I heard it from Cherargei. Hauwezi, lazima kuwe na ribato. Lazima kuwe na ribato.
I don't know what Martha did to Mwambo, but it's fine. Unajua wanasemanga hatunanga MCA, hatunanga MP, sijui nini. Me, I'm immune to that. I'm very immune. We're gonna work hard as a small party. That is fine. Let us work for what we believe in. So what was the other thing? Then term two, to be honest, Uhuru listens to Raila. Let's be frank. Raila has some brilliant ideas. Raila akipata mtu ataimplement ile vitu anasemanga, because you can hear him talk about all these wonderful things. He's a dreamer. He implement his dreams, things work out, because that is why term 2 ya Uhuru was easy for us. It was nice. Wizi ya Ruto ilikatwa, ya Ruto toka hapa, toka usishike hizi vitu. But now here Raila is trying to control somebody that is uncontrollable. Mwamba, there's no hard feelings. You see, I'm laughing. It's Tashika hard feelings. You know, I will not. There's wewe unajua hard feelings zinatoka wacha Ana kuja, utaona vile anatukana Martha. Anne does not spare me. Anne does not spare me.
Today she
But
got angry. Leo alikasirika sana.
kwa nini?
Alikuwa hapa alikasirika sana.
Kwa nini li happen?
It was between the small argument you had before. So alikasirika
It's not
sana.
a small argument, but me, I don't argue. She wanted me to argue with somebody. I don't talk back to women. So for me, what I believe, our main hope is ourselves as a people. As a people, that's what we need to rely on. To this momentum of ourselves, realizing our rights, realizing our feelings, because now they cannot come and start kidnapping us. So now Safaricom is beginning to say, oh no, we've not allowed them to do this for studio. It just means that you can't stop the people. You know how many millions of Kenyans, the fear is gone. Do you understand what I'm saying, Joseph?
Yeah, it's gone, truly.
Because they keep kidnapping people, but people keep doing it. This is not more times where completely silence a whole nation. People are talking. TikTok, X, YouTube, open-minded. Hata wanaongea hivi. Because you can't stop words. Yes, you're going to connect, you're going to tell us to have an ID to have social media. Actually, want to know how they're going to implement that.
That one
Honestly,
for IDs? That one for IDs?
you have to have an ID to access social media.
Also me, I would like to see.
Mm-hmm.
Ninaweza kataka kuona, by the way, Kip. How will they implement it? How will they know? Wewe ukiapplyia mtoto wako na ID yako, how will they know?
There's something called the VPN. Cheza na watu.
unacheza na Generation Z.
Kuna kitu inaitwanga VPN, my friend. Like right now, if you ask any Kenyan that is in Saudi, yeah, because Saudi blocks those things. If you ask any Kenyan in Saudi vile anatumianga simu yake, takwambia VPN. Mtu hata hajaisoma ananiambia no, gocha niweke VPN. I look, I'm like, say what? VPN.
I use it, Kipril. I use it.
There are Kenyans out there, Saudi, where else? Doha,
In the Middle East, everywhere.
Middle
You need
East
to use VPN,
mainly,
yeah.
and some in China, because we have Kenyans in China. To me, a VPN, but they communicate all these things, and there's nothing you can do. You can't stop them. Hey, na Julia alienda wapi? Ameniogopa.
I think alipotea kidogo. Then Kipril, what about media? Hii media tunaambiwa tuongezeo taxes. You know, hata Njiru wako hapa and sijasikia mpaka akisema kitu. Unajua tunaguzwa kisasa. Hata kutumia YouTube itakuwa noma.
Hiyo kitu mimi nashindwa. How are you going to tax YouTube? How are you going to tax it? You can't stop. No, you can't stop. You can't. Like you can tax. You see, the problem is, it's not like they didn't increase the taxes on data last year. They did increase. Telecommunication taxes went up, but still Kenyans are resilient. Watu wanatumia Okoa, watatumia nini? Kuna wifi. Utaenda kwa cyber cafe utumie cyber cafe utumie wifi, ama uende kwa kahawa. There are ways Kenyans actually get access to wifi. Mtu ataitisha ka 10 bob kake hapo, alafu aweke tu kwa Okoa jahazi. You can tax not YouTube, data, Joyce, data to access YouTube, the TikToks and stuff like that. They're trying to reduce, because the media is stupid. We're not gonna watch TV. Mimi siendi who watches Citizen News anymore? Who watches
Also today, Kipril, you know, we were receiving news from people who are on the ground. The TV stations were all in over the budget, so maandamano tulikuwa tunaziangalilia kwa watu walikuwa wanachukua live these small people who have started these TV vlogs of theirs.
Yeah, people don't rely on that stuff. I got the news from my dad from that, because they are relying on the older generation. It's going to be so unattainable that international news will come in and then start showing these things, because it's going to be unrestful. You can't stop the people. Ruto, you can't. And that is a dangerous thing, the way Yusuf is saying. Black market will increase. Black market.
Do you know, Kipril, they had tried to bring, where I am, Niko Doha. So in Doha, the time Uhuru was a president, they had tried to, walikuwa wamejaribu kuleta, I see Bwana Mwamba amekuja. Let Bwana Mwamba kwanza ribato, and then I'm going to tell you what I want to say.
Hata siku anataka kuja, nimekuja tu kufariji Kipril. I'm sorry that I don't support your candidate, and it's not that niko na shida na yeye.
That's okay. Mi sina shida na hiyo Mwamba. Huyu mtu tu anataka kutunganisha huyu Joseph Kuria. Everybody has the right to support who they want. You know what? That is your right.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
There is a bird I know that is called a hornbill. I don't know whether you know it.
Yes.
A hornbill wakes up very early in the morning, it goes upstream the river, inateremka na mto, ikitoa chura, inachukua chura, inaweka on the bank. Inaenda ikitoa chura from morning mpaka jioni. Then in the evening, it just eats the last frog that it took out of the river. That is how I see Mother Karua. She never eats her frogs. She just removes them from the river, anawekelea kwa bank, and she moves on.
Kwani
That is
mimi
her
mimi ni chura?
undoing.
Mimi ni chura.
You
Leo
must be one of the
unachoma bwana.
churas that
Mimi ni chura. Nimeitwa chura leo. Hapa mimi ni mwenye nimekulwa.
I know you're just making fun of it, but you should understand me what I'm telling you. Mother
No, I
Karua,
understand.
she's
No,
very good. She's a perfect human being. The person that I would like to be the president of Kenya. But then she has this temper. She's so hard. She doesn't know how to talk to people. She does not know how to campaign. So
Abi,
she comes with that iron lawful eye, which is not convincing to many people. She can convince me, but she won't convince many. That is her undoing. That
have
is
you
why she will not be the president of Kenya at all. And that's why she can't even win the Kirinyaga governorship,
noticed?
unfortunately. Even knowing that she's the better candidate than Akina Waiguru and everybody. She won't
Bwana Mamba,
win.
unaua watu kwa
She's
comment
just,
section bwana.
come again,
Unaua watu kwa comment section bwana.
Have you
imechomeka. Yes.
Mr. Mwamba, have you noticed something here? She's toned down on being harsh. She's been very calm. Relax.
No,
Unajua mnaangalia zamani. But now she's toned down on that. Her demeanor has become softer. She talks to your people. Anaongeanga na nyinyi siku hizi vizuri. But I think the image is what that's what we are working on right now. And we're also working on raising funds to build our party. That's another thing we need. We need money to move around. Unajua walking around money is not easy. Yeah?
Majukua
But I
Moi,
understand. Unajua
wewe.
huyu mama wetu alikuwa mkali sana bana. She worked
Keep,
on
keep,
Moi.
you have no party to build. You're done.
Kip leo umepatana dawa.
Unajua Kenya mkora the other day calls me and says she wants to join PLP. So I don't know what is wrong with you. Sasa you've changed your mind.
Sijui kama umenielewa Kipriro hapo. I'm telling you, I know mother is a very good person. She's so
Nimekuelewa.
nice.
You
And
feel like
don't
I'm
forget, let me
attacking
tell you something. I want you to listen to this. There was this girl called Wangari Maathai, right? She was so popular and she was so renowned in the whole world. But was she liked in her place? Could she even make an MP? She couldn't. And that's the problem of when you don't know how to talk to the ground like Gachagua does. Gachagua is a mess. But the following in Kenya is Gachagua today. Everybody is following Gachagua, but you know he's a mess. That is the difference. You have to have that charisma or that oomph ya kuongea na watu wajiani. You have to know the language. She does not know the local language. That is the problem.
But she does. She does. I think you're being a
She
bit too
does not
harsh.
know. If she does, she would be very far. This is a person who has principles, very solid principles. Remember, she walked out on Moi when nobody would challenge Moi. She walked out on Kibaki when nobody would challenge the president of Kenya. Yes, that is the kind of people we
She
want.
did
But
it
when
even
it
to
comes to
Uhuru.
talking to, when you want to talk to the boda and the mama boga, you need a Ruto and you need a Gachagua. That is why she won't make it, unfortunately.
That is your opinion. That's a beauty of democracy in Kenya. That is the beauty of having an opinion.
No. This one, Kipril, please understand.
know.
It's not
I
even a matter
know.
of democracy. The issue is here, and I'm telling you, this is a fact. She won't make it. She
will
won't make it. Even somebody like Kebake, he almost missed it because Kebake also didn't know how to campaign. Had people not campaigned for him, Kebake would not have made it. Had Raila not campaigned for Kebake, he would not have made it. And that's a fact.
But Mwamba, to be on Kipril defense, don't we say that these ladies who are at that age of 90s, they have this character? Because if you look at Ngiru also, she looks like she has the same caliber of politics, like the same like Mother Karua. They are so hardened. These women who are there in 2000s, you can see them.
I wanted Mother Karua because I thought she was coming from a place of, she was actually trying to do something. But listen to what Mwamba is telling you. I believe he has a point, and I know me and you we've been
Kenya
back and forth
Mkora,
on this one.
Kenya Mkora, you're just a bandwagon person. You're just jumping on popularity. It's nothing like that. Mwamba has an opinion about it. I disagree with him. I disagree with him.
But Keeper, I've
But it's
always
fine.
been opinionative about this. I told you that
You've never been
Karona to Skumi
it's
hapa
like
he will not, he
pana
cannot even do this what Kenya is doing now. Where was she?
Unarukia vitu tu zikiwa tamtam.
No, unajua shida yako inakuwaga Kalonzo na mimi. But anyways, no, I believe Kenya is actually moving to some places and we are not doing this political nonsense.
The other thing that works against her is us Kenyans. We don't know how to decide, or we don't take the serious candidates. We don't take the people that we know that deserve. We don't do civic education, and that's why our presidents are always elected. They are always elected by that Mamamboga, that Boda Boda guy who is satisfied with the 500 shillings per day, and he will give you your vote. That is the problem. Now, next election,
you know, Mwamba, there's a time I came here and I got hit.
I wish you guys would let me talk.
Nilisema, are we really ready for female leadership? Na nikagongwa sana, and Kip was one of the people that actually hit me, and he is my friend. Niliuliza, are we really ready for female leadership? Because personally, I feel we are not.
Okay, let me comment quickly. I think your
that one I would Kidogo, please, just one moment. Let me disagree with him when he says that we are not ready for a female leadership. I don't think that is right. We just need somebody who can do that. Well, I don't think we have a problem with gender this time, Kenya today. Because if there's going to be a female president who will present herself this time round, the Gen Zs are out. We can even get a female president, so long as she's the right person. I don't think we have a gender issue. The problem is that those people who have presented themselves as leaders in Kenya in form of ladies, they have not had that charisma. They have not that vigor of getting the votes. Now, getting the votes in the next coming election is going to be a different game in Kenya. It is not going to be business as usual. It is different. The next election, if it will be there, it's different from all other elections we have had, because at least there will be a class that has never voted in Kenya and is going to vote. The middle class and the young people. They have never voted and they are going to vote this time. So I can see an additional 10 million votes that have not been there before coming in. So even those those voters who have been voting president and whatever, they don't make any difference next time.
So Mwamba,
yes, sir.
Your main philosophy or your main aspiration.
Umenipandisha cheo, daktari yako hapa, daktari day. Dr. Jino umesikia mimi ni philosopher.
Ngoja tumalizane hapa kidogo. So your main agenda or philosophical ideology is basically to look for a charismatic leader, not a person that is selling you policies that are going to what do you call it, to improve.
And Keep, that's why I jumped up here. You see, Keep, that's why I jumped up here. You see, you don't know how to sell your candidate. Like Yani, they marshal you to a point you agree that because of Gachagua charisma.
Say that again.
No, Ndeto nyamaza. Ndeto, I don't want you to, because when you will start asking questions. Keep, you must sell your candidate based on policy and ideology. You know what? This idea at Gachagua, it's a fallacy. It's only that hizi ndio tumekubali because akona matusi. There is no new policy that Gachagua akona. Let me trust the person who can truly change Kenya. And if we want to stand firm, ni mtu anaitwa Martha Karua. And Martha Karua is sellable. The
Thank
only
you.
reason Martha Karua is sellable. This idea that we want to lie that Martha Karua is unsellable, it is an old. You cannot say Martha Karua is not sellable. And again, when Deto says Kenyans are not ready for a woman president, then you jump and say, you know, the new people are already ready for it. You know, you cannot stand in two places at the same time. Martha Karua is sellable. The problem with Martha Karua is that for the last few years, she has been a loner. And sometimes she did not stand to make a coalition that she started by herself with other people so that she fits in. She joins coalitions late and therefore she has to buy whatever. So she plays the second fiddle. If she can stand firm and start a coalition like Iya Konayo and start competing with men, I think it's very easy for her. If you look at last time, she was here and here to a point that she had to come to a place in the last minute. I think for a larger place, to say that Wangare Maathai, I think the Kikuyu community at that particular time, they were so patriarchal, but you cannot say that she was not sellable. She was. In fact, she was loved across the country. In fact, even the Kibaki administration feared her. Immediately she got the Nobel Prize. You know, the proximity of Kibaki and the administration started returning to her. Even during her death, you could see that they started embracing her. But I think the radicalization of the mountain at some point did not allow the politics of ideology. Trust me. So when anybody disagreed with the Kikuyu ad hoc ideology, ingekuwa hata Kibaki akataya aseme, remember my friend, let's not even lie. When we were voting against or for the new constitution during Kibaki's time, Kikuyus voted against the constitution, the Chungwa versus Banan, not because they did not want the constitution, because leadership was into their heads. Remember that. And that is where they disagreed with the what was the lady, what was her name, the environmentalist, not because the woman was not playing politics well, but the politics of radicalization.
Unapotea.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Umerudi,
hear you.
The politics
Yeah,
of
loud and clear,
radicalization
Ayub.
at some point messed up the Kikuyu people. Even when something was good, the leadership lied to the people. So if you look at how Wangare Maathai fell from politics, it's because of principle and stand and ideology. She stood for the new constitution, remember that? Not because she wanted playing politics. The popular notion at that particular time. Look, even Martha Karua right now, if we have to go, why we still have a devolved government that does not fit us is because of some people like her who decided at last that now the former districts are going to become counties because of the blue-eyed boys politics of Kibaki, who feared the new constitution, people like Kimunya, okay? So we cannot start saying that Wangare Maathai did not know how to play. She played her politics during her time very well. But the politics of radicalization, which you people are coming out of so quickly than the Luo Nyanza. You see, the Luo Nyanza still has that bandwagon whereby ODM ndio mama na baba. But I think in a few elections, tumeona somebody won in Kisumu as an independent, or Obado won as a governor during using another party. And you guys, after Kibaki, you became liberal and you started voting other. You are united, but you don't vote 3Ps or 6Ps, okay? But at that particular time, the tide was against, because you see, when Kibaki was being removed in 2007, it united you through radicalization. Remember that. Citizen and all its branches was totally radicalized at that particular time. if we have to be honest. I give credit to Wangari Maathai for having stood by principle, not by tribe.
Brother Alex, and I need to add something small before Kipril comes. There is a saying that Kikuyu people are saying that hatuwezi ongozwa na Wangu wa Makeri. Do you know Wangu wa Makeri is who? They were terming it a woman who can sit on men. So you brought me to that point, Kipril.
That is campaign language, my dear friend. That is campaign language when men want to actually sit on women. They use that word. I don't think that is something you can say it's Kikuyu and having a female candidate.
No, I was saying the
But
way
Alex,
Alex was saying that we had been radicalized.
Hey, leo mi siwezi ongea hapa tufanye aje ba.
No, keep. I am sad that you cannot sell your candidate.
You came and just swept over what I was about to say. You interrupted me and said
Okay,
I mean,
keep
Ruto can make you keep quiet of all people.
Keep tell us.
Alex just demystified keep.
You see now, you talk over.
But I like
okay,
what you told
fine.
Ndeto. There is one thing you told Ndeto I've always feared to tell him, but I think it came out. Ndeto likes to fall on the bad wagon. Unajua Ndeto asema, umesema kitu nilikuwa na. Ndeto never gives his points, by the way. He goes back and supports something in a very crude way sometimes. Ndeto, sometimes I want to hear your points, not your support of people's points.
Okay, Kipril.
Hapa leo ni moto hapa ni moto leo. Why?
Kipril, let Kipril now rebuttal.
You know that's why I didn't want to come up here. Sasa nimewasha moto mbaya. Anyway.
Hujawasha moto. There's no moto you've washed here.
Aya, sell your candidate ndio umeambiwa.
Sinishauza. I've just told you ideology of.
You should make sure whether we have bought. Have we?
Why should I tell somebody that has already made up his mind about it? You've made up your mind from the ground up. Ukakuja ukatuambia kwamba
No. It's not drawn.
You're looking for another Ruto.
Why? Stop.
I cannot say anything without interruption. Go ahead then.
Kibri, stop talking on both sides of your mouth. Umesema utaenda kuambia candidate yako makosa yake. And then you are now telling us we have made up our mind. Which is which now?
Okay.
I thought you had seen the problem of your candidate.
Hata wajibu hiyo mpatini mpaka next year. You will never answer that question.
Oh my God, you guys don't want me to talk, is it? Do you want me to talk? Can I
go ahead, Kipril.
Can I speak?
Mwamba mpatie time. Mwamba, give him time.
Can I speak?
Hata nimezima mic.
Is it okay to speak? If there's indeed issues that you have against my candidate, I'll go talk to her. Sijakata hiyo kitu. I'll listen to the ground. Come and listen to you people and go give her your opinions of her. There's nothing wrong with that. She's a politician, meaning her being a politician, she has to have thick skin. Whatever things you want to say, whether negative or positive, I'll go relay that on her. If there are things of improvements that you want her to have, she'll take some and leave some. Doesn't mean she has to do everything you say. But I was also adding on top of the point, it's not that I'm speaking on both sides of my ass, it's the fact that if you guys are looking for the populist person, if you're looking for another Ruto, if you're looking for another person that like Trump, mwenye atakuja kuambia all the sweet things very charismatically and make you happy, make you excited, make you see all, instead of looking at just exactly what Alex has said, policies. Why do you think I'm still stuck with her? I'm not here to look for somebody who's going to tell me, oh, I've got 5 MPs, or I've got 5 MCAs, I have this number of governors. Is that truly why you're following such a leader? Is because you're looking at popularity rather than what have they done for you? If you look at what Martha has done for the country, if you look at what Martha talks about justice, you see her running around East Africa, also looking from an African point of view, defending fellow leaders around. Actions speak louder. But if you guys are impressed by enthusiasm, if you're impressed by poets on the streets, if you're impressed by people going on top of vehicles just like Gashagwa, or making speeches on Sundays in churches, if that excites you, if that is the sort of leader you want, that is why I'm talking about Mwamba. That is your cup of tea. Wait, mute, bana, boss, mute, please. That is your cup of tea. That is what you want, and I will absorb. Again, I'll absorb all the stuff you want to say about her. I will go give feedback. But at the end of the day, this is what I want. I want somebody that has proven me with a track record that she's somebody that can lead the nation with what do you call it? Uh, with respect, following the law. At the end of the day, she follows the law. But Mwamba, enda kimbia na watu wenye watakuja kupatia maspeech kwa makanisa, kutukana ma leaders wengine, kusema this guy did that. Gachagua hi cousin, that is for you, that's not for me. Thank you.
Can I reply now?
Yes, Mwamba, go
Hello,
ahead.
Kipri. Now,
Keep going.
I think you have I think you have taken my contribution wrong. And I really told you the first thing. I love Mother Karua. She's a very good person. She's the kind of leader that will develop Kenya. But there's one thing. If you want to lead the people, you must know your people who you lead. You have to know the terrain if you have to drive through a seasonal road. You can't take a Mercedes S-Class, take it to a dirt road and expect to make it 100, 120. You have to know that road. If you find the road is so rough, that's when you need a road cruiser. So Mother Karua seems not to understand the ground. And that is what I'm saying. You need to know how to get there. Ruto, wait a minute. Now, wait. I'm the one who's talking.
Explain
Ruto
that
came
ground
with the
properly.
best policies that you will ever hear. He came with a blueprint that sounded good even to the angels. But is he what he did? Is he implementing what he promised us? He came, he promised us heaven. We gave him the votes, but he was not the person he was talking about. Now, with Mother Karua, we are talking out of context, knowing her that she's a good person. She is the solid kind of a person we would need for a president, but she does not know how to walk the road of getting her into that position of leadership. That is the problem. I didn't say Mother is bad, and I don't say that I like Gachagua because he comes on top of cars promising me Kuzo and everything. I know he's a nonsense, but he is the kind of guy who will attract the terrain that he's walking on. You just need to know your terrain. That is what Mother doesn't seem to understand. All these years she has been in politics. Why has she not made it anywhere? She has only been appointed as a minister. She has never gotten into an elected position because she does not know how to walk the terrain. That is the problem.
So what I need to tell Martha Karua is, Martha, I think you need to start.
Bro, Kuzo Keep, nilikuambia kitu itakuja kukugonga.
Come
Ona.
on, bro, come on, relax. You'll come and tell me the stuff. What I need to tell Martha is, go on top of vehicles, sell. Okay, that is it. I've seen what you want. Aende kwa ground, atembeanga kila mahali, aende kwa makanisa, akienda back and forth with Ruto, rather than trying to come up with policies that will help our people. And then again, you've got to understand that the spending power of doing what you're saying doesn't come cheap. We're not a rich party like the rest. We're still looking for funds to do things like that. If indeed that is what you want somebody that walks around on top of vehicles, or going to meetings, organizing what do you call it? Organizing meetings with the communities. That is old school way of communicating. I think actually we need to start changing Kenyans' mind about how we campaign or how we communicate with the people. This thing makes me uncomfortable because we don't do that in the West. We don't do it. When was the last time you saw your local representative or state senator, or your senator, or your you're walking around the state, giving speeches every day, every weekend, campaigning. These guys have elections every 2 years, but they go work. So for me,
Now, I don't know. I don't know why we are not communicating with one another. What
no,
I'm
we are
telling you is that
no,
the
you are
terrain.
further.
If you start talking about the West, we are talking
Terrain.
about a different terrain. You have to know how to get where you are going. That is the problem. You just need to know how to go. I don't think I didn't say at any one point say that she has to get on top of cars, on top of anything, but she needs to know how to talk to people
What are you asking them, Mom?
and
Tell me,
bring them on
what
fold.
do you want her to do? What do you want
Yeah,
what do you want her to do? Tell me, what
she
do you want
needs
her
to.
to do? Because I'm not getting you.
I think mother treats us as intellectuals, all of us, and we are not. That is the problem.
What do you
She
want her to
treats
do?
like as if she makes speeches
Mwamba,
as if she's talking to the Senate or talking to the Parliament when he's talking to people in Kiganja huko kwao. They
So
don't
you want
understand
her to
that
treat her,
language, and that's why they will not give her the vote. That
you
is the
want her,
problem. She
you
just needs
want
to
her
know
to treat us the way Ruto treats us, like we are all fools.
that is what will get her in the leadership seat.
Oh, Mwamba,
That
Unfortunately,
please
doesn't make
stop
sense.
it there,
unfortunately,
Mwamba.
unfortunately, that
Okay,
is
the
what is
reason
going to
I've
get her
come
into
back
leadership.
here
If
again,
you get the,
Mwamba,
wait a minute. You
hold
have to
on.
wait.
This
No,
one
you
I'll tell
hold
you
on.
to
You
wait.
hold on. You hold
No,
on. You
you
hold on.
have
You
to
hold on. You
hold
hold on.
on first.
one by
Mwamba, you
by
have to
one,
hold on first. You
one
said
by one.
that she has only been a minister. She's never been elected. You know, unfortunately, you said that. I don't know if you knew you said that or not. You just said that. And I was shocked that she's only been a minister. She's never been elected. On the record, Martha Karua has been elected as a member of parliament. Please. Is that okay, Mwamba?
Sorry, maybe I missed that. Possible.
No,
I
she was
don't
a member
remember
of
then.
parliament.
When?
She was a
Where?
member of parliament. Been here
Geshogu.
longer than
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Yeah. You're right.
But Mwamba, there was a point I was trying to drive at. I was trying to drive the point about this. We had these ladies in the 2000s. It's like you did not understand my point, but you see these ladies who are in the 2000s.
90s, bana.
You 90 to 2000s, because the MP, my MP, my MP was who? My MP was Beth Mugo. Do you know Beth Mugo ran for 3 consecutive terms in Dagoretti? She was
And she
running not only Dagoretti South, it was Dagoretti North and Dagoretti South. It was combined. So the politics about these women is they were brought up in a politics that was very hard, and there was no opportunity for them, because at that time the men who were there, even in the parliament itself, if you could have checked, the women there were less. So I think the politics also which was there was very hard politics. So that's why even I was saying what Alex was saying, that even in Kikuyu we never appreciated that we could have a woman who can lead us in these ways, as you find above, maybe from the vice president going onwards, because we had a very hard politics that time, as even Mount Kenya, not only in Kenya, in Mount Kenya first. That's why you could hear we had the terms of what I told you, Wangwa Makeri, because also Beth Mogo found a very rough time when she was an MP. Even the last election she did is like she stole votes from KJ, because they were voting between KJ and her. And that's what I wanted to say. Those ladies there, Akina Ngilu, Akina Beth Mogo, it was very hard for them.
Can I jump in very quickly? Please, niwe radhi. Another thing you guys are blatantly ignoring about politics in Kenya. You're blatantly ignoring the one thing about dirty money. Even that Gashagwa of yours has dirty money. Even if all these Eugene Wamalwa, Akina Kalonzo, all these people are receiving money, and this money is what is used. Ruto uses that money to then drive across the country, either pay people to come see them or to fuel vehicles to go and campaign on a daily basis. Where do you expect a party like ours, which is honorable, to do that? Oh, nafikiri hii pesa ya Gachagua ni safi. I did not want to go there, but I have to.
That one we know too well, and we are not denying that. We have not denied that.
So you want us to swim with the pigs?
Sasa atafanya nini?
Manage. No, you want us to swim with the pigs so that we can come at par with them. I'd rather we do it slowly the right way. And I will still stand by Martha Karua and do it the right way, rather than, popularity, I need to sweep around the country every week with money that is from the people, which is very shameless. The same people that you're coming to save, you're stealing from. It's not right. Every week we see politicians running around with bundles of money, giving people, tunapatia football, every MP anaenda kupatia, this includes the MPs, by the way. I'm going to support a local football team, naenda kwa funeral ya so and so, kuna harusi ya mtoto wa sijui nani, and they go do all this garbage to get elected. That is what we don't stand in PLP. I did not want to go there, but I have to say it. If that is the popularity you want, Mwamba Banai, my friend, you're lost. You have to follow leaders for their ideologies. You have to follow leaders for the principles they stand. Unakuja kuniambia kwamba kuongea kwa ground ni kwenda kumpatia 200, kwenda kuwapatia 200 shillings, 500 shillings.
Now you are putting words in my mouth. Now you are putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
1 minute, please. Mato, can you add Julia? Julia, yeah, thank you.
It is implied. It is implied by the fact that
the word is implying.
It is implied by the fact that you're comparing Martha Karua to politicians that do that, because you want to force her to go, what do you call it? Increase her popularity by stealing money from the people so that she becomes popular. Ndio ukuje kusema kwa ground. We refuse to do that, Mwamba. We don't want to do that. I rather we do it in small pockets of people, and maybe we speak to Kenya, we speak to fellow Kenyans not like children. We speak to them like adults.
The good thing this time round, there is a reasoning population that is reasoning to those things you are talking about. If she is that popular and good, she has a chance because the Gen Z are listening and they are going to go for the best candidates. If she is good, let her come out.
But I'm a little bit disappointed with because I think you gave us your history last time when ile maneno ya PhD ilikuwa hapa, and we kind of know a little bit one or two. You're a very bright person because even your products are very bright. I can't imagine, Mwamba, that you did not know.
I don't have a PhD.
No, I didn't say a PhD, but I'm saying if you had one, I could have taken your credentials today, actually. I am so shocked beyond belief that you never knew Martha Karua was elected for a very long period.
I can miss that one. I know she has been an MP in Gishogo. I could have missed that one. I mean, we are just talking here. I could have missed that one. That one you can't take me like, because I can't remember that mother was once a Gishogo MP. That I'm completely
but
illiterate.
the way you dismissed her. No, look, we were
I dismiss her by fact by saying that she does not know how to walk her terrain. She must know how to campaign. All these years, she must know what the people want to hear to get her into parliament or to Senate or to governorship. She does not know how to do that. Yet, I think she's a very principled person and a very good leader, and she would make a very good leader. That is what I said. I did not say she's useless because she doesn't have money. I didn't say that. And that is now the implication that I can now deduce from what you are trying to gaslight me on. No. My friend, I didn't say that. And I did not say that she has dirty money to get to parliament.
Can you allow me to finish?
If only you are going by the implications of what I said, then I think we are not understanding one another. I gave you a very good story of what I thought she has been doing. She has been walking down the river, removing the frogs, but she does not swallow.
No, Mwamba, allow me to talk, please. We cannot use what we know and take it as a gospel truth, and we say something that is very false, and then when we are being told that that is wrong, then we go to offensive mode. And this is actually what I said earlier, that the radicalization that was done must be removed. And that's why I insist what Kip said, that look, it is not us to go, it is not for the politicians to understand the terrain. If the terrain is radicalized and it is pushy and shoveling the truth, that if I said that that was not important, that's very important for you to say that she was only appointed. That is heavy, bro. You cannot just say that and get away with it. That is actually demeaning an individual. It is not petty. And it sounds misogynistic. Let me go to the core point here. We can't say that it is Martha Karua to understand the terrain. That terrain has failed several times. And the reason it's failing is because we keep on playing politics of radicalization, not of policy, not of following our manifesto. And that is why Kip is insisting. Are you implying that Martha Karua should do in order for her to get into power? In other words, do you want Martha Karua to join the bandwagon of liars just to get power? I think it is us to change. It's not Martha to change. It's a high time we must preach that, oh, Kenyans, if this is the politics you will play, you will get Ruto. But if you want to play the politics of principle, you will get Martha Karua. Martha Karua should never understand the terrain. As a leader, she has her own originality of mind of what she wants Kenya to be. And she cannot use duplicity to get into leadership. That one I disagree with you.
Now you have just come to my last point of what I said. I said the problem is us Kenyans. Now, why are you not remembering that I said that? Because, as you say, it is us to know that mother is a good leader and elect her. I said that. Did I not?
Ulikuja na kifua.
Abana!
No, you insisted Martha should understand the terrain. You insisted on that more than anything.
Now you're softening
And
yourself.
exactly, if she does not know the people she reads, then how is she going to read them? You have to know them.
You can't have both sides, Mwamba.
Excuse me. If she does not know the kind of people, oh dear.
Mwamba, let's listen from a lady and hear her perspective first. Julia, can you tell us what you think?
And again, guys, I know it's a very material thing, but can we, in as much as it's very material in what we are talking about, Mwamba, Alex, and Kip, situcheze pole pole, please. Leo mumeamua kuchoma. Anyway, I guess like Alex is saying, we listen to Julia, and then as we cool down and everything is to cool down kidogo, and then we come back again to that conversation. Julia, I guess the floor is yours.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to jump into it in Lugari without washing my hands. I don't know what Mwamba said. I don't know what Alex said previously. But I'm just trying to catch the conversation. Okay, we are in a new dispensation, and we are having different level of politicking. First, we have a problem, and a problem is Ruto, William Samuel Ruto, and William Ruto is a thug. So I guess personally, I don't want to dismiss anybody. I don't want to dismiss the Gachagua type of politics. I don't want to dismiss Martha Karua type of politics, because I guess I think right now, yes, Gachagua is very confrontational, and that is what Ruto needs. But I think in the long run, we want Martha Karua kind of leadership. That's what Kenya needs. That's the transformation that we are looking for. So I guess we need everybody here. So we want, right now, the confrontation of politics that Gachagua is doing is what Ruto needs, maybe to get out of power. But in the long run, we will need Karwa type of leadership. That is why I keep saying here, in a good government, a good future government should be formed by the types of Fred Matiang'i, Mother Karwa, Okia Mtata, those kind of characters. Because these people have proven to us that they can perform, and they have proven, Mother Karwa has proven that she's firm, and that no amount of politicking will change her mind, will change her principles. She has proven that she doesn't buy those kind of politicking of bribing people and buy. She won't do that under no circumstances. Now, Okia Mtata has stood with the people. I'm bringing Okia Mtata back because he has stood with the people. And even at this time, no matter the fact he has not been campaigning on the campaign trail, he has stood up. He's above board. Now, Fred Matiang'i has shown his performance. He has a track record, a transformational track record. Now, Gachagua is playing the striker right now. So Gachagua, I think, is a bridge between us and from the old politicking to the next revolutionary government that we hope we are going to have. So that is how I see things, that Gachagua is a bridge, is now, right, Gachagua politicking is a bridge from what we are now to the revolutionary government that we hopefully Kenyans are going to have, where we have a government, or a government formed by people who believe that Kenya deserve clean water, deserve good roads, deserve food, shelter, and clothing, have a right to equitable education, have a right to equitable access to health services. You know, we want that government to be formed by Kenyans who believe that. Kenyans who believe that it is possible to have zero tolerance to corruption. We don't want Kenyans to tell us that kila mtu ni corrupt. Ati kila mtu anaiba hapa, anaiba kibakisha kidogo. Unaona hizo story ya kupora zilianza na Kenyatta. Me, I don't know how true that is, but understand Kenyatta allowed people to go into Uganda to steal coffee. And then he told them, if you are caught, shauri yako. Asijui ukweli hiyo story. Lakini kama ni kweli, that is what we must not perpetuate. Okay? So we want people who believe that it is possible not to steal. It is possible not even to earn so much income. You know, why should somebody earn an income of 800,000 and then on top akona pex, akona travel allowance, akona siju sitting allowance, akona siju water allowance? We want that kind of a revolutionary people, and I think Mother Karwa is that kind of a person. The last time she stood for election, when she was vying for as a running mate, she talked about how much she owns, and she said she was not more than 150 million. And when she talked about 150 million, she told us why she talked about 150 million is because of the house she owned, and the house had appreciated to that amount of money. So she doesn't seem to believe that she needs so much money to lead Kenya, or to be somewhere in Kenya, or to serve the people of Kenya. That is the kind of character we are looking for. Those are the characters. Somebody may tell me it is impossible to find that, but we have one in Mother Karwa. So it means it is possible to find those kind of characters. So at the same time, I'll not dismiss Rigathi Gachagua, because right now we need somebody to give punches. Right now, in fact, yesterday I said, right now we need somebody to call Kenyans to walk from Uhuru Park to State House and demand Ruto to resign. And I think Gachagua is in that position right now to do that. So that is what I would like to say. Thank you. Next
Thank you very much. Nyakairo, please. Mama Kamili, Kenya Maandamano. Kamili.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I say hi to you all, and even in the comment section. I've been listening to you guys, and I've taken a few points that I feel I want to air out. Now, about Mother Karua. Mother Karua has been fighting for a better country. However, she might not be hovering everywhere, but her word can move, and people know her stance and her way towards politics. You know, politics is not dirty. It's people who are dirty. And they are the one who have made it look like mafia instead of a decent job that you look for to lead people. Mother Karua was elected either 2 times or less, I don't know, but I know she has been an MP of Gishogo. And this time round, when she was a running mate, despite of the election that we claim really, allegedly, that it was stolen, they had won. But because the boss who she was with was aiming something different, that is why things have fallen apart. Mother Karua is a person who stands for the integrity for whichever position she may be. Remember that time that she walked away from Moi's congregation? She could not stand it. But there are people who also who says that she is rude, she's adamant, that she cannot listen to people or whatever. But even for me, what I feel is not good for my people, I will not support. And I will not be forced to support. Because the only thing I can do is to walk away rather than talking. I would put another point here. Mother might not have money to move around. She might not be politicking all over the country. Which country in Africa do you remember? The guy was in jail and people voted him in and he came from jail to presidency. Those are things that we should be looking at. That when people decide, despite of these mafia people who exchange a baby to a different mother, we can live in our harmonious democracy that we want in our country. And so when I look at Mother, she stands a quality of a person who don't want to be involved. And don't take her like a coward. It's only that it's so wide that she don't want to entangle herself into this mess. Because fighting out of that entanglement, it will be a difficult or disaster. So what I'm trying to put here, Wangari Maathai was elected, Mother Karua was elected, Mother Karua had won the governorship of Kirinyaga. Remember, she took Waiguru to East African, either it is judiciary or something like that. She was working all this because she was already elected and she had won. Lakini tukapata maajabu ya Abnuasi ambaye alipindua kila mtu, akawa yule ambaye hakuwa hata amevaa nguo, amevalishwa nguo, ndiye anaongoza. Honestly speaking, it's very painful for us Kenyans to see all what happened this time round. Watu wale walikuwa wamechaguliwa wakaachwa nje. And I remember, I saw all those people who were elected. In fact, they were all in shock. How? What happened? And that is what happened. Na hata ninashindwa, hata hawa watu sahili wameanza kuwa recruited, kuletwa kwa serikali. What does it mean for you kwenda hapo kama mtoto mpotevu? unaingia kwa serikali ambayo ili kunyang'anya uongozi wako ambao ulikuwa umepata. Wakabadilisha, wakaweka yule hajawin, alafu tena wanarudi kukuokota kama takataka, wanakuweka hapo like nobody. I just say this. We have people who can stand on their grounds and say, mimi sitakula matapiko, wacha nikule tabu yangu. Julia said that the little she has, she enjoys it because she will not sit down there looking over the shoulder that somebody may attack me because I took someone's money. I took someone's property. I am having this because some people were deprived what they should have gotten. So for me, I would say Mother Karua stands for integrity. She stands for a good person. It's only that we have got mafia. Wanaume nitasema generally, and don't take me wrong, please. There are times whereby men don't want to see a woman being their leader to some extent. And I know I'm going to hit Achilles' heels of some people. But there are people who are there as civil servants, who are there as leaders, politicians, with integrity for the work of what they were sent there to do by their people, not looking for gender or anything. But there are people who are there very evil, vicious, who don't care. Yeye awe ndiye kiongozi. It's not another kind of gender. I'm sorry to say that, but take it easy. And I am a woman and I respect men, but sometimes we have to understand. Thank you for listening.
Tumebaki peke yetu.
Ndio ninaona kama tumebaki peke yetu. So I wanted Bwana Mwamba Kipril, Bwana Mwamba alikuwa anaongea then umalizie. Bwana Mwamba, uko hapo bado? Mwamba?
Because it's 2:30 here, mi naenda kulala sahi, but this was a beautiful debate. Now Joseph, onjo ulianzisha hii kitu wewe. You're the one who started this thing.
Hapana, ni Jumuli Anzanie huko chini.
No, you really wanted this. You really wanted this. This is what you wanted.
Wewe ndio umefanya keep awake hivyo.
Ni Mwamba walianzana na kipu huko chini
akaanza awake hivyo. Umeguza penye utakani kuguza.
You don't touch Martha Karua like that. Man.
Sorry. Niko hapa. Sorry. My phone is acting. Saa ingine ni vizuri kuwasha moto, at least watu waache kuboeka. It looks like sometimes the debate has to really shika moto.
Na Joseph, tukubaliane tu.
We are not fighting.
Let us agree.
We are debating.
Let us agree something, something that may annoy of you. Kikuyu men wouldn't like a woman who challenges them.
Wacha kuleta ukabila hapa.
Wako na ile kitu. Wacha tu niwachokoze. Unajua
wacha hiyo uchokozi sasa.
Tukiwa kole, tukiwa tunaamini wanaume wa Jaluo wanajua kupenda wanawake. Ndio wanaume wa Jaluo wanajua they can go down to pet the women. But Kikuyu men, they are so men. Yani wanajifanya men.
Hiyo stereotypes lazima tuache sasa.
Mwamba tena. Unaacha Mwamba tena.
Wakona some ego.
Luo men.
Julia, hiyo stereotype utawacha sasa.
Wakona some ego. Luo men can really love. Why lie? Call a spade a spade. Haya, squeezy nimegundua. Okay, in fact wanaume wa Kikuyu, the good thing with them, they look for money. So if you don't want love, they can take care of you. watakutafutia
Luo
pesa.
men know how to treat women. That's a threat. Mwamba usijidanganye hapo.
Yaani leo mmesema muwashe kuwasha.
Hiyo wacha hiyo nikubali 9-0. I won't comment on that one
Kikuyu men,
because
they will look for money. Unaona ubaya keep.
I have no capacity to argue that one.
Ubaya wa Luo men.
Julia, comment section Irene amekuguza, amesema sipendi my Kikuyu men washikwe please.
Wacha nikwambie Irene, Luo men know how to love. Kikuyu men don't know how to love. If you want love, go for Luo men. But if you want
Julia,
money,
can I ask you a personal question in front of all these people?
Yes, ask me.
One second.
Have you been loved by one?
I have had experience from both sides.
I wish Anyiba was here today.
Haya, wacha nikwambie experience yangu.
Atakuwa kwenu. Unajua Imba is going to tetea Wakikuyu. That's the thing.
Wacha nikwambie experience yangu. Unajua nimesomea, I went to school in Nyanza, let me say that. So my interaction, there was a big high interaction with Luo men. And they have space for women. Let me tell you, they have space and respect for women. Hiyo wako nayo. Wako na respect kubwa sana. Kikuyu men, but the only problem with Luo men, watakupenda bure bila pesa. Pesa ujitafutie. So that is a challenge. Haya, kama if you want a Kikuyu man and you want to be okay financially, it's okay. If you choose money, they look for money every day. Na ukicomplain wanakuuliza, nina jeri, neki otari, nenyo botari, nalika niri otari. Gari ne gogoreire hau. Yani wacha ni translate. Anauliza, what are you complaining? Ni chakula ama ni nyumba na gari, hata gari amekununulia. That is how they react, Kikuyu men. So they work so hard, look for money and all that. But then kama unataka mapenzi, utagojea kabisa. Now, Luo men will love you, but the only challenge with Luo men, they will love many women, not just you.
You know people, my brothers from Central. Nimenunua chakula.
Nimenunua chakula. Nimelipia watoto masomo. Nimekununulia, uko na nyumba. Nilikununulia gari jana. Ni nini kingine unataka? Unanisumbua? That is how. Mwamba, am I wrong?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these stereotype things is just jokes. I did this yesterday about my community. So don't take it any seriously. I hate when people take things like this seriously.
No. There's no one taking it seriously. But then you see, keep these stereotypes.
No, by the Julia, there are people who take this thing seriously, then they come back and say, "Oh, keep saying this yesterday." Oh, no. This is
but these stereotypes have some point.
Joking, eh?
Hizi stereotypes ziko na point keep. Haya, wacha niseme Wakari. Sasa Wakari wako na advantage moja.
Julia, unataka kuchoma. Unataka kuchoma show.
At
my age, you can tell that I've met all types of people. Wakale wakikupenda, wamekupenda yote mpaka watoto wako. Hata wataki kujua mtoto ulitoa.
No, that is true. No, we take children. We take all of it. It's just like the Masai.
Wanakupenda tu yote.
We don't care. We don't care. Children are children. Including Julia, including you as the woman.
Yes, and they wanakupenda tu wewe wote wanakupenda, and the good thing with Wakale, the thing of treating you like a child is that they want to take care of you like a child. It feels good.
Correct.
Julia, Aimba ameingia. Let us listen Aimba. Sasa kutachomeka. Aimba, go ahead.
Mimi sijakuja kuchomba by the way. Unajua nilisema mashemeji yangu wako hapa hivi, so nakujanga kani nimenyenyekea saa zile nimeona mashe. You know, siwezi penda kusoma.
Lakini kulikuwa na kesi ya nyimba, unatakiwa upatie verdict hii sasa hii.
Nimesikia kama Julia anashika, nimesikia kama Julia anashika mlima. Kawaida huwa sipendi mlima ikishikwa when it comes to my people. Julia, I was a little girl. But trust me, mama yangu to this day, mama yangu used to point at my child. No, just say so. My child is around my siblings' children. Nini. She used to point at my son and ambia tu hakuna mtoto akona baba kushinda mtoto. Na si ati unajua ndio mtoto azalio kulikuwa kwanza na mama na baba walikutana. Nakwambia this man treated me like royalty. I'm sorry to disappoint anyone else who probably looks at it any other way. Sidhani kama kuna siku nitawai kama hali niambie watu, and you know the one thing I'm so proud, I'm so grateful to God for, huyu ndio mtu Mungu alikubali akanipa mtoto, because now the memory I have even of this child, anytime I look at that child, he's a reflection of love for me, and a guy who was deliberate and very intentional about being present in both our lives. So the truth is, mimi mtu hawezi kuniambia, kila individual ako different, maybe culture yake iko different, maybe nini iko different, but the truth is, mimi Mrima ilinigusa na nikaigusa back na niko tu sawa. By the way, sana niko na memories zingine zenye hakuna mtu anaweza waivuta.
Hey, sasa umefanya kina Mwamba
hapo tumepakwa mafuta sawa sawa. Yes.
Now, the people who know me enough know that me wasisemi kitu ati I have no reason to flatter anyone. Me, I give credit where it's due. Mimi Mrima ilinipanda na nikaipanda vizuri. So the truth is
Mato feels left out.
No, nilipatikana. Unajua nimemwona
Mato ni marabbits.
Satan shindeni pepo shindwe Satan.
Ati niseme
na Mungu awasamehe na nisamehe. Aja nimeona nini huko nyuma nikasema acha nimuongeze huko. Kuja kusema na nyinyi mnakuja hapa kuniambia ati what?
Rabbit anaongea.
Kwendeni huko Luro.
You know the diversity of Kenya is what makes this community very interesting. Even though we love one another. Unasikia sasa vile Mato amewaka, ameshikwa pahali mbaya.
Lakini section waseme unajua maneno ya Wakamba, nani ananiuza maneno ya Kisii. Alex nitafutie bwana Mkisii, nitaspiana report baadaye. Sijapata mmoja.
Julia amesema yeye ndio soko litmus.
Julia utaua Mkisii wewe.
Ndio mara kwa mchezo.
Ati na Wakamba, hatujui maneno ya Wakamba. Those in the comment section, wasichana wenye wako tuambieni kunaendanga aje kwa Wakamba.
Comment section imewaka. No romance without finance. Wow.
No romance yenyewe pesa pia lazima.
So unaweza imagine mimi nilipata hiyo combination ya wale anajituma both without and within. So you can imagine. Sasa mimi nikisemanga things about what ya Mrima, mtu anafaa kuniblame aje? As in hiyo bidii, imagine hiyo bidii alikuwa nayo huko nje, alikuwa analeta kwa nyumba pia alikuwa na bidii. Na akafanya bidii mpaka outcome ikatokea yenye watu wakiona wanatii.
This now is from experience. So the man here should just send to me a naiba and you where you belong. So Mato, hatuna experience.
Well, you know we can't comment about ourselves. So we can only wait for the ladies to comment.
Sasa vile mmesikia hiyo story, mmesikia maneno ya marking scheme, mwende mka improve penye marking scheme imekuwa deducted kiasi. Mato hatuna marking scheme ya Wakamba. Mimi wache tu.
By the way, the thing about Wakamba, mimi nakumbuka when we were growing, we had neighbors Wakamba.
Rabbits.
Not necessarily, but the way one thing about Kambas are very loyal husbands. Kambas are very loyal men. For me, the ones that I've seen. In fact, growing up, Miss Kuwei jua ati ni Mrima itakutanishwa. Imagine I was literally looking forward to marrying a Kamba because they're very caring men and they're very loyal. The thing that Julia has mentioned about Luos loving too many of you at the same time, that is the one thing that cannot, like kuna kitu uchungu kushinda kwa hii world kushinda betrayal. So you can imagine if I know that I'm sharing whatever it is that you're offering me, alafu ati iko distributed kwa umma. I mean, there's nothing about it here. There's nothing about it that's attractive at all. So the truth is, Kambas make very loyal husbands. Although they can also be extremely jealous. That's the other thing I know.
Watakupeleka kwa yule
Monga,
utajipata
Monga, can you repeat that again, please? Maybe unajua kuna there's a problem of English understanding and Swahili understanding. Yeah? Can you just repeat
Unataka arudie na Kikamba?
No, it's true. It's true. They are very loyal, but then I think the loyalty is what doubles up for the jealous.
na ukiwatoroka utafuatwa na nyuki, so careful. Right?
Lakini my sister Aimba, ungeguza tu mlima kwa miguu, si Wakamba wako pale kwa mlima kwa miguu, so hata ungekuwa unasema una hug mlima.
You know the other thing, I'll tell you something about Luo women. Luo women are extremely loyal. When they're loved right, nakwambia, they will give you heaven. Like literally, like you will be a king. Like the title Lord that was assigned a man by God, that we should refer to a man as Lord. Trust me, you treat a Luo woman right, you will be a Lord of her life.
Maybe they compare well with Meru women, because Meru women now wanakupenda kijinga.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Now. But you guys are taller. You guys are taller than us when you're seated down.
Yes. Sasa imagine macho unapatiwangwa hiyo yote, alafu inafungiliwa na miguu, by the way. Alafu yani sitaki kupatiana details hapa hivi. This is still a family channel. Sasa hatuko kwa topic. Hatuko kwa ile topic yenye tunapatiana details. Because unajua miguu pia tulipatianwa. So inaenda ina lock plus your head. Trust me. Na si ati we are amazing cooks as well. So si ati tunapikanga tu chakula ya mdomo ya juu. So
Julie umegongwa hapa hakuna story ya nini mashakura hapa hawafanyi mashakura. Hao wanakaa chini kwanza ni warefu kuliko, alafu wacheki na mashakura wanaweka
saa ya kupanga kaugali, kaboga, yote ni chakula. Utaka kukula idhaanga ni urenda irio kana ndurenda, ni urare kana ndurare, unakula
na mgeni akiingia mnaongeza maji.
But Kikuyu women, me by the thing that stands out for me about Kikuyu women is the way they love their children. Mimi Kikuyu women, the one thing yenye nimewapatia max on yani ni vile mnapenda watoto wenu. Your children are everything. I love everything else follows.
Yeah, I told somebody we did for our children.
No, that is Kikuyu women, you guys give it all for your children. But then that's the other thing that I don't understand, Julia. Yeah? When Muna, okay, and this is not stereotypical, it's just facts. Sazile unakulisha mwanaume wako stilul. Uoni kama mtoto unapenda, hii damu itamfuata, hii damu ya baba yake yenye umemwaga.
Lazima ungechoma Aimba. Lazima ungechoma.
No, you know that, but it's something that really worries me, because I'm like the truth is because Julia knows that truth, by the way. Vile tu umri ya Julia pali amefika, by the way, whoever will marry Julia right now will get a wonderful woman, because hii umri imefika, ana haja kukupeleka Sayun for whatever reason. You see
the way they get rid of them.
Yes, the way they get rid of them, they never worry that your blood itafuata watoto, because it eventually does.
Okay, I'm not trying to justify the violence maybe in the Mount Kenya region. I want to think that your violence, it's just more there because Mount Kenya, in terms of there are worse things happening in America and the rest of the world because of exposure. Unaona kuna a lot of things that Mount Kenya women cannot take right now that other women from the rest of the country take. For example, okay, it's a stereotype, but I just said something that Luo men will love and love more women, right? Now in Mount Kenya, wanawake sasa hiyo kitu hawata take. They won't take that. Like unataka kujifanya kwamba unampenda na utapenda wengine. Now, so the problem I have is how people solve their problems, because you don't have to kill somebody if things don't work. You can always walk away. but hapo ndio imefika hiyo violence unaona inatoka ni people because can no longer tolerate each other, cannot tolerate, and we have a lot of, I have been trying to say that a lot of men, I think it must be my age group, I think so, because our fathers were a different type or the same, even though they were authoritative, they provided for their families. The men who bore us as children, they may have been authoritative to our mothers. So our mothers take because they provided for their families. They were authoritative by they provided. Our grandparents were authoritative by they provided. Now, the men of my age, I'm saying my age group, they want to behave like our fathers, but a lot of them have run from their responsibilities. It is in Kikuyu land that a lot of children don't know their fathers. New people, you can agree with me. It is Kikuyus who are having boys calling themselves Wanjeri, Wamaida, James Wamaida, unaona, James Wamboi. Kwa sababu gani? Baba zao, they are at large. Something you'll not find in Luo land, right, Aimba?
Julia, life is very spiritual. Yeah, I get what you say. Life is very...
Let me finish. Something you'll not find in Luo land. You'll not find Luo land a child who doesn't know their father. Even in Luya land, you'll not find, in fact, Luyas go to an extent of, hata wakizaa watoto nje, wanawaendea. Even wakale. And even our kisses go after their children. But in Kikuyu land, you'll find children who don't know who their fathers are. Because there has come a generation. It is an age, from my age going downwards, younger, who have decided that they can no longer be responsible over their families. So all this violence coming up with the influence of modernity and all that, I think needs to be addressed. And I'm sorry to say it is spreading to the rest of the country, because now I've seen a lot of home violence, even in Kalenjin land, men and women killing each other. It is because people can no longer tolerate each other. That is what I wanted to say. I don't think it's been a tribal thing. It is just that violence spreading because people can no longer tolerate each other. And I think personally is what I've done. I've decided with myself, if you have a son for that matter, teach them to be responsible, teach them to be a man, teach them how you saw our fathers grow, behave, treat our mothers, teach them to be in charge of their homes, teach them that you're a man. Even if your wife is working, teach your son that you're the man of the family. Teach your son that you're the provider, and that home will be peaceful. Teach your son that you are in charge. Don't teach your son that at share cost. History ya share costing. Don't teach your son that bibi yako anafanya kazi, you share cost. Don't teach them that. Teach them you're the man of the... That is how we saw our father. That is how we saw our fathers do. That's how we saw our grandparents do. Okay, we were in charge. Okay, but then our men of our age group, they are like, bibi yangu anafanya kazi, mimi nafanya kazi. Yani wameregea kiasi. Sasa hiyo heshima iko. Unaona? Sasa even the respect from the women, the respect. Okay, but I'm also not justifying disrespect. I'm not trying to say that if a woman is earning, then they should disrespect their husband. That one is also not justifiable.
But provision brings about authority, Julia.
Yes.
Provision brings about authority that a husband requires to have. For me, the only reason, okay, if there may be more reason, but most of the reason why I want the man to be the one to provide is because I know the level of confidence it gives a man when he has his own money.
Yes.
You know, when people claim, I usually tell people that you want to refer to women as gold diggers, and most of the people who call women gold diggers don't even have that gold to be dug. So the men who have money don't mind their women spending it.
Even the women who refer to people to be gold diggers don't.
The men.
No, the men.
The men doesn't have even the gold to be dug about.
The men, yeah. I'll be honest and tell you. Usually, mostly whenever I come across those clips, I repost them because you should see the feeling and even the comment section, and you should see basically the reaction it gives. There are these couples, especially on social media, on TikTok especially. I'd interest you guys in going to follow. There's they're young, and imagine they're fairly young couples. Of course,
my
dear
sister, in as much as I come here and make jokes, and actually, like sometimes we talk about very serious things. You see, let's go back. Okay, let's circle back. Okay, it's fine. I mean, we know what we do with our family life and everything, but let's circle back of what is happening. Yeah, I have gotten a lot of heat lately, or me saying that I don't know if we've gotten to where we want women to be in leadership, because it seems like we're getting disappointed every time that we have women in leadership. But again, also what is happening in Kenya today is also the same thing that as we've been fighting with Samia Suluhu. And you can see like today people, I mean, apparently people had decided to not go to the streets anymore, and just mess around on the internet realm. But now they've come back again to the streets. So, what do you guys think? I don't know if there's any leader in Kenya that is actually a female leader that has messed
Yes,
up
yes,
this.
there's one. Professor is it Magenda or Mugenda? And she was frustrated, removed from Kenyatta University. She built that university. She developed it. And she was frustrated and removed there na madharau ingine yenye sijui.
Women make amazing leaders, Julia. It's just
Mhm.
that I guess it's culturing from home. I usually ask. I usually try to imagine if someone was to ask my son, for instance, based on based on your interaction with women, and especially the core woman in your life, what would you say of a woman, about a woman leading and a woman having authority and having opportunity to actually manage people? I've always said I'll
Is
probably
this a
need to.
conversation that you guys are willing to speak about? Because normally when we bring up this conversation, it becomes a whole different debacle.
Mato, I'll ask you, okay, so what I'll tell you is, it is informed from, maybe from home. Which kind of a mother did you have? Which kind of sisters did you have? What was normalized in your life as who a woman represents in your life? A woman is representative of the person that you interacted with the most, from your point of conception and then onwards as you're nurtured. Which women did you hang around, and what was your idea of who a woman is? If at all you were born you're born to a strong woman, and then you have leaders for sisters or your aunties or anything, there'll be nothing strange to you about a woman leading, and you'll feel safe around them. Because honestly speaking, if you see the kind of leadership a proper woman should offer, I'm not talking about women who are into power for the sake of power, because whenever you see a woman who's intrigued by power, such as the few that I can point out to you who are within our spaces, then that is a worrisome lot. Those are people who are almost looking to feel something in their mind, in their lives. But when you find a woman who is confident in the space of who she is, and has owned up to the space, and was probably born a leader, you will find that she doesn't struggle with it, because leadership is pretty much nurturing. It's just that you're now nurturing with authority and systems and structures. So then that provides for you that you may have a sense of authority over matters, and you have a sound mind. Sometimes you need to take decisions, but it is not to lord over people. So normally, whenever you find someone who's intrigued by the power and overwhelmed by the power, that is why you find them messing up. And the fact that she's a female or male doesn't make a difference. It is just that you have given power in the hands of a wrong person, in the hands of a person who's got a very weak mind. That's a difference. So if you ask me, a woman and a man, when it comes to leadership, a woman is a better leader, because she comes from a point of thinking about others than first self. But when it comes to a man, he was born and wired to think about himself first before anybody else. So when we look at it critically in terms of who you should entrust leadership to, for me, I would honestly tell you easily it's a woman. But the reason why, especially the political space, provides for the men to especially go into those positions, and most of them are the ones, because of the dynamics around which makes a woman a woman's formation. Our challenges are based on the fact that I'm first a mother, or rather, I may not have been first a mother, but it is a responsibility that will have to eventually follow me. I have the duty of a wife. So a woman is mostly a duty bearer. A man majorly is a right holder. So normally, whenever you look at a duty bearer and a right holder has a lot more time and opportunity in their hands compared to a duty bearer. Because a duty bearer depends on who they're offering this duty to. Look at the example of a woman, just from the structure of being in a home, even being born as a daughter in a home. Her duties are already enough. So when you look at her compared to a boy who's a right holder right from home also, the dynamics, and the reason why there's been affirmative action, it's because people have realized the capacity of a woman in leadership, and that is why a level playing field is trying to be created for them. But when now we go and decide to be very individualistic about it, that is when we end up having it the wrong way and ending up with the wrong outcome. But the truth is, women are excellent leaders when you find the right one. Thanks.
I would like to echo on what you have said. You have brought in so very good points. For me, I'm here working. So when I'm working here, I'm not with my family. So my wife is at home. So if I'm not there, who is responsible and who is the head of the family? It will not be me. It will be my wife, definitely, who is the head of the family at that moment. I'll be there, but I'll be there not as physically, but they'll see me. Maybe I'll be making some calls and calling my kids, but my wife will be there, and she's the one to instruct and say, kids, you're supposed to do this, and also she's the one who is supposed to direct them. Your dad has said this and this. But I want to also add on one point that you said earlier about women and how they always respect their men. Do you know? For me, even if my wife is working, there is men who have allowed their wives to become independent or somehow to work and make themselves something they are doing. So when my wife does something in the house, and that is what should be echoed to all women. When my wife does something in the house, she always says that it is me who have done. So the confidence that you are saying in a man, it is not only brought by the confidence that you are bringing something every evening and the kids are seeing it, but the wife that you have is showing that your father is the one who is the provider. Essentially, she's the one who had provided what was there. Maybe sometimes I might be the funds are late or something. You find her, she has bought maybe some shopping and what, but she'll tell the kids that this is your father who has bought this and this. So when even you're in the family setup, the kids, when they are growing up, they know that we have a hierarchy
As a man.
and they always respect you because they know, even if. But now that's now what comes in. You see why you are saying men are given wool. It comes with maybe the mom shows you that no, your dad, it does not do this, does not do this. So when you are shown this kind of characters, when you grow up to be, maybe you are a girl, you grow up to become a woman, you'll always have these traits. You always see a woman, a man like somehow is inferior. So I just wanted to echo that.
I don't know, Joseph. I think we are all looking at it from different experiences. I don't know. I think it's a complicated situation. But I think it's not like the women show the children, your dad is not doing this. I think it just comes out. He doesn't need to tell them, your dad did not pay school fees. Your dad did not do this. I think it just comes. I don't know. I think it just comes out. But I guess the man, like Irene is saying, should strive very much to be in charge. Should not be in their comfort zone like bibi yangu akona kazi akona unaona inaandaga kama joke. It's just like a joke. Like let me say from my experience. Sasa mimi niko hapa America and I've met somebody and we are going out. Na najua niko na mshahara. Personally, I don't have the experience of paying my bills. I'm telling you. I don't have the experience that tumeenda out at tunashare bill at half ya
Imagine.
Sina hiyo yes, na siwezi tolerate nakwambia I can't take that. And let me say this, Mwamba and Joseph, maybe that may help the men.
Yes.
I swear, I promise, I respect the people I've interacted with and they have not carried their bags into my house to come and live in my house. Nakwambia, I respect them so much. I respect them so bad. Hata kama unaona, maybe we are going somewhere and we are driving like 2 hours. Jamaa ana drive 2 hours to and fro to pick me up. Yet niko na gari yangu naweza jipeleka. Take that person so bad. Kama awe na, by the way, si tina interact na watu tuko na mshahara kubwa kuliko mimi, no. People their pay may not be maybe we may,
as good as Nini as yours.
but they respect themselves as men. They respect themselves as men so bad, like
they know their position.
Yes, have never seen. Sasa mtu kama huyo, if it happens we live together, he has my respect, he has won my respect. So but hata kiniambia tuchange pesa tununue nyumba naweza changa, hata kujitolea ile yangu yote kwa sababu
trust.
Yeye ni mwanaume with his money, he's a man, he's just beyond reason. Mtu mwenye anakwambia naenda home, can I pick your child from this point, ama unataka nimpeleke wapi? Mtu amejitolea kama mwana anaona huyu mama kana watoto wakubwa, they need this, I need to get it for them. That's a kind of example. So you don't need to earn the same amount of money. He doesn't need to earn more money than me. Like, he's, by virtue of how he carries himself, he should just be the African man we know. So that, and if it comes to a time that you are living together or you are married, that woman, let me tell you,
doesn't have bills in your house.
Yes.
Gosh.
And that woman has no problem even giving you access to her bank account because she trusts you. She trusts you with finances in that house. She knows.
Mimi sinanga finances, Julia.
Yeah.
When it comes to my man.
Yeah.
But hapo kwa me having money when I have my man, me nakwanga career volunteer. Sinanga pesa. So ujuange tu sina pesa ni wewe ndio. I am your responsibility, because the truth is your heart is where your money is. And what I have come to confirm about men, trust me, sasa ukijifanya kimbelembele uko na pesa zako, ataenda kutafuta yule mtu anamtegemea, because that is where they find the authority and power. So sana mimi pesa ya bwanangu ataitumia kwangu, imagine. Sitampatia opportunity ya kwenda
and to echo what you're saying, the two of you, do you think a man can make you suffer when you are doing all those things that Julia is saying? I highly doubt.
No.
I highly doubt. If there is a man who can do that, then he's not a man.
A lot of men hawajachanuka. Unaona, wako na, mimi nimepata watu hata hapa, nimesikia watu wakisema hapa ati paying bill half. That one doesn't work.
Nijikute.
That one doesn't work. Let me tell me, as nimeambia my son, never ever dream about that, telling your wife that
a woman having her own money
to pay your bill half. I always tell him,
imagine.
Akiniambia ati wanakuja niambia umeshughulikia transport, umeshughulikia ticket. I'm like, I'm a pain on his head. Like umeshughulikia, it is his job. So
your woman is a bill.
Yes, history ya kwamba ati bibi anaweza jilipia ticket. Have you bought their ticket? I am like, I'm a pain on his head, because nimejua it will earn him respect from that girl. That girl, in fact, my son na bibi yake amekuwa stay home mom for some time now, and nimeambia my son, you are the provider. Mshana leo mtoto. Don't you are
the kazi anafanya, hakuna pesa itakununulia the quality of a child.
So me, what I'm trying to say, me at my age, let me say, nimegundua kwamba mtu mwenye anafanya hesabu, I want to take this lady at my age, this lady out, wacha nimchukue. I have a car, I can drive my car wherever I want in this country, but wacha nimchukue those miles, I pick her up, we go out. I have never, mimi siwezi imagine mtu anaweza nipangia ati nipe bill. The day anybody
imagine,
that will be the end of me and he's talking. Because of that, this person has earned respect so much.
It's a full turn off, by the way, Julia. I would like the men to understand that whenever you assign a bill to a woman, hakuna kitu ina turn off mtu kushinda hiyo. I don't know what it is. I've always asked men. I've always wanted to get this answer. I don't know whether anyone would be able to provide it over here. What is it about you that when mwanamke akikufanyia unajua by the way huyu niko na roho yake? Because mimi najua ukinipatia pesa yako najua umenipenda kabisa. But what is it, how does that feel for a man? Like, what is it about you guys that when a woman does, unajua by them niko kwa roho yako? Because by them si wadanganyi. It doesn't matter how much a woman is earning. Pesa ya mwanaume wake inakuaga very, and it's not money from men. Let us be clear. It is not money from men, because those ones we get offers for every time. My man, when he gives me money, when he buys me things, I feel most loved.
I think the difference is, love within men is not the same as love within women. Women when they love, we are told they love with their heart, but we are told when men love, they love with their head and I think their brain. So men, when they are thinking, it's not the same way they think like women do. You know, a woman, when she's thinking about my man should do
Joseph,
this to
you
me.
what is it that for you when a woman does for you, you'll actually feel loved and valued by her?
There are so many things I can
No,
say.
no, no. Try one. Wouldn't mind because it's a learning session.
For me, it's only respect.
Okay.
If you respect me, I know you love me.
And respect would
Because
be
you
what? What you have said she's done, Nama.
not telling you atifanya hivi, do this. You respect me. You respect the love that we have between me and you. You also respect that I have also things I should be doing. You're also respecting my. You know, every man has a goal to achieve. If
Because
you
imagine
are a man and you don't have a goal you're achieving, you are not a man enough. But if you are a man, you should have a goal.
Sasa Sisi Joe, there's a universal principle in the world that ukipatia, the one thing you can never go wrong with is give your woman money. As in she will feel mushy. So ndio najiulizanga, what is that one universal thing about men that we say, for instance, I know for a fact that if I did this to my man, there was no way I was going to go wrong.
For your man?
Joseph has said, Joseph nimekupata. I almost think
If
he's
I may chip in here,
Nimeona Mwamba pia amemute.
Mwamba is there.
yeah, if I may chip in here, and I don't know how this can be taken. I think for a man, what he likes from a woman is just respect and to be praised. That is all. And if giving you that money is what is going to earn me that praise, that is what happens. You give the money as you see the thankfulness, and now you get it's like saying power and glory. The man wants to feel powerful and I think that's what they interpret to be love. Maybe it's
Yeah.
not. So if I can give you that money and you start praising me for it, or the thankfulness, you know what I mean. I don't mean like you go shouting, "Oh, thank you so much." No. You want to feel like you have the power and the
Appreciated.
glory. That is now what a man loves. But if
All right.
you just start putting man down and especially ridiculing him, then the man will not be in a position to ever give that love again. And men are more sensitive to love than women, and
I
that is
know.
what you don't understand. Men are actually very sensitive to love, but their love does not show as much as a woman. You know, a woman needs like something like pampering,
Expressive.
and that is
Yeah.
it. If you understand that one as a man, and what a man appreciates much is to be praised, just to be praised and to be
Okay.
appreciated. That is what the man feels, that I am powerful, I'm subduing this woman, and that is what
Okay.
men like. Period. And that's the
True.
relation. That's the perfect relationship. Otherwise,
True.
the other thing that breaks families, and the other thing that makes men get put off is when you discuss them and they come to know. If you discuss them, especially with your children, like you say, "Oh, baba yenu hafanyi hivi, baba yenu baba yenu," that one will never ever bring that family together. However rich that person can be, he can even throw the money and walk out. Like you were saying, Julia, the Wakikuyu men would say, "Have I not bought food? Have I not bought your car? Have I not bought?" Even if I do that, and then you don't have that appreciation and that thing to give him the power and the glory, there will still be no love between you two. So, as you say, you feel so good to be picked by somebody who looks responsible, even though you earn more money than him. That is how a man feels. If you can just give him that power and glory, that's all what men like, and that is what they call love. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know whether it's
True.
unfortunate.
There's nothing
Or fortunate.
unfortunate about it.
Irene, one thing to say is, you know, when men they have too much love to give. You know, not only the woman they only give love. You know, they need to give love even to the kids. So for a man, his responsibility is very tough. It's tougher than the way, because you need even we live with women, and women is very hard to to know women. You can stay with a woman for 20, 25 years and still you have never understood your women
To get
or
out.
your woman. So it's a very difficult task for us, but we try our best. So if you see we are trying, please also appreciate us.
Okay.
You know, the other thing
Alright.
is that a man has only one type of a mood. Women have moods, different seasons of their lives. And that is also something a man should be able to understand. Sometimes women will be like itchy for no good reason or for no reason at all. You should be able to know that. And if you know this is not the time, there are things you know, this is the time to avoid such a thing, this is the time to avoid such a talk, this is the time to avoid this. But a woman will nag you throughout. If you are able to take that nagging positively and also be able to handle it, then the respect comes out almost naturally. And that is what a man wants to feel. Period. I'm not an expert in that topic, but that is my observation.
I'm happy.
Jiru ni kuchokoza na wachokoza. He's asking, let me ask. Pesa ya mama is budgeted on what? I want
Pesa
to know.
mama ni yetu ya fan. Okay, so as I was telling you about those clips, there are two. Okay, there's two. I think there's been a challenge going on TikTok, and so that like those couples are taking it on. Or those ones of someone has seen something online, and then you share with your husband. You're like, oh, by the way, babe, I've seen something. I've seen this dress. It's so beautiful. Nini nini. Then the guy goes for his card, and then the woman comes and says, oh, it's been delivered in this day. So the man turns like, what do you mean? You paid for it? Actually, no, you're not supposed to pay for it. You know, like, so one of them went on to say, Ati, no, babe, no, honey, your money is for fun. You understand? The truth is, a woman's money is. Why should you care that your woman has money? Why is it supposed to be a factor? It's not supposed to be anything you're concerned about, because is she inconveniencing you to get that money? No. Is she giving you that pregnancy to carry? Because she's working and you have to go to work as well? No. Is she giving you the responsibility of taking care of those children while you're out there working, and yet by the time she made her money in spite of the work she's doing in that home that you can't even pay enough for? So trust me, guys, the role of a woman's money is what she wants to do with her money. The role of a man's money is taking care of his family. That is just what it is. And if you marry right, this woman's money will also reflect in your life, but in areas where she feels they are needed. It is not because of areas where you've budgeted for. You have absolutely no business budgeting with your woman's money. And don't think these things Julia and I are talking about money ati atuambiangi watoto wetu. Mimi, I have the privilege of sometimes, okay, like my son has the same number yenye alikuwa nayo akiwa mdogo, is the one that he still has. So I have part of his account with me. Like I have his M-Pesa app with me, so I can see how his money moves. I can see, so it doesn't matter. Anytime I see that money that pesa imeenda huyo msichana wake, it's not anything I feel anything about. If anything, I'm thinking good. You know your responsibility. Like, it's not anything that we're telling you that we wouldn't want our sons doing. It is just what is, and it is a universal principle that will go from this life to the next to the other lifetime. That's not about changing. Na sijui inawapunguzianga nini. Mwanaume, when you give your money to your women, what do you lose?
Some feel like you don't want, you feel bad when you're using your money, or they feel like amtaki kutumia pesa yenyu.
Ndio nasema kama sitaki kutumia pesa yangu, shida iko wapi?
Joseph, let me ask you, what if I was just a housewife? Wouldn't you take care of me and the kids?
I would.
Yes.
Thank you.
So what is bothering
So why are you assuming? Yeah, why should you care that I have my money, that I've gone out of my way to go work when I didn't have to?
Can't hear you.
You can't
hear Mwamba.
Mwamba,
Nakatika.
Unanisikia?
Oh, it's my phone.
Umesema kitu. Labda it's your phone. So JM, that's what you're asking. So huyu mama akiwa housewife, bado ungekuwa ukimprovidea. Now she has gone out of her way to go and work to make her own money. Why are you bothered that she has money?
My take is, Joseph, if your wife has money, don't budget on it. But if she agrees to bring it to do something, appreciate it. It's okay. If she decides like tujenge nyumba, tununue nyumba, it's okay. But do not sit in your life budgeting on it. Tuseme kwamba, me, I find it a very bad habit. Mwanaume amekaa ati bibi atalipa school fees is a very bad. There's huyu nani Lucy anasema hapa that she didn't have to prove that their father never paid school fees. She knew.
She had to feel it.
She felt it. So the kids, because wanafukuzwa shule, wanakujia mama anasema daddy hakulipa, It just comes out. And then she goes out, borrows her chama. Wanasikia mama anapigia chairman wa chama simu, nikopeshe tu hata 10,000. Mtoto, children know what their mothers go through. So now they know daddy has not been paying school fees. Unaona? So the mother doesn't have to tell them. Just be in charge. Try your best so that when you don't have money, tutoka wanajua daddy anang'ang'ana. Daddy atameuza this to pay our school fee. They will always understand you. They won't judge you. But as long as you make them feel like that you have ignored them, that is bad. So I think, let me tell you, I have a son and I'm teaching him to be in charge. I'm telling you, I'm teaching him, and that girl is happy. I'm teaching him to be in charge. And the girl, my son has BSc computer science. That was a statistics. She can also find a good job if she wants to.
But kulea huo mtoto wake is everything. Hakuna mtu anaweza kufanya a job as excellent.
My grandson is very happy because he doesn't have to go to daycares and all that. And I'm happy too. So I'm teaching my son to be responsible and to be in charge. That's what I'm teaching. I'm teaching him to be a man, to be the African man he needs to be. I don't want to.
But Julia, can you say that men are also underprivileged, because we can see all these things coming, that girl child empowering female
empowerment.
These empowerments. Can we say also men are lacking? Because I've not had any person bringing, except Dorcas, who was bringing the boy child.
But Mwamba, some of us have done it all along. But what you are saying is as follows. There's a reason why affirmative action was introduced. As I've told you, and I've already alluded to that when I was talking earlier. The reason why affirmative action was put in place is because there are a lot of factors that go against a woman naturally from her point of being born a girl, all the way till motherhood, till uze. A woman is a responsibility that someone is born with, literally from the time the announcement that a girl has been born. So the truth is,
Mama, why do I tend to disagree with you? Because
when affirmative action is applied, when affirmative action was applied, it was applied just to give the women a level playing field. It is almost like you get someone who's 5 feet tall and someone who's 6 feet tall. And so you require for them to be able to work on a table. What do? You do not give all of them a form. You give this one who's 5 feet tall another 1 foot to step on. So that is what was done with the women. What has the person with the 6 feet done with their 6 feet to make sure that when this other 5 foot person is struggling to step on the 1 foot, what are they doing with the entire 6 feet?
Julia, you are also asking.
Can I go?
Yeah, you can go, Matt.
Yeah, the thing, the biggest thing, and even in our social geographical kind of political setting, it has come to a point where you see, and it's so touchy when you start talking about ladies and men, and especially when it comes to family. So you find a point where the men are censored, even politically, they're very censored. And this is another different kind of censorship, that is a censorship of the point that even we have, and one of the biggest things that we've been speaking here, because we talk about more of political things, is the point that we have women representatives, which never, ever should have ever been there, unless we can also have men representatives. Because at the end of the day, it's just like the thing that we are talking about right now of this guy that was killed, Albert Ojwang. Albert Ojwang, if that was a lady, I'm telling you, yes, it's gone viral and it's gone all over the country. But I'm telling you, that was Ochieng. I'm telling you, it would have been 3 times massive as it was.
So why can't the men come? Why can't the men come out and do what they require to do? If at all they don't feel that the impact has been important, why haven't they come out and done what women do? So you're already coming out and say that women usually apply more effort to a process. They apply more. They apply more gusto to something that they're passionate about compared to the men. So all we are saying is just because women go all out and give more whenever they have a cause to pursue, it doesn't mean that it is our fault that the men are not doing it.
I get your point. Actually, by the way, I do, my sister, because also at the end of the day, the societal, realm is that men should protect their women, and that is what is supposed to be there according to societal realm. But again, the society where it is today doesn't give a damn about the man. And
Precisely my point, Mato. I'm asking, where are the men to push for their cause? Because it's not like we have killed all the men. It's not like men have been incapacitated. If we look at, say, for instance, our parliamentary formation today, if we look at all the institutions today, men are the majority. Why aren't they coming out to pursue causes? Why is it that they wait for women to have a cause of their own, for women to come all out and pursue it with the gusto that is needed?
okay,
Why
let
aren't
me
men
ask you a
doing the
question,
same?
my sister. Have we given you women's rep?
It's enshrined in the constitution. It's a provision of the law as
No,
a
no, no.
result.
There's nothing in the constitution that says that. But anyway,
No,
just
no. There is, by the way. We have, in fact, it was supposed to have been for 3 terms. The position of women rep was supposed to be for 3 terms. The whole objective was it was supposed to empower women politically so they can understand how the political structures work, so they can come and vie for position. Sadly, I do not know. I'm still waiting to see whether in the next elections, I'm still waiting to see in the next elections whether it will still be there, because it ought to stand as an illegality if in the next elections it's there. What we did wrong, however, was that we abused it. It was supposed to have been that a woman can only stand as a woman representative for 1 term. That way, at the end of the 3 terms, we would have had 47 times 3 empowered women. So that would have been like 161 women who've been empowered within the same political space, so they can run for political office with the experience that's needed. It was almost supposed to be like something like what nomination seats are supposed to do. But being that we have a political system that's skewed, I do not know if we achieved that, because we had women rep going for more than 1 term, which was already, for me, when I look at it, it was
I
already
have another question for you.
falling short.
But yes, you've answered that, and kila mtu atajibu hiyo na kila mtu ataifikiria. So yes, okay, so there's the women's rep. Then at that time we don't have a men's rep. Ukweli? No, I'm not fighting with you. I'm just asking you. Kuna women's rep, lakini hakuna men's rep. Is that true? Is that factual?
How many men representatives do we have? Let's look at the example of men in parliament right now.
Irene, let me come in. Martin, let me come in 1 minute. I wanted to also ask the same question he was asking, but in a different way. So, do we mean men are so much loving? Because if we gave you the women rep and
you did not give us the law gave us provided for that. The law provided for it as a need.
Constitution? Can you tell me which chapter?
The Kenyan constitution provides for the position of women representative
to
be part of governance.
And you know I'm very good to pull it.
I'll look for that clause. No. I'll look for that clause, Mato. Do you think it's a favor that the women rep position is available right now as an elective position?
Yes, and then also because I want my brother to finish what he was talking about.
Yeah, similarly, provide for me the part of the law that allows for that.
Also, I want to ask you a question. Of now, after the women rep that anyway does not exist in the constitution, but even on top of that, there's also the 2/3 gender rule that needs to be according to now that one is in the constitution. Now the 2/3 gender rule is also there with on top of it with the women representatives. I mean, don't you think like?
Are you aware that the 2/3 gender rule has not been met in parliament? And as such, this parliament actually
It's
stands
been met
legally.
by the fact
And,
that
and you know,
It
even the
hasn't been
women there.
met, guys. It hasn't. That quote
women
has not been met.
it's been met by the fact
No,
that
no,
you
no.
are
It is.
waiting
It was
women.
supposed to have been dissolved on those grounds, Mato. The
Then
present
dissolve
parliament
it,
was
then we
supposed to be.
go back and talk about it.
The parliament was supposed to have been dissolved on the account that it's not met the
I,
two-thirds quota.
Irene, even though we hate Ruto, do you know that he gave so many slots to women, even though we
Where?
hate him?
Where?
If you look at the UDA, who is the
Yeah, but
chairperson?
what power do they wield
Is a woman.
other
Yeah.
than just being existing on paper?
Are
No,
they
I'm
supposed
saying
to
the
be?
positions they were given. You know, even if you're
Yeah,
given and it's not really.
notwithstanding, you know, like the whole idea was it was not supposed to be a ceremonial position, and it's not supposed to be a favor. All I say is, okay, so now let me tell you guys for free that where I come from, I really never care. You know, like I never have to struggle for power or opportunity to have authority. It's something God put in me. Sadly, that's okay. It's either fortunately or unfortunately, it's not anything I've ever had to struggle for. The reason why you don't see me making a lot of noise about what should and should not happen with women is because I don't particularly care. It's your loss, guys. If at all you do not have an opportunity for women to offer you the kind of leadership they're able to offer, the right women for that matter, it is your loss, it is not mine. For me, in my position, and in the opportunities that I have gotten, the people who have had the opportunity to be graced by my leadership have as such benefited. So for the rest of you guys, you can fight it till kingdom come. I will tell you for free, my household does not miss the authority and my ability to lead as a proper woman. The environment in which I serve and the ones that are given the opportunity to serve benefit from the opportunity that they have accorded me to lead them in the capacities that they have given me. As for the rest of you, if you do not see the importance of a woman, that is not anything I can do for you. I wish you guys all the best. Meanwhile, if you're raising any daughters in your lives, decide what you want them to become. If you want them to be doormats because that suits your quagmire of what life should ideally be in as far as your outlook is, there's really nothing I can do about that. That is up to you. As for the women that I have within my purview, trust me, they will know for a fact how amazing they are, and they will have the opportunity to lead within the framework of where they can lead.
And then the men will know how stupid they are. Yeah? Ebu, my brother, come here. You know my sister, I can never win anything with my sister.
What do you
Ebu,
think?
my brother, Ebu kuja.
Jury and Eileen, you know you're putting me in a difficult situation because
do
I
you
have
think?
girls.
What
Because mine are girls. Mine are the two of them are girls. So
Mato?
I'm in a
Yeah, so
catch 22.
decide. By the
I'm
way,
in a
Joseph,
catch 22,
decide that you have
Me, I
given
can never win
but
with
I
my
wanted to come to
sisters
the
yet.
I wanted
decide
to
that you
come to
have
the
given birth to Kiumbe Dhaifu. Me, my father
I,
knows.
I wanted
My father
to give
knows
my
that he
point.
got it right with the kind of a girl he
Okay,
got.
but
But
Joseph,
Irene, before Julia you come, Irene, you need to accept one thing. Men in Kenya, they have given all their love to the women because even these all bodies you are hearing, they are being called feeder and what. If you go to the people who enforce them, you find their chiefs, and you find these chiefs they are men. So if you find a woman is either battered or something, that issue can even make you to go to jail for a very long time, or even they are talking now about you are not able to give maybe money for your kids for education and what you are taken to the chief, and the chief makes you go through a very hellish time because you need to pay, you need to go to the chief every now and then. After every month you make the deposit for the things that you're supposed to do. I'm saying those are the responsible ones, but I'm saying, don't you see that men have tried so much to love you guys
Then
in
in that
Kenya?
case, that is to mean women are raising the right men now. We are raising the right sons for this country. So
So Irene, so
basically,
you should reciprocate this love also. You
no,
give
no,
us
no. Me,
some
my
love. You
love
try
is
to
always
advocate.
automatic. Any man who's interacted with me knows that there'll be no time that I'll ever emasculate you for whatever reason, even if I should find one whose voice is shriller than mine, which happens many times. But for whatever reason, I always make sure that every human being feels seen and feels appreciated, feels loved. As for the fact that someone would have a formed opinion in their minds as to who should have a complex, that is really not anything I have control over. But what I will tell you is I always strive for a society that would understand the benefit of both all of us coexisting in one space, and especially making sure that you are taking on somebody's strength and building on the strength. I'll tell you, most of the men that I've worked with, especially in the boards I've served in, they usually have absolute respect for me. One thing is, I would never open my legs where I should be able to open my mind instead. So that is the one thing that stands. The other thing is I will give respect, but most of the time I will also not come there with an inferior mentality of thinking anyone has done me a favor to sit in that space. I will sit in that space and as such expand myself. I will offer the solutions that are required at that table at the level that they're required at. So at no time will it be that I'm trying to put anybody down. At no time will it be that I'm coming out as I'm better than anybody else, because that is not who we are. We will decide to serve in our capacity with the best benefit of each one of us. What we have to give, we will give it and give it freely with love, knowing that it is for posterity we are doing this. But should you look at it any other way, trust me, the outcome will be the same. We will always try to pull each other down, but the problem is some of us will always be up. It doesn't matter what anyone does.
Julia, you can come.
Okay. So I don't know what Matu was saying, but I think the issue of the boy child has come. The challenges the boy child is going through Kenya has come because of so many factors. Probably because of not even the women, but the negligence in the society. Niliona kwamba some time back when we were growing up, our boys were trained to be like, when you turn 18, you're a man. Not when you, in fact, once they go through initiation, they are brought up, you're a man. But then somewhere, I think somebody let loose, like, kama wanaenda high school wakifika form 4, unaona watu wameachilia tu vijana kwamba that man can take care of himself. Nobody monitors whether the man is getting drunk or the man goes to college. As long as he's a man, it's like he can figure his way out. And I think opportunities were there for the people all slightly older than me. They were able to go to Nairobi, Kwanza Biashara, and all that. But then as time went by, those opportunities were no longer there. So it was no longer okay to just tell the child, go figure your way out. So somewhere the society lost the link and did not realize that those opportunities for the boy child were not there. At kijana kama wa Kikuyu, a lot of them I know a lot of people who went to Nairobi after form 4, wakaanza biashara na wamefaulu sana. Lakini later on, I think our age and those younger than me, when they went to Nairobi, they didn't find those opportunities. So the parents didn't realize that. So those children became drunkards and all that, drug addicts. While wasichana wao, walisema wasichana wako delicate. So they made sure the girls went to college, wakapelekwa nursing, secretarial, teachers' colleges. But these boys were not seen to be those ones who were going to teachers' colleges. They were seen to be like, ni wanaume wa Afrika, wajitegemee. That didn't work. So those are the young men and the men in their 30s and 40s and even in late 20s who are maybe drinking in the village and all that, because parents are yet to realize that these are not the old days of their days, that they really need to back that child up. So my take is right now, whether a child is a boy or a girl, back them up. Do your part as a parent. Mpeleke college, msukume. Wacha kuassume that anajua chenye anafanya. Stop assuming that your son is in high school, that he knows what he's doing. Don't assume that. He's a child. Hata kama ametahiriwa, he's still a child in the brain. Let me say, he's only circumcised, he's only his body that he's circumcised. Lakini mtoto bado ni mtoto. He needs guidance. He needs you to lead him as a man and tell him, you got to achieve this, you got to do this. You got to go to college. You got to work hard. You got to deviate from this and this. You know, you have to be there as a parent to that boy or girl. Okay, if you're not there, let me say this, parents who are listening, if you don't do that, if you think ni siku zako za kitambo, you lost to sana, those days za kitambo, how you succeeded, you ulifika form 5, form 6, ukaenda Nairobi, ukapata kibarua, ukang'ang'ana, huh? You worked in those Indian shops, you acquired their skills, you are able to borrow loan here and there, you invested, hata ukajipata ng'ambo in one or the other. Let me say this, it won't work for your son because the opportunities are not there. So your son, right from kindergarten, be there for them. I'm not saying you baby them. Make them the man in the house. Teach them that you're a man in the house. Okay.
But care.
But care. Love them. You should alternate that. Love and responsibility. You are firm and you are there for them. You are guiding them. You are in charge. You're not letting them be. Okay? You're not, when they go to college, usiwapatie your freedom. Call their counselor. Find out what they are doing. Call their college and find out, did my son sit for her tests? For his test? Don't assume anajua haja masomo. Why can't he grow up? Why he's a man, he should know that why he's going to school. Don't
Julia, where does a geopolitical think of this one come from? I mean, where does it inatokea wapi? Because I don't understand, and this one is something that we have to talk about. Why do we have women representatives and we don't have men?
Okay, let me finish my line of thought, then you come to be a women rep. Now, I'm just trying to talk about the boy child. So, my attitude is, I don't think I may have looked like I have really been on the case of my son. I have one son. But I think when he grows old, he'll attribute that to his parents' contribution, both me and his dad. Hatujamwacha ati afanye chenye anataka ama behave anataka. Hatujamwacha ati amue sasa.
You parented him.
Yes, ati aendi college. Yeah? And let me tell you, when my son didn't do a wedding first. He first got married before he did the wedding. My son called me and told me that this girl, tumekuwa calling na yeye, nampenda sana. Nikamwambia, endelea. Akaniambia, she's expecting my child. Nikamwambia, so what do you want with that? Unataka nini na hiyo msichana? Akaniambia, mom, napenda huyu msichana sana. Nikamwambia, congratulations son. Call your dad right now and tell him there's a girl you love. And this has happened. Yes. And you love that girl. Nikamwambia, son, you and the girl, you are both adults. So from now on, you are going to be parents and you're going to be responsible parents. You're going to have a child. You are no longer children. So na nikamwambia, pigia baba yako simu, mwambie kimetendeka na umwambie huyo msichana unampenda. That is where he's supposed to be. So you don't let them like ati sasa wewe si shida yako, ati kijana ako na msichana. Ni shida yako, because if those two people are not responsible, they'll nag you in your old age. There will be a pain. You'll have to take care of those grandchildren.
And they'll raise a broken grandchild.
Yes. So today they're happily married. And I'm telling you, that is the boy I'm telling you, nimemwambia acha msichana akae nyumbani atunze. Wewe kazi.
Fanya kazi, yeah.
And child. Because you don't say ati kwani haoni mimi, kama baba yake sema kaoni mimi how I've taken care of them. Yani like why he doesn't learn from me? He doesn't see what I've done. You know, he should not, he may not be seen. He's in a different times. He's in a different world. He's not in your times. So you can't assume that he thinks he should be responsible. You can't assume that he thinks he should take care of that girl. You should not assume that.
And akona friends anaongea na watu kama Sami Costa ama Raf.
You should assert yourself. Mwambie, son, that is your child. You impregnate her. Unapenda huyu msichana, take care of her. Na usimpatie alternative. Usimpatie alternative. Once you kumpatie alternative.
An alternative does not exist.
Yes. So me, parents of my age, because they are the ones who are having young people, should not let go their responsibility. Me, to write story. Me, I count my success to my mother. I used to think my mother is a colonialist for a long, long time. Me and my sister, tulikuwa tunasema tu mama ajui tutataka
bwana.
Doesn't think tutatafuta bwana, tutaolewa, tutapata watoto, because she used to behave like she never want to see those things. My mother is the kind of person that visited me in college. My mother appeared at university at 2 a.m. Ametoka mia basi ya usiku. Amefika pale nataka kuona Njeri.
Akashuka Maseno.
Akashuka Maseno akadescribe Njeri. Akaletwa kwa Ruto. Nikafikiri ati when Njeri fungulia mama yako. That is the kind of woman that was my I think she was too much. Let me say this. But today
she was a present, intentional parent.
Yes,
you appreciate her.
She created the person you see with me.
But with all you guys are saying, and I agree with you guys and everything, Julia, my sister, and the other sister. But still, the geopolitical part of it. I mean, that's why I want you guys to talk about the politics of it.
Okay, Matuna, I want you to do your political thing. So, in summary, a child, boy or girl, in these present times, do not wait for affirmative action. You are the affirmative action director. Direct your child to success. And when you grow old, you will be peaceful. You will not have to take care of your grandchildren. Now, for the geopolitical thing about women rep, that is under the Constitution 2010. However, personally, I think right now, we don't even need
what chapter?
I go look it up. Personally, I think right now, if it was not in the Constitution matter, we would not be having women reps.
Julia, that is why it was supposed to have been only 3 terms. The reason why you're already feeling that imepitwa na wakati, it was supposed to be 3 terms only. I thought it went beyond year 2022 elections.
Yeah,
so if it goes, it will be an illegality in itself.
Right
but
now,
the reason you're feeling like you've had enough of them is because you've seen there's no value in it. But there ought to have been value. Unaona kama vile Gladys Wanga alikuwa woman rep. Sasa hiyo ni governor. That is what it was intended. Ilikuwa wanafaa kuwa wanatoka woman rep wanaenda kani MP, wanaenda kani MCA, as in they go to now go and represent people. Because what I always thought was a misplacement was for them to have been in the National Assembly. Pia wangekuwa na council of women rep because they lead counties. So pia wangekuwa na council yao tofauti, wangefaa kutupwa National Assembly. Kwa National Assembly is where it was lost to them because now you cannot see the value of what they're adding. It was really an affirmative action position. It was nothing other than that.
Irene, let us hear from
now,
Pen. Julia, wacha tusikie vile Pen atasema.
Okay, let me conclude this. And right now, we don't need women reps. Women wanaweza jitetea kwa kitu chochote, including presidency. That is my take. We even had a running mate for a presidency. So women wanaweza jitetea, even including what? Presidency. We don't need a women rep. Wanawake wamekuwa empowered. So the men should no longer feel threatened. But empower your children, both boys and girls. Karibu Pen.
Pen, the floor is yours.
We lost him. Innocent ndiye amenyamaza, sijui ni nini Gen zote anafanya.
Innocent yuko.
Zote alilala.
Yeah, he comes to
see.
Nani aliwaambia nimelala?
Aya, kwa nini umetunyamazia hapa?
Ulikuwa umelala Innocent. Sasa hizi ndio umesikika.
There's something I was doing. Nilikuwa tu nimeweka na nasikiza huko nyuma, so nikamaliza. Unajua na mimi sitakangi kuingilia katikati.
Mwalimu,
what you're discussing is right, and that's what we do, especially in our levels these days. We are trying to educate, especially men mali mefika. I think they need more enlightenment than the women. Ni kama wanawake siku hizi wamekuwa empowered mpaka wamejua what they're supposed to be doing, and men are not. Yani men ni kama wameachiliwa nyuma. The way Julia is saying, mtu akishamaliza form 4 ni kama amekuwa mwanaume sasa, that he can do anything by himself.
Anatupwanishwa na huko.
Anawachiliwa. And exactly.
Mtoto bado. Considering ni mtoto bado.
Yeah, but I'm saying especially saizi mali imefika ni kama akifika form 4 akishamaliza ama akienda campus ni kama watu wanaona ni kama ashagrow, amekuwa mbaba, and they don't guide that person mpaka amalize. What we usually say is that especially for the parents, mtoto ni mtoto as long as ni mtoto wako. Hakuna siku atakuwa ati amekuwa mzee sasa hawezi kuitwa. Hata akikuwa na watoto utabuitanga mtoto wangu. So guidance is always there mpaka wakati you cease to be a father, wakati maybe utakufa ama as a mother, wakati utatoka, mtoto anaendelea kukuwa mtoto wako forever. And for the empowerment reps, what you're saying is true. It was supposed to be there for only 3 terms. I don't know how they're going to do it. Na wakishaifanya yani wakiendelea for the 4th, I think it's going to bring some unconstitutionalism in Kenya, and we are waiting to see whether maybe something will be done. But whatever they did or whatever they were supposed to do, they did it, and they were supposed to graduate what you're saying, especially for those ones who are reps, women reps, and they changed to be senators, governors, MPs. So that is how it will be. Sorry, nakusikia? Somebody's talking?
No one is talking.
Oh, okay. Nilisikia ni kama kuna mtu ameongea. So that's how it was supposed to be done. Otherwise, me, I'm enjoying the talk, and I don't know what to say, but from especially nimewasikiza kutoka jana. There are things maybe I could have wanted to contribute, but sitaki ku change the topic, especially to the maandamanos yenye ilifanyika jana, but I don't want to change the topic. I'll say it
No,
maybe.
contribute to imagine.
No, Baba. We are
We
not.
can be
Yeah,
able
we
to
are not
follow
here. We're here to talk because actually
Okay.
we
information.
enlighten other people, even the mainstream media. Sometimes they get it from us because what you're saying is exactly where the nation is. The mainstream media does not give us where we need to be. It's us that we tell them where we feel it needs to be. They are listening to us. So no, usiseme ati you can't. No,
Okay.
say it hata kama hatuipendi.
Juu nilikuwa on and off when I was doing my own thing, sometimes na mute ndio unajua hii kitu ukisikiza ukifanya whatever you are doing sometimes disrupt, but I used to put nilikuwa naweka on and off sometimes when I want to concentrate more. I don't know whether mliongea juu ya kuchoma magari, whether you spoke about it.
Yeah, I spoke about it. I brought it up.
I don't know how it was, kama ilikuwa genuine ama it was just a government thing.
That was staged. That
Yeah.
was staged to give the nini a bad name.
Yeah, to give
To
them
give
a
the
bad name.
bandamano a bad name. And I think ni gari zililetwa hapo, si ati ni gari tu za watu random. Hata ukiona vile zilikuwa zimepakiwa, and why were they specifically working on those cars, na hizo gari zilikuwa zimesimamishwa wapi? So hiyo ilikuwa tu kazi ya news.
Even the registrations are not matching. The one which was a Toyota Corolla, I think somehow a white one, it was registered to a truck, and the one which was a Fields Fargo, it was registered to a Matatu Hiace.
Yeah.
And thank you for clarifying that, my brother, because yes, I have the two, and I actually went back and actually looked for that. Yes, it's true. They're actually deregistered the number plates, but now we want to know why were they deregistered. But the only one thing I would say is that the banning was real. Kenyans are mad, but again, the things that they're banning is numbers, especially when we're having things that you cannot get from the registration bureau. Then it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so
Brother Martin, Innocent, one more thing I had before you come, and also if you come and tell us that you did not do something, you look guilty. Sakaja told us that he did not do that, so he's guilty as charged.
Okay, so what I'm saying, you know, we are talking about the youth sama hawa vijana wenye tumelea, and these guys were so smart that wakati zilikuwa zinachomwa the guys had already taken the number plates and they were searching for it on the spot. Yani ndio unaona vijana wenye tumeraise are very smart. Si ile maandamano yenye watu walikuwa naendanga huko sinachoma wanasema ni sio sisi sijui nini. For these ones, yani they are too ahead of the government. paka tulikuwa tu tunaangalia na tunashangaa, okay, na jamaa wanasema ati ni goons ama nani wamefanya, but these guys were able to search immediately. These guys have friends even kwa NTSA, and they were able to search those things immediately. Yani before even 1 hour is finished, not 1 hour, 30 minutes is finished kwa ile kitendo yenye ilifanyika, these guys were able to come up with the report of what had happened, and hiyo kitu yani haikuwasulia kufanya what.
Bro, they arrested a police officer while the police officers were watching, and they chased another one.
So what I'm trying to say is that hii maandamano yenye these Gen Zs are doing, I think imepita ya yenye tulikuwa tunafanyanga the way we used to do it, because these are the educated protesters who understand what they're supposed to be doing, and whatever you want to do it ama kuatanish their name, they're able to counterattack it immediately, and they'll give you. Sasa hata uambia ati mmechoma, ama askari akuja waambia ati mmechoma gari, anakuuliza gari gani, number plate gani, nini, everything. They could ask you questions mpaka watu wanashindwa sasa kuwafanya what you're supposed to do. Otherwise hii demonstration, the way it goes, and I used to say that each and every time this government is bringing up something for us to discuss, it's bringing issues zenye zinafanya Wakenya wakasirike more, and we like it the way they are doing it. Let them continue bringing what they're bringing. Thank you.
And the timetable I've seen is kama wako na maandamano today, and Sunday they are going to occupy the churches.
Yeah, that is good. Let them do it. I like the way they are doing it. Wanaifanya vizuri, wanakuja na simu, bendera na nini. You do anything or they'll give you a report. Ni kama these guys wamekuwa ma DCI sasa. Yani whatever you want to do to them, wanakupatia answers. Wanakuambia even we can investigate. Even hii issue yenye wanasema ati watu walienda wakafanyiwa ati the guy was taken from the cell akapelekwa akafanywa yani akapigwa inaitwaje forest hii inaitwaje Karura forest. Wanasema if they are given chance wanaweza kujua kama alipelekwa huko. They have gadgets which can follow. Now some of the issues wanauliza in Nairobi we have the kama the CCTV ilikuwa imezima huko Central Police Station. Hizi CCTV zingine zenye ziko kwa barabara zinaweza kuonyesha ni gari gani ilikuja ikakuja paka huko ndani, because kuna zile CCTV zenye zinakuanga kwa mabarabara. It can show that a certain time kuna gari ilikuja ikaingia Central Police Station na ikatoka tena ikarudi a certain time. So they are able even to kuuliza ma investigator that if they are given chance to investigate, they can do it. They can give you even yani they can give you even the vehicles zenye zilikuja kwa hiyo police station usiku, ni nani alikuja, ni gari gani na ilichukua nini na ikaenda, hata kama hizo zile CCTV asitaonyesha. So they are asking right questions which this IPOA should be asking, and I'm telling you hii kitu itaharibu jina ya polisi sana. Thank you.
Already hata imeharibu. If you watch the news, I was watching the news in all over. They were talking about how the young man Albert died in the hands of the police. Already Kenyan police, they have destroyed their image. I don't know even what will happen to Haiti, because I think even the US is going to defund this program for Haiti. So we are waiting to see what the international community will do. Naona Nyakairo ameingia. Nyakairo, you have something?
Yeah, I have something that I really felt proud of.
Kidogo. I kind of admire what the conversation that is going, and especially the conversation between Joseph na Genzote. I know who Genzote is. He's been here for a long time. But as we bring our sister in, I want us to start wrapping up. Is that okay? You guys want to mnataka kuendelea? I don't know.
For me, I want to.
No problem. Yeah.
So is it okay? Like maybe we do 3 rounds and then we wrap up and then we move on.
No problem.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right. Nani, my brother, come in.
Nyakairo.
I thought I was talking.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you come in, Nyakairo, come in. And then, Penyagaka, if you're going to be in the studio, please be in the studio. Usikuje tu unaingia unatoka. But Nyakairo, I think the stage is yours.
I think ni network yake kuna shida.
Oh, okay. But lakini kaa hapo kwanza neti tengenezeke kidogo. Nyakairo, the floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have much to say. I just wanted to make a comment of what I noticed about the maandamano that was there. The people who went for maandamano, they are quality people who are really genuine and serious. We noticed that when they were just on their business, doing their protest, these goons led by Gaucho. Remember Gaucho, the guy that we were seeing like he's heading somewhere. He has that group of goons hired just to go and destroy the protesters who are doing good for the country. And what I noticed is that those goons, they were like attacking the other innocent people walking, and they're trying to attack and get their stuff. And the savior was the protesters. These goons were the same people who were trying to light or burn the, I think, Nakumat something, putting fire on, and the protesters had to take care of that fire, turn it off. Those cars that were burnt, they were just stationed there by these goons or the government goons just to make people feel like protesters are doing destruction in the country. Remember, even the last time when we had Mandamano, they tried to mix people with goons. Goons were doing their bad things, but protesters were just doing their business, walking towards their goal. That is what I just wanted to comment and make sure that our Kenyans people don't be carried away. Goons are always goons. Even they have no courageous. When you get one, I don't support violence, but they should be given enough punishment to make them feel that what they are doing is wrong. That's all I wanted to comment. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Mami. We really appreciate you so much. You know, when people say Nyakero, they don't understand who you are. You're our mother here, and we really, really, really do appreciate it. I want everybody to stay here with us so that we can finish. Who thinks kuna kitu inauma mtu, someone who feels like they haven't spoken, and maybe I don't want to be the nini, what do you call it, the eyes have it, nays don't have it.
Wacha Penyagaka asungumze kwanza.
Okay, Penyagaka, the eyes have it on you. Lakini hata eyes ikikupatia simu ni sisi hata ucheze na network yako, ama is it just me? Anybody having a problem with their
His
kaka?
network is bad. Mwambie atoke join tena.
Hata yangu simsikii hata kidogo.
His network is bad.
Let
Tell him to get up.
You can hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
I don't know what you're doing with your network before.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Pen, karibu. Unani amemtoa?
Wewe ndio umemkaribisha kaogopa.
Amepata shock. Ameblank.
Brother Martin, there's one thing I wanted, a burning issue I wanted to talk about. I wanted to condemn. There is something that happened today, and I think also the women here are going to condemn it. There is a guy who threw, there is an uncle who threw her niece out of the car, and the baby died. She died on instant. So it's not good seeing the situations happening like this. I think ilikuwa, I don't know, I don't remember, but it's around the highways. She threw the baby, her niece, out of the car, and the niece died. But jamaa pia ameonwa vita, he was beaten severely. But we need to, as men, to condemn this. She was a small girl, I think around 3, 4.
Oh no!
I think 3, 4.
It was in Nairobi.
I think I'll get all the details then when we come to the show. I'll tell you. But she was a little baby of around 3 to 4 years, and it pained me because we are raising kids also, and now the problem that it was his uncle. So how does the family feel, the father and the mother? It's a paining issue because now even if we beat that guy, there is nothing else. You have beaten him, but the baby is dead. So it was a very sad day. I think yesterday had too many sad moments also.
Okay. Oh, that's sad. Mimi, wacha niseme yangu ya leo. I hope that the Gen Z will not relent. I didn't like, let me say this. Unajua, earlier, Eli was so mad because Skip had been talking about Raila Odinga, and I don't know why he was so mad. And alichukulia ati Skip anaongelea Wajaluo, sijui what. I mean, I didn't like the way that conversation went. But mimi like saizi nataka kuongelea kina Gachagua. Nilisikia walikuwa Kiambu. What are they doing in Kiambu as Gen Z is fighting in Nairobi? You know, you people tell me. Are we not supposed to join forces? These youngsters wamelala usiku kucha kwa hiyo police station. Protest. Wanapanga. I mean, they are not relenting. They are fighting for the rights of Kenyans, and they are trying to stop abductions. What was Gachagua and team doing in Kiambu? Ama mimi niliona clip fake. Where was Gachagua? Nani anajua penye Gachagua alikuwa leo?
Alikuwa kwa Mjomba.
He was in Githunguri and Banana, but me I liked it better the way he was there because angekaribia hizi maandamano tungeanza stories zingine za he's the one funding this one staki. Let us stay the way we were demonstrating. Tungeanza stories zingine huko usikie bunge, he's the one funding, he's the one doing what. Wacha aendelee hivyo, the way he did is better so that they can show see ana fund Gen Z. You know, that was their initial planning to say that he's the one funding.
I'm wondering at what point shall we combine forces, because we need to combine forces of protests. Si Gen Z peke yake. At what point, Joseph, shall we combine forces?
I think when they are talking through the pressers is okay. Let them talk. Let them press through the pressers. You know, even Kioni, I saw him doing a presser about the Karura forest issue. So when they,
Kioni was attacked Gachagua at one point.
You know, there is a war between Kioni and Gachagua. You know, there is a war. There is a war between Gachagua and Jubilee because they wanted him to join. You see, even Wambogo Gonjiri, they are always fighting with Gachagua. I think even yesterday is when they came together, when he said Gachagua alikuwa ametuambia about huyu DIG Lagat. So I think with Jubilee and DCP, they are still fighting. You know, this is parties who are in Mount Kenya and they're trying to see the dominance in Mount Kenya. Unajua Kioni amerudishiwa chama. Yesterday Kioni mliona amerudishiwa chama. Uhuru was returned, chama ilirudishwa kwa Uhuru.
Whatever, he doesn't need to fight Gachagua. We don't need that. Someone needs to talk to him. We don't need to have that right now because Kioni mwenyewe is proposing Matiang and he expects Fred Matiang to get Gachagua's support. So he shouldn't open his mouth to say anything anything negative about Gachagua. He's undoing the effort and the unity in Mount Kenya region. We don't need that. I hope I didn't like that Kioni statement. And then I'm just asking a question. At what point will Kenyans be united kwa hizi maandamano?
Okay, Julie, can I ask both of you guys? Can I ask you guys? Can I ask both of you guys a question?
Yes, I thought you asked me, lakini.
Yes, please, Martin. Martin, can I clarify before I don't give you wrong information?
Okay, thank you.
The 5-year-old girl dies after being thrown from the 5th floor of an apartment building in Jacaranda Estate. Sorry, I had given you the first. I had not read it all. In Jacaranda Estate, her uncle who had come to visit got drunk and threw the child off the building after she wanted him to leave the room so that she could change, says the nanny. He then went after her and hit her head against the concrete. She died in the hospital while receiving treatment. The other tenants of the building apprehended the uncle immediately after the act, and the suspect on video appeared to show no remorse at all.
And why they beat him up?
So I don't know. Okay, just Julia, continue talking because I think I messed up with my nini.
Haunijibu swali langu, wacha Joseph na wengine wanijibu.
Yeah. I'm talking twice. I can hear my voice going twice. Let me disappear and then I come back.
Innocent.
Because I'm very interested in this one.
Innocent, Joseph na Nyakairo, muniambie at what point will Kenyans join together? You see, we cannot just be having pockets of protest alafu tunasema Gen Z wafanye kazi yao, Gachagua afanye kazi yake ya Kiambu. So that will not work. By the way, jana we concluded that we no longer want one-term thing. We want Ruto to go right now, resign. So muniambie, munaonaje nini?
Okay, that's a good question. Especially, whatever you said is right, but I congratulate the guys from Mulima. The question you're asking, I saw some Gen Zs coming from Nyandarua. If you remember the first day, ya maandamano, there were some of these bloggers walitoka Nyandarua na walikuja kusaidia protesters wa Nairobi, and I believe that was the right thing to do, other than just doing it huko the other places. They were able to come to Nairobi in solidarity with the other gays, because walisema okay, kama mnachukua Ojwang from Kisumu, yani from Homa Bay, mnamlete Nairobi, hata sisi now we will not do the maandamano in Nyandarua. That's why we decided to come to Nairobi. Also, we wanted to do it where the incidents was done. So they have started doing it. Kuna those ones who came from Nyandarua, I don't know whether you saw the clip. So wamekuja paka Nairobi. I saw also Mombasa activists also joining in, and Kisii was supposed to do, I don't know what happened. Walikuwa wamesema they were supposed to do it yesterday, but asikuona kitu yoyote, because Kisii also is one of the places mali wakitaka kufanya kitu wanafanya na inakuwa na effect sana, but I think they were told wangoje kidogo waone how far this thing will go ndio waendelee kufanya. So
ebu niambie kama nimerudi vipo, because nilikuwa there's something I was looking. Saizi niko poa?
Yeah, uko sawa.
Okay, sasa poleni. Okay, no, you finish up that. I want to hear that, because we are not taking this BS. Anyway, and ebu maliza utuambie story.
Okay, so Julia, they have started joining in, and the only thing now, that's why my name inaitwa Gen Zote, means now we need all generation to join in, not just the Gen Zs. Wacha all the generations waanze kuingia kwa hii maandamano, and what you're saying that one term ikuwe sasa ni kama ni leo, it should be today, yani waanze kufanya kama waseme.
So Gen Zote, please come back again. Nini huyu shida yake ilikuwa nini? Alikuwa amefanya nini? Makosa yake ilikuwa
nani huyo?
huyo mwenye unasema alishikwa and something that happened to her. What happened? Alikuwa amefanya
Joseph atasema hiyo ni ya Joseph ilikuwa.
Ni ya Joseph. Joseph utatuambia hiyo kitu alifanya nini? What happened now?
I think akicontribute atatuambia what the angle did, and alikuwa explain but ata explain better again. So what I'm saying, Julia alikuwa ametuuliza when will the other generations ama watu wengine waingie, na ndio nilikuwa naanza nasema Julia, they have started joining in, and we need this thing to escalate sasa, iende paka iende, because if you saw Nakuru what they were doing, they waliua mtu mmoja na Nakuru is not the same again. Saizi haikaliki, they are doing it. So ni kama these guys are killing people all over, not only the Ojwang. Nakuru also kuna mtu aliuliwa huko, na Nakuru wamesema they are not relenting. And if you saw that clip yenye jamaa alikuwa amebeba panga na alikuwa anakuja na polisi, yaani mahali watu wamefika, majensis are no longer fearing even bunduki. Jamaa alikuja na panga na alikuwa na
you saw that video where anakuja na panga wanatupa na kataa anasema sitoki and everything. But then tumefika mahali saizi we can't have these people watu kuli obvio. But by the way, Innocent, I like how your analysis is, because I think it's not even about analysis anymore. I think tumefika mahali yenye now we don't even care.
Yeah, mahali imefika. I think watu wamechoka, hata that's why even demonstrations za jana watu walikuwa nasema ukitaka kutuua tuue wote hapa saizi. Wanaambia askari tuue hapa. Tumesimama. And those famous activists especially wa Mathare wa nini niliona wameanza kuingia pia kwa haya maandamano Julia. So if you remember the famous if we lose our power, if we lose our fear, they lose our power. That lady wameanza kukuja, the TikTokers, the bloggers wameanza kukuja again kwa maandamano. So I think hii kitu ni kama imeanza tena. That's what Julia I can say, ni kama watu wameanza tena kuingia kwa hii. And this finance bill yenye imetolewa jana, I know watu wakianza kuisoma because wameanza kuichambua, wameanza kusema what is inside, and since imetolewa, so I believe people will start now again discussing about it. So they are going it. And number last, whatever you are saying is right. Kioni and Gachagua should not fight. If you have one mission, let them just come together, waseme what they want is to remove Kasongo. Hii maneno ya chama na nini, if Kioni ana propose Matiang'i na Gachagua ana propose Matiang'i, hiyo wacha wa come together waseme this is what we want to do. Maneno ingine ya kufaitia viti za MPs huko kwao, they should deal with it separately, but especially kwa media, we should not see that attack towards one another. That's what I can say. Thank
and
you.
if Kioni continues, I'll conclude is a Ruto ploy. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I would even conclude that he's pronouncing Matiang to mislead him. Unajua historia ku pronounce Matiang kusema ati Jubilee is the Jubilee presidency is Matiang. I didn't take it so nice. You know, it can be framed like this, that another Uhuru project just to spoil for Matiang. I'm telling you. So I won't buy that. You know, Kioni ninamwangalia 18. Kumbuka Kioni alikuwa amejipanga kupewa job na Ruto. Nakumbuka story Ruto alienda kanini? Alienda Kiambu to see to visit Uhuru. Do you know Kioni was hoping to get a job na akupata. Kioni tunamwonea 18. Anaweza kuwa ameambiwa propose Matiang ndio upange Matiang akae kama project, so that people will be busy spoiling for Matiang and calling him a project. And then you see, I didn't like it. What was he yapping about Gachagua? All of us say to tulipendeka Gachagua, but we are all appreciating the work he's doing. What Gachagua is doing, Kioni is not doing. So Kioni should shut up. That is what I think. Kioni should shut up. Yeah.
Thank you, Julie.
Julia,
Juno, just to throw it out there. Just in a minute, please. I won't even take much of your time because I know there's a lot of people that want to speak here. Do you know the funniest thing is that I watched that finance bill. Actually, it was not a finance bill passing, it was a finance bill amendment. And they were making all these amendments. And at some point, we got so hard on Gladys Bolsholey with her thing tukaanza kumtusi to a point that she had to leave the seat because you cannot have a finance bill that is being passed because now they don't want to fight to pass a finance bill. What they want to do is an amendment, and they think we are stupid. That they're bringing amendment after amendment, and you know what? We were looking at it, and everything was the eyes have it. The eyes have it. The eyes have it. I never saw even one until Tukachapa Glass Boshole and we started Kumtusi. And then I think she got salty and she walked away off of that docket. And then this other guy, I don't even know his name. He came in, it's a he. He came in, yeye ndio akakuja sasa akachukulia hiyo Glad Boshole. Listen, you cannot have everything that says the eyes have it. How about the nays? I mean, it was really irritating to me. I'm sorry guys, nime have kukuambia hiyo kitu ndio cause mimi nilikuwa naifuata kabisa and we were a couple of guys watching this thing and that was the most nonsensical thing I've ever seen in my life.
Also,
Let me
Martin,
Joseph.
Innocent kidogo, to add on what Martin said, it's a shame that also the opposition leaders did not go to parliament.
Oh, yeah. That is it.
These guys were only 20 people less than 20 people in parliament, and they're passing bills and budget allocations of 20 billion, 90 billion, and everything. I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen, have we deteriorated to this?
Anyway, that's how far Kenya imefika that a finance bill yenye iko kwa matrillions ndio inafanyiwa na few members of parliament. Lastly, nilikuwa nataka congratulate those guys wenye wako majuu. Whatever you are doing to Matiang'i, nimeona there was a meeting it was supposed to have huko ng'ambo, and they have decided hata kununua chopper for him, and that is how far Kenyans, Julia, nilikuwa nakwambia wamefika that they can also contribute towards this cause. Wamesema watanunulia, though ilikuwa kitu ya Wakisii, but I think all of them should join hands. Isikuwe ni Wakisii ndio wanamnunulia chopper, ikuwe ni wa Kenya. They had to change it, wakaanza kusema ni let's call it now the diaspora. Wanataka kumnunulia machoppers. Wamesema they don't want him to use choppers za Kenya zenye ati anakuja kuhaya ama nini, anything can happen. Wanasema they want to buy for him a good chopper yenye wanajua it can kama ni bullet proof nini, vitu kama hizo ni zile zenye the world class wanasema, and they are going for the best choppers in the world. So that is how far Julia Kenyans will decide what they want to do. So they are doing contribution from all over. Thank you.
Julia, I wanted to answer you for the question you asked. You know why I don't want these politicians involving themselves in this thing? I had said it earlier. Because you know this family is still weeping and still going through this trauma of their son. So we had discussed this issue before, and we have said if we see these things happening, that politicians are running here and there to the family and what, we'll also see an instance where Raila will go to the burial. And if you have already accepted the other politicians to be seen among this family, you find even the other politicians, they try to twist it. Ndio ulisikia hata Sakaja anamwambia ati atamjengea nyumba, unasikia wakianza kusema ati watampatia pesa fulani, watampatia kazi wapi. No, we first need the and people talked here. We talked here about 1 hour talking about that issue. Na tukasema first we need justice for the son. After we get justice for the son, now they can take over and give the father or the mom or what they wanted to give. They can give it, but first we need to take care of the justice for Alfred first, because Alfred matters to everybody, not only to the family. He matters to all of us as a people. Then to answer Martin, I was just you told me if anybody has a burning issue, so I brought up the issue of that young girl who was thrown from a balcony. I've just read for you. His uncle was drunk, so he's like the girl told her, "No, you're not going to come, and I'm changing." So the uncle got angry and she hit the girl on the concrete wall. Then after she threw her from the balcony. So he has already been arrested. Not only that, I had another issue also. There is a lady who got a miscarriage in a police cell just yesterday. And the lady, the story was that she was working in a club, and the manager said that she is like she had stolen 9,000. But you know, in clubs you can misappropriate or something happens. Maybe I don't know about the club issue, but they said that the young woman told the police officer, I need medical attention, but the police did not listen to the woman. So she got a miscarriage. Everybody in Nyandarua yesterday was very angry. So these things are culminating to these things we are saying, and that's why I wanted to put them across, because also as we are talking, these are issues that are affecting the country. So I wanted to put them across when you said if you have a burning issue. So
And thank you for doing that, brother, because I think these are the things that we need to be speaking about, and this is where we are headed, because we are not going to be playing with this. Okay, I don't want, I mean, as somebody who has been here for a long time, I don't want to speak of the hatred and the gist that I have. But when you bring some things like this, it only took one person to tell us that Albert was uh, transported all the way to, I mean, from me. First of all, I don't fathom that, if that's even a word. I don't understand why someone was being transported all the way from Siaya to Nairobi, and then all of a sudden, I mean, to come to Central. I mean, Central for what? To do what? How many police stations has he passed through all that journey? And how much money, taxpayers' money, did we even do that for someone to come and get killed? And then everybody's running around. We need these things being exposed. And for you to bring it here, bro, I respect you, because this is something that people listen to. This is a channel that people listen to. And we're going to expose this nonsense. This nonsense that is happening, we can't have our citizenry. I'm not going to sit here and wait for Innocent to hear Innocent was killed. Oh, innocent son or daughter. I'm not going to do this. I think, guys, Julia, and all the people that we are here, I think it has come a time that we start exposing this bullshit. I'm sorry to call it bullshit. Maybe I should have said BS. It's nonsense. That lady that you're talking about, maybe we need to expose it and make it go viral, so that now we go again to the streets. Even though we were there yesterday, we go again. And some of us will even bankroll it, because we can keep on doing this. I mean, for how long? Seriously, my people. I'm
Mato,
asking.
kuna kitu
Mato, that thing was viral. Police station hata itaka kuchoma. That thing was viral. Maybe niwe ndio kuona it was watu walienda kwa police station na wakasema they want to ban it. So it was viral.
kuna kitu that should also go viral. As we are talking, a few days ago, two people two people disappeared from Mirago Marakwet, a doctor and a brother, during these skirmishes. Now, Eliud Ragat was there. I don't know whether he was there before or there after. I need to look at the news. Then later, 2 people were found dead from Mirago Marakwet because of those skirmishes. They had been arrested by the police. I think they were found dead in Nakuru. Sijui kama nani ameochi hizo news. So
I saw it.
yeah, in the last few days, the police have are suspects of abducting and killing at least maybe 10 Kenyans or so, or a good number, 5 to 10 in the last few days. And those are the ones that have come in the limelight of the press. Kuna wenye pengine hatujui. So I think we should take these videos and make them viral in TikTok and wherever, because in the era of information, we must stop this abduction and killings at all costs. Lazima tufanye what we can do at our level to stop them and to expose them, because we must expose them. Someone needs to pay for these crimes against humanity that are happening in Kenya. That's what I wanted to say. And me, I'm going to bed. So fellow Kenyans, do not be resilient. Musikago wagwe, musirudi chini. In Kikutu nasimanga atutirago wagoa. Atubanduki, atutishiki, aluta, continua. Thank you. Welcome, Jero.
Good night.
Good night.
Hi, hi cousin.
Nataka kusema ya kwake ya mwisho, pia mimi naenda kulala, so
Hi cousin.
Wacha Njero aongee. Yeah, hi Kazo. Hi Kuzo.
Hi Kuzo, niko tu. Habari ya my cousins. We all good eh? Wacha mimi ni comment kidogo. Vile Gachagua na Wamsoba walifanya jana, nafikiria ni mzuri Sauli, wakiingilia hiyo maandamano. Sasa Ruto atapata njia ya kuanza kuingilia Gachagua sawa. Hao wabunge wataenda huko waseme ati Gachagua ndio anapanga maandamano. Unaona? Mjue Gachagua ana try to get people for his party. Sio kampeni anafanya. Yeye ni chama yake anausa. Unaona? Na mimi sioni ubaya. Comment nyingine ni ya huyu Kioni. Kioni ni mjinga kabisa. Mjinga ya mtu. Anajua ukienda pale ukiwa unataka kuwa candidate everywhere candidate. Akiwa Matiang'i ndio atasimama. Matiang'i ni lazima by law akuwe na chama yake. Unaona? Sasa Kioni anataka kuuza hiyo chama na jina ya Uhuru. Uhuru is retired. Asiingize Uhuru kwa hii maneno. Ajiuse peke yake. Unaona? Sasa kuingiza Matiang'i pale, hiyo ni kama kuingiza aweti. Sauli atafungia Matiang'i kusimama. Sauli ni lazima akuwe na chama yake. Ile chama ni ya Uhuru. Na tujui kama Uhuru amepea Kioni completely. Tujui. Walikuwa tu wanapigana kotini na akina Sabina. Kwa hivyo mimi nikaona ikija ni a whole country maandamano ni sawa. Hii ni Gen Z. Na wanasikia Gen Z wajasikia mtu. Wanataka kufanya kivyao. Na vile wanafanya ni mzuri. Na furahia vile wanapigania ule kijana Justice. Hiyo ni sawa. Lakini mjue huyu Gachagua is running late. Ni lazima akuwe na watu wengi kwa mlima. Kwa hivyo Kasongo asipate njia kuingia huko. Ndipo unaona Wamsoba nimekusalute. Watu walikuwa nafikiria Wamsoba hataki Gachagua, lakini hapana. Nilikuwa tu hapo huko. Alikuwa anafanya maneno yake peke yake, lakini ni lazima kuwe pale kwa Wamunyoro. Na vile wanafanya wanasaidia Gachagua kuuza ile chama.
Mami, hakuna mtu anataka story ya Mushomba ya nini.
Hapana, wewe ni wa Mount Kenya. Kwa nini tumtaki? Kwa nini tumtaki? Amefanya nini? Wamunyoro ni MP.
Kwanza anaweza saidia nani?
Sasa wewe hawezi kusaidia wewe, lakini hiyo chama ni ya Mount Kenya. Ni lazima tupate candidate na tupate watu.
Mimi si
Wamunyoro anauza. Wamunyoro anauza hiyo party.
Unataka niingie Mount Kenya kufanya nini na mimi si wa Mount Kenya?
Listen, nobody asking you to go. Follow Ruto if you want to. If you want it, follow Ruto. Lakini hii chama, kwa nini museme ODM wako na chama huko? Miaka nanda miaka 10.
ODM sasa unataka tuingie.
Sasa si muende kwa Kalonzo.
Wamunyoro can do whatever he wants.
Ebulize mukiote ama mutaki ama murudi nyuma, hiyo chama ni ya Mount Kenya, ni lazima tuingie, alafu tuende kwa wale wengine, na wale wengine wamekuja tayari.
Lakini mami siongee kwa ubaya, lakini simkai na Mount Kenya yenu. Kwa nini Mount Kenya yenu?
Wewe usiki hapana, unataka
ndia mnato kuzo yako.
Wacha hasira yako. Sasa unataka aende Gachagua aanze ile chama Northwestern ama aache nyumbani. Ameacha nyumbani. Mount Kenya waungane, ndio wanatumio sana na politician. Unaona vile Ruto alitutumia vibaya. Tungekuwa na chama angetutumia hivi vile amefanya. Hii tabu yote ukubuke imebebwa na Mount Kenya, sababu walisikiza huyu mjinga. Unaona? Kwa hivyo usitingie, sio ukabila iko pale. Malala sio Kikuyu. Unaona? Mtembea sio Kikuyu. Wako tu pale. Unaona? Malala ni Njoroge. Wacha hii maneno yako ya hasira na ujui vile unasema. Wacha kutanganyika. Sisi tutatengwa Kenya.
Nasema Mount Kenya.
Hizi ni Mount Kenya na tumeshikana.
Mkule kuliko Mount Kenya.
Hata ikiwa ni kubwa.
We move on.
Ikiwa ni kubwa, kwa nini muingize huyo Raila wenyu? Ikiwa ni kubwa, kwa nini muingize huyo Raila wenyu?
Hata Raila si tumemkata.
Wewe wacha nipute my opinion. Usiingilie mimi sio mkabila.
Mount Kenya hapa bwana, tumepita.
Nimesema vile Gachagua anafanya jana na akina Wamu Soba ni sawa kamili. Mount Kenya isikunde kudanganywa tena na Ruto. Hakuna, tumekataa. Sio Windows. Tunaweza kuwa na nyumba yetu. Anakuja tu anaingilia watu, alafu anawatesa. Unaona anapeana boso pale, nao ananunua magari huko na nini pikipiki. Hiyo ni kutumia watu. Nafikiria Gachagua alikuwa anamsaidia kwa bure, ametumia pesa yake. Huyo Kidiki alitoa pesa ngapi? Nothing. Gachagua alitoa mali yake afanye hiyo campaign. Okay? Kwa hivyo sisi sio wajinga tena na tutakuwa na muache uchungu kwa hii chama. Hii uchungu muache kuingilia hii chama, muache Gachagua afanye vile anataka na tuko nyuma yake. Okay?
Madam Jiro.
Hiyo inaniuma sana wakati tunasema Wamunyoro watu wanamuingilia nini? Malala sio
unajua Madam Jiro umekuja kuleta topic ya Gachagua na headline ilikuwa imesoma tu tuna demand justice for our brother Albert.
Hapana kukosoa. Wakati nilikuwa huko naangalia comment, wana comment vile Julia alisema Gachagua angekuwa huko Kiambu. Na mimi nikasema hii ni vitu mbili, nilikuwa naenda kurudisha ile maswali. Hii is two things in one. Gachagua akiingia hii maandamano ndio nimerudisha hiyo. Nimeona mtu amecomment.
Mimi sikuwa na haja na kule Gachagua alikuwa juu. Mimi issue yangu leo ilikuwa ni Albert. Juu tunapigania Albert Gachagua alikuwa anafanya hivyo, unasema anatafutia watu wake chama ya DCP ni sawa, lakini sisi leo tuna focus na mambo ile ilikuwa imehappen ya mambo ya Albert na mambo ya finance bill na mambo ya vile Senate kulikuwa kumeenda. Hiyo mambo tutakuja kuongea mambo yake baadaye, kwa sababu
unaona hii wameenda kwa bunge kusema ati police. Hiyo hakuna hata kukaa chini, ni kuharibu pesa ya tax. Wanajua tu Albert ameuawa huko. Sasa hii ni kuharibu tu masaa na kuconfuse ile bill iingie. Hiyo ilikuwa kama plan. Sasa Genki wana maandamano ya ule justice ya ule. Na sasa wale wengine wanafanya ile bill. Unaona? Tunajua tu DCI ndio wanaua watu. Ilikuwa matatu mambo mawili. Nani alitumana huko? Haya, ni wale watu wa sita walienda pale kushika huyu kijana. Waletwa pale. That's the end of it. Wale watu sita na ule mwenye kutumana. Simple of that. Ati sio ule amemuua, hao ndio wanajua vile walifanya na yeye. Mwenye kumsukua huko na mwenye kutumana kuweka hizo maoni. Simple of that. Sasa wamelete kama a big story confusing. Alafu wanasema hakuna hata video uwezi kuona nini what happened. Hiyo wanaleta ujaja. Alafu huyu governor wa Nairobi ati anaweza kuita ule bibi na mama yake na nini. Na mwili iko tu kwa motion. Na hata hajasikwa. Wangegoja kwanza justice ikuje. Ndio alafu wasemee pale justice kija watasaidia hii family namna gani. Huyo mtoto amewacha. Mtoto kidogo hivi. Bibi ana kazi. Sasa wanaanza sasa confusing. It's very confusing Kenya na mtaona wataua wengine shauri ya hii. Vile wangeitisha ni wale watu sita peke yake na mwenye kuweka ile ono. Shauri ya wakubwa wao wanasema wajui. Wanasema wajui. Unaona vile wanaweka Kaja kwa hii story. Kaja hapo kwa hiyo space. Ni vile aliambiwa na huyu mdogo mkubwa wake alikuwa pale. Hata hivi na hivi. Na ni uongo. Unaona? Kwa hivyo hakuna hata makelele nyingi, tunaitisha justice is one. Na wale wenye kuwachukua DCI ndio wamemfanya hivyo. Sio mtu mwingine, wale. Alafu wanampeleka kwa station wakati anakufa. Unaona? Sasa kupigania na makelele nyingi ni ya nini? Unaona? Mimi sina ubaya na mtu na muache confusing. Mnajua sio hata huyo kijana ameuawa, ni wengi sana wameuawa. Tangu Ruto waingie. Ati unaona Mrokomoni anasema hapa kwa center, hata wale walitolewa whatever. Kwa nini hakusimama na alikuwa kwa bunge? Asema analete maneno ya ujinga sasa kuconfusing. Ruto alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali wakati hao watu wanauawa aswa Nyara. Ruto alikuwa kwa ile serikali. Na akaingia akasema atatoa akina Kinoti, akina Kalanja walikuwa pale wakubwa, hata Sauli wako na hii squad ya kuwa watu. Na yeye akaingiza yake. Hivyo hapo ndio tuko sasa. Unaona? Ruto anajua hii yote kufa. Watu waliambiwa na ule wakachagua tu wako na squad wamejenga na kuua watu. Kwa hivyo sio mtu wa nje amekuja akaua huyo kijana, na pole sana kwa family na kwa Kenya mzima. I'm very sorry. Lakini just that sio kubwa hivyo anatengeneza waende kwa bunge nini. Hiyo ni ujinga. Hiyo ni confusing. Wakati wako center na wale wanatengeneza ile financial bill. Sina ubaya na wewe. Pole sana wa Kenya.
Thank you, asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I think nataka kila mtu apate their closing remarks. The thing is that pia mimi nataka, kuna vitu zenye zinanisumbua akili because it's not a tribal thing. It doesn't have to do with Gachagua. It means our constitution and what we do with our constitution and what are we talking about and what are we influencing. Like the mandamano for me, all these mandamanos I've never seen one that is tribally kinda inflated. It's just about a wrong is a wrong, a right is a right. And I think that is the biggest thing, especially when we come to these channels, that we come and have a conversation, that we do need to have a conversation. It doesn't matter who I am and where I come from and who born me and who did not born, me. If that's even a language or even a word. I think like in our country, we are mad about one thing, that the country is not fathoming. We are not doing what we need to do in our country. We don't even, today I was watching the finance amendments being passed by Gladys Beausoleil and his cahoots, and everything was the ayes have it. I did not even see one nay have it. It's only one, I think she was from Laikipia, that said that she's moving her bill. She's withdrawing her bill. And at that point, she was asked why. And she said it's because I've received messages from Kenyans, and they're telling me that they don't want to see that one. So basically, we cannot have a country that the people, I mean, unless we want to do it again, we cannot have people that live or walk around the inaitwa nini pale kwa nini kwa you know, the the parliament buildings, that they can say whatever they say, and who cares whether you like it or you don't like it, it's gonna pass with 20 people. I don't even understand if there was a quorum, because I was watching that. So that having been said, and these are some of the things that personally mimi nikikaa kivyangu I watch. I don't care if you're a Kikuyu, if you're a Gashagwa, if you're a Kalonzo, if you're a what. I don't care. I care about our country. So, suffice to say, I want to close this channel, and I want to give everybody a closing remark.
Brother Martin.
Yes, sir.
Can you give Rasvik just one? He just came. He has not even.
Oh
talked.
yeah. Rasvik.
Just give him some time, only small, because we also gave Madam Jiru. Just give him time to spread them so that we can.
You're right. You're right, 100%. Actually, I had him on my peripheral. Rasvik, baba, pole baba. Ebu cheza ka wewe. Hii yako wewe hata ukitaka 10 minutes. Cheza kula 10 minutes yako.
Asante. I don't think I need 10 minutes, but ile kitu ndasema ni Wakenya mazee nini, najua vitu mobs inatukasirisha, lakini it's about time we think rationally, kwa sababu vile tuna reason, tunaanza ku reason as per our tribal line, and we are in denial, hatutaki kukubali, but what comes out of our mouth is so tribal in a way that kila mtu anataka kutusukumia their tribal kingpin deep down our throats. And if we evaluate these leaders, they are the same leaders that have brought us where we are. Haitatusaidia kutusukumia a certain leader deep down our throats, na tunajua character za huyo leader vizuri. It's going to end us, same place that we are right now. Last election we voted out of chuki. Tulivote out of chuki, na hiyo chuki bado tuko nayo saa hii. Bado tunachukia wale watu hatukupigia kura. So we need to think and look at our leaders, look at their track records. I can't say this enough. Look at everybody's track record, kwa sababu all these politicians, what they're currently doing, they're taking advantage of the current moment. Kama sahi wanachukua advantage ya hii Albert Ojwang's situation. Kila mtu anataka kuogelea hiyo story ili akwe popular. Alafu wanataka kuchukua advantage ya Gen Z movement. All of them wana relate sasa na Gen Z. Hata wazee wengine wale sahi wanafaa kwa wameretire, wana tafuta maslogan, wana relate kama Gen Z. Hawa wazee hawatasaidia Gen Z. They have no interest. Sometimes we fight so hard. Tunakuwa wakali, unachukia mwenzako kwa sababu ya sijui Raila Odinga, sijui Gachagua. Those people don't fight for you like that. Unachukia mwenzako ya bure, but they do nothing for you. Ask yourself, what is Raila Odinga doing for me? What is Gachagua doing for me? What has he done for me? Ask yourself that question. Juzi naona politicians wengine wanakuja kucondemn this judicial killing, kama hii story ya story ya Ojwang. Ukiangalia track record ya watu kama hao, when they were in such positions they were doing this kind of acts. Sahii wanajifanya ni weupe kama pamba, you know, and we are just following them blindly. Hao watu wakipata mamlaka, they will be worse than Ruto and will be crying here like fools again. You know, somebody was saying that somebody like Maraga doesn't have charisma, that is sijui ni slow. We the voters, we can give that person charisma. We can give Maraga power if we back him up well and we give him the confidence that he needs, or we identify other leaders that we know these people have integrity in them. These people can give us the best in them. Look at Moi Kibaki. Moi Kibaki, during his campaign, that guy was like in a wheelchair. But, you know, Wakenya walimpatia confidence mpaka akajiaminia mpaka akashinda. So we we voters, we can give whoever we want, whoever we feel that will give us good representation, that charisma. We can give that person that confidence, because at the end of the day, this person will know that mimi ni hao watu wangu walinisukuma, so I owe them. But wale watu sijui alifund sijui UDA, so ye ni shareholder, those people will just think about how am I going to get my investment back. That will be their top priority. Haitakuwa ati yo sijui Mkenya mkora shule za kwao zitatengenezwa. No, barabara za kwao zitatengenezwa. Anytime wakileta mradi huko, ni mradi ya kuwa enjoy tu, ili mupigie kura ama muone ni kama wanafanya kazi. You know, we need to be honest with each other and get out of this tribal politics. Haitatusaidia hata kidogo. Asante.
For me, I'll just get my closing remarks and just say, let us keep hope. Let's keep hope alive. We can do this. And we need to come together. Let us not keep on fighting amongst us. We have one enemy, and the enemy we know is who? We know the enemy is William Samoei Ruto, and we know he's supposed to leave that seat. So let us not keep fighting amongst each other, and our goal is one. These politicians, they try to fight, they try to make us fight each other. But this time round, let us shun this and say we are going to forge forward. To the family of Albert, I want to send my condolences. Also, I've not done so since, because maybe I've lacked some time to do it. And I hope today also we are going to be on our screens if you can. We check how the situation will be, because they are saying there is some maandamano. Kuna maandamano leo. I don't know if it will happen, but even yesterday we thought it won't happen. So let's support any way you can support those guys. Support them. If you hear they need something, maybe water or something, support them, because the only thing we can do as we are away from our country, we can support them with something, maybe water or something, or some sort of things. For the panelists, I want to thank you so much. Today has been a grateful debate, and nimefurahia sana, tumekuwa na debate mpaka tukaongea kuhusu women and leadership, and that is the way forward for chanting our causes, because we cannot only come here to talk about just one thing, politics only. We also need to talk about matters that are affecting our lives directly. So thank you, Martin. Thank you, Innocent. Thank you, Njeru, and thank you, Rasvik, for you have been here and you have been supporting the channel. Thank you so much.
Asante Baba, asante. I like that closing. Nani atapata closing? I'm working.
Wacha mimi ni closing. Vile nitasema kwa kila mtu Mkenya, mkumbuke sisi na hawa wanatawala wametawala na ile system wanaharibu sasa kwa generation today, wanaharibu hizo. Hata huyo mmoja kuharibu hiyo system, niseme mimi nilikuwa huko wakati ya hiyo Moi, alikuwa anaua hao wanamrudisha, lakini system ilikuwa kawaida, shule na health system ilikuwa sawa. Mi kwa nini niko hapa? Nataka generation wakuwe na system, watasoma wamalize vile vile hao wakubwa kina Ruto walisoma, hiyo moja, na system ya health. Hiyo ndio napigania hapa nikiwa hapa. Ya pili, kila mtu asaingilia Mount Kenya, ndio mumeingiza huyu mtu hapo. Yes, tulifanya. Na saa hizi sasa tumeona njia ya kufanya asiingie tena mnatupiga. Ikiwa sio Mount Kenya yote ikiondoka, huo Ruto hata win. Believe me or not, he will never win. Haya, ya tatu nikifunga, nataka Wakenya wote mtoe tuna ukabila. Amwache kuweko hiyo kitu kwa kichwa yako na Ruto. Kenya tuna ukabila. Ukienda kwa Nairobi kwa pro, nani jirani yako? Nani jirani yako? Mnafanya huko Maligiti na nani? Maneno ya ukabila muondoe kwa kichwa. Hakuna ukabila huko. Amwache kuingizwa hiyo na huo Ruto na hao group wako naye huko. Tuna ukabila sisi. Na mnajua hivyo. Lakini mnataka kununua hiyo kama dawa mkunywe, na mnajua tu tuna ukabila. Sasa pale unakaa Nairobi, nani jirani yako? Nataka mkumbuke tuna ukabila. Na hiyo jina mtoe kwa mdomo kabisa. Hakuna, na nimesema hakuna ukabila Kenya. Mimi sijui Mjaluo na siku nimelelewa nao, tunasoma nao, tumekaa huko Kisumu. Niko huko Nandi na Saba. Hata hawataki kusikia Ruto. Kwa nini mnadanganywa na mtu anasimama hapa anakula pesa yenu yote, anafanya ujinga, anaua, anafanya kila kitu, anaweka kitu moja tu kwa mdomo. Alikuja na hasla. Ndio hiyo sasa. Sasa amekuja na kitu kingine anunue nyinyi. Hebu abia mdomo yako na akili yako, hakuna ukabila nyumbani. Sisi sote ni dada, ndugu moja, dada, tunafanya kazi pamoja. Hiyo tu ndio nitafunga, na hope today is 13 Friday mtamaliza hiyo jina ya kusema ukabila. Hiyo doka kabisa. Asante sana my cousin. Mufurahie kesho. Mi niko already for Friday. Bad Friday, Black Friday. Yeah. Okay. All the best.
Asante ma'am, asante. Thank you so much. Innocent, haujaongea kitu, umekuwa umenyamaza sana. Sijui kama ulilala. Do you want to close?
Unaona tu kila saa ni kulala. Anyway, it's okay. Whatever is happening in Kenya, I believe it's not a mistake. It was destined to happen like that. Once you choose a wrong leader, once you choose your own king, as the Bible says, then the Lord departs and leaves you to suffer the consequences. So whatever we are seeing in Kenya are the consequences of choosing the leaders we wanted other than the leader that the Lord wanted. Number two, for this broad-based government, let them continue doing what they are doing, especially doing things which are against the Kenyans and thinking that they are bringing the unity together, which is not the case. Kenyans are suffering, and each and every day Wakenya wanalia, and I thought once that this government is going to create jobs so that majensis wasionekane kwa street. But I was surprised again yesterday to see that there are many agencies walikuwa kwa street, and you see this is the lack of employment in Kenya, unemployment in Kenya. So the government should work hard and see whether they are able to create employment.
Suffice to say that, Innocent, just from your own observation, what did you think about? Because remember, everybody had already disappeared from the streets, and by what we saw today, what you're actually talking about, we saw them come back again, and they were not playing games. By the way, they are not. Hawakuwa na mchezo. What's your take for that? Because I wanted to ask myself, why are we back in the streets?
You see, the problem is that these people are not. Ni kama they are not getting what the Kenyans want, and waliona Wakenya wakitoka kwa barabara ni kama they ama wamekuwa complacency, yaani tumeanza kuzoea nao tu, ni kama the government is doing well, but unajua Wakenya waliona wanauliwa and they decided to go to walisema wanakuwa na court, social court, watakuwa wanafanya kila kitu kotini ya mtandao, and that is what they have been doing, and they have been doing it well. So imefika mahali that these guys, unajua kwa mtandao sometimes you don't make things work. They don't take you serious because ukiandika kitu kwa mtandao tu, not everybody does it, but the effect is more felt by the government when the demonstrators protesters go to physically to the location, and ndio walikuja kurealize wakasema, sasa we will make sure that not only us who don't have the jobs who are suffering, but also Wakenya wengine wenye wataka kutujoin, wenye wanaenda kufanya kazi kwa CBD, they have also to feel the effect of what is happening. Ni kama watu wengine life moves on. So that's why they decided wakasema, let's now again go back so that everybody suffers. From the matatu asitafanya kazi, from the businessmen hawatafanya kazi, from the workers wenye wanaenda kufanya biashara, kwa hiyo hawatafanya kazi. You see, when demonstration is done, nobody is going to open the shops, nobody is going to open their businesses because they are going to be affected. No customers are going to come to those premises. The revenue is not going to be collected. So
Innocent, from what I'm hearing, you're telling me, and actually, because I actually looked at that, you're telling me that maybe the political class had thought that they had won and they've taken everybody out of the streets, and nobody's gonna come back to the streets again, so they can do whatever they want to do. But then again, the people told them, you might rethink that.
Exactly. They thought that now kutakuwa na maandamano. I started by saying the broad based, that wakisha kuwa Raila akikuwa ndani, sasa no maandamanos can be done without Raila. And you see, those are some of the things they have been saying. I'm in a group of ODM patriots, and I keep on insisting and telling them that you ODM bado muko kwa ile sijui ni kasembe, sijui kuna jina tunalitanga kwa Kiswahili, yani they are still soiled by Raila mania, that now Raila kama yuko maandamano then nothing will be done. Kama Raila hajasema hivi it will not, but Raila hajasema kitu yote juu ya Ojwang. Raila hajasema kitu yote juu ya bill. Raila hajasema kitu yote juu ya Langat must go. You see, so imefika mahali that even Kenyans can make an holiday in Kenya. So ndio wameweza kuelewa that Kenyans can also do it, not Raila. And that's why I'm telling you that kwa hiyo group yenye niko kwa ODM nimeanza kuambia ninyi bado mnalala tu, mnasema baba asiposema hivi, and they speak a lot concerning other tribes. Mpaka nawaambianga sasa sisi ODM hapa ndio tulikuwa tunasemanga hivi na hivi, why you speaking against, ama wanasema ati wakiona anaitwaje Rigijia kwa mahali fulani ati amefanya hivi, at now you can see what Rigiji is doing. But even as we have said here, we don't want Rigiji, but what is doing is helpful to us. What is doing inasaidia wa Kenya. And one thing I said here in this group, nilisema that Rigiji whatever is doing, hakuna abduction inafanyika kwake, hakuna kitu inafanyika kwake. For him he can say whatever he want to say. Unaona hata alisema ile maneno ya 2007 na nothing happens, lakini kama mtu wote angesema tu just the normal citizens, that's why unaona wakina Kajwang yaani Ojwang anashikwa anawekwa ndani. Wacha Rigiji tusaidie saizi. Tulisema huko mbele we know what we want, but hapa saizi before anything happens, wacha aendelee kuanguka nao, endelee kuanguka na hii. Tulisema anguka makanga, anguka dereva, paka tulisema hata mechanic. But sasa
it's so funny that you say that you bring that, because anguka dereva, anguka makanga, but tukaangusha dereva, I mean makanga, lakini dereva hatukuaja,
anaendelea kuendesha gari bana.
Lakini tuliambiwa dereva atamaliza gari kabla ifike huko mwisho. So I like your analogy, and I really, sometimes it's easier to talk to people like you because you're looking at the whole dynamic of whatever is happening, yeah? Because when you see whatever is happening in not just, and the funny thing, and just before we go, because pia nataka peana zake, but I also want you to now we move out of Kenya kidogo and we talk about what is even happening in Cameroon and what is happening in the south and I mean not the south and the Western Africa, where people now we have the Traore thing, and then now we have the Cameroon thing, we have the Ghana thing, and Africa is changing and nobody is playing games and things are changing. And I don't know if we think East Africa is kama tumekuwa East Africa, we think we suffice that we are gonna go through this wave that is happening in Africa, and even Suluhu and everything. Do you see a wave that is actually moving into Africa to a point that even when the Western coughs, no one gets a cold, if you understand what I'm trying to say? Na cause pia nitataka Rasbik as we close, nyinyi wote muniambie hizo vitu mbili tafadhali, kama kuna mmenielewa ile swali nimeuliza.
Okay. Let me conclude and then Rasbik will come in. So what I was saying is that whatever we said anguka nayo, Rigiji, Makanga kaanguka, but one thing I like is that Makanga alipoanguka na driver hakuanguka. What happened is that the Makanga knew whatever transaction ilikuwa inafanya kwa hiyo gari. Sasa hiyo gari, that's why we are getting all the informations from there. Paka watu wengine tunawaitanga maboys wenye wanapandishanga passengers kwa ma stages, wakina Malala, wakina Muturi, those are the boys pia. They are helping us to get the informations which is yenye ilikuwa inafanyika kwa hiyo gari. Now we are getting all the details ya gari. We are getting, and that's why unaona hata saizi it's not easy to scandal kufanya, and I believe tangu Rigiji atoke ndani na kina Muturi, ma scandals mingi asijaonekana tangu hiyo siku, because these guys wana keep in toes, and they're able to know whatever is happening in every sector. That's why hata Bomas ikitaka kwenda unasikia hiyo Bomas inaenda, tunajua ni nani amepatiwa, tunajua ni nini. Ngong Forest wakijenga hoteli huko ndani, tunasikia huyu Makanga anaelewa kila kitu ilikuwa huko ndani. And this same spirit imetoka now from Kenya to other countries, and that's why we are seeing even Traore wakati alikuwa ameongea na some people walikuwa na wanajaribu kumbash, tuliona even Jamaicans people huko abroad wakiingilia wakisema at we are together with Traore. This spirit imetoka Kenya, imeenda huko ng'ambo, imeenda also parts of Africa, even East Africa. You can see what happened, though some of these countries ni kama hawajagutuka vizuri, but it will ni kama wameambukiza hii malaria ya Kenya, imeambukizwa to some of these countries, and we are seeing things happening, and Africa is not going to remain the same. Africa revolution has come forth, especially igniting the fire from Kenya. Thank you.
I like that, and don't go far away. Wacha tufunge pamoja. Rasvik, ulikuwa unauliza, maybe you didn't understand what I was trying to say, lakini Innocent ameipata what I was asking. That kuna ka flu fulani kenye ni kama like Africa saizi haicheki na watu. I mean, you can see the Cameroon, you can see the Ghana, you can see the Traores, you can see things happening, you can see the Gen Zs coming back, you can see all that. Don't you see that there's something and nobody cares about? Someone was asking me about the Trump effect, and I told them nobody cares about the Trump effect in Africa as we are today. This lady, the Tanzanian lady, I mean, nipatie tu zake. I mean, she messed with the wrong people, but don't you think there's something that is actually happening in Africa that people around here hawana mchezo?
Yeah, I totally agree that there's something happening in Africa, and Africa is starting to stand on its own, which is a very good thing. And more credit to the new generation. They are thinking out of the box. They are trying to break status quo. Whereby people were used to doing things a certain way, so they want to do things a new way. And if we head that direction, I think eventually we're going to be very successful. We've been where we are because of the same old politicians, taking us the wrong way, the wrong direction, a direction that is just beneficial for them. And at the end of the day, the locals don't benefit at all. I also just wanted to, send my condolences to the Ojong family, for losing Albert. That was the most horrifying way to lose a son. And me as a father of boys, if you kill my son that way, trust me, I'll never forgive you. And the first moment I get to hit back, I'll hit back so bad. That's me personally. So I don't know how his father will react, but it's so hard. Nobody has a right to kill my son. Nobody has a right to touch or kill anybody else's son. Those goons who are killing other people's children. I'm 100% sure that they will never wish that to happen to their kids. And I give a thumbs up to all those foot soldiers who are fighting for end of judicial killings. This should be like our George Floyd moment, whereby in America, George Floyd made changes in policing. These days, when a cop pulls you over, they have to have some customer service in them. They've been so nice compared to way before George Floyd. Most police citizen incidents have reduced drastically. You know, we just have a few, but not as many as before George Floyd. So I think this Albert's death should be our last, should pass a strong message to this regime and future regimes that, you know, Kenyans are tired of being abducted. Kenyans are tired of being killed, and it will never happen again. Let us not stop until, you know, justice is served once and for all. Let us not listen to anybody giving us way forward. The way forwards are some of the things that have been, you know, hindering our momentum to get to where we are. You know, right now, iende, kiumane. And I also want to condemn, you know, some bloggers like Robert Alai, some tumbocrats like Gaucho, you know, who are trying to pass misinformation to the Luo community that this is not their war, that it's somebody else's war.
Rafiki, usisahau ule wa Nakuru ama anitwaje ule mkisi MP mwenye alipatiana pesa.
Yeah. So you know, it's very sad, you know, when we are claiming that we are in broad-based government, yet we are being killed like chickens. You know, it's so shameful of any Luo leader to open his big mouth and try to convince the people. There's another blogger in Kisumu, I think he's a lawyer, Nyamori. Shame on you. You know, I wish this regime gets to your son so that you feel how Ojwang's father is feeling right now. They are so reckless with the words that they use to, you know, spread Ruto's propaganda around. But your days are numbered. The hooligans who are being planted and protected by the government, it's about time we start targeting them, because these are people that live within our communities. We know them. Wacha wakule hiyo pesa, wacha wavuruge. At the end of the day, when they come back to our communities, let's lynch them. Let's deal with them scathingly so that they know that whatever they're doing is injustice to the society. They are public enemies, number one. Once we identify these particular boys who are being paid by this regime to portray demonstrators as bad people, who we are not, we need to identify them and deal with them one by one so that they know that they are on the wrong side of history. Other than that, I think, you know, Kenya is heading to the right direction and the future is bright. Thanks to everybody in the comment section.
Thank you. But by the way, you know that I can never spoil that because that was the best closing remark ever. Because especially guys, if you heard what Rasvik said and also what Mr. Innocent said on their closing remarks, you should think again if you think you're gonna fool Kenyans, because wajinga waliisha Kenya and we are not going to be playing this game. So if you thought you had curbed us, we are not going to play these games. And I just want to appreciate everybody in the comment section, John Dinda, PGR, Alex, and everybody that has been here. Nataka kuwashukuru sana. I don't want to spoil because that closing remark was everything.
Ngoja, Kenyan with love, before you close, I just want to add something yenye Rafika amesema ati ya tumbocrats, especially huyu MP wa Nakuru Arama. Imagine they are given money State House wakati the Nakuru county ilikuja kuona Ruto State House, and then these guys are so, I don't want to use a bad word, lack of bad word yani lack of a better word but guys are yani wako foolish that wanachukua hiyo pesa wanapatiana in front of the camera ati wanasema nichukue ndio mkubwa aone ati niliopatia hii pesa. Yani,
was that the 5 million
10,000 each person
mwenye the 10,000 thing,
yeah. Imagine alafu ati anachukua video ati ndio mkubwa aende kuona ati sikukula pesa yenu niliwapatia. But
who was this mkubwa? Was it Ruto? Who was it? Who was this mkubwa?
Ni Ruto ndiye aliwapatia 10 I don't know 500 and something 560,000 watu wenye waliattend wote wapatiwe 10,000. Sasa yeye anachukua video anasema hii video inachukuliwa ndio msisema nilikula pesa yenu kama watu wengine wenye wamepatiwa pesa wamekula. Mimi yangu ndio hii yote nimewapatia, ndio hii ndio muonekane. So anyway, let me not say ni Ruto.
I saw that thing and the nonsensical thing about it me ilinishtua. It's just, by the way, it's good that umeleta kitu, I mean umeisema, because I saw it and I was like, really, and at the same time bado mnapitisha huko hivyo mabudget za bilioni na nini, na mtu amewatuma ati mkubwa amekutuma 5 million ati kila mtu apate 10,000 na anaita,
and that was one constituency ya Nakuru, so you can imagine all of them wenye walikuwa huko pesa ngapi walipatiwa wakaenda nazo, na gavana alipatiwa ngapi, senator alipatiwa ngapi, MCS walipatiwa ngapi. So ndio nasema these guys, yani they do, hata wanachukua clip ati ndio onekani, but to us tushajua what is happening. Anyway, thank you.
Ebu goja nichokoze Razvik, ebu ongea juu story, sijui kama uliona hiyo clip wewe.
Hiyo clip sijaona, sitaki kudanganya.
Mzee huyu jamaa aliita dere wake akamwambia ebu enda lete hiyo pesa. He came in a brown envelope. Nani Innocent unaweza niambia kana danganya. He came in a brown envelope. Akasema kila mtu ni sitaki kuonekana ni kama nimeficha nini, and then he said that he was kila mtu anakula 10,000. Now I want to ask you 10,000
our state house ndani kwa field.
I mean, how stupid are we as Kenyans? Pole, me personally being one. How stupid are we? Rasvik, tumekueleza kitu yenye ilisemekana, kitu yenye ilifanyika. Maybe utaangukiana na hiyo video. How stupid can we be that kuna mtu amepeana 10,000 kila mtu?
Hiyo number one, hiyo si pesa yake, you know, pesa ile umewakia hard. I don't think you can spend it in that way. You cannot just go to flash it around. You'll be very conservative on how you use it. Hata kama unasaidia watu, you'll be helping people with needs, not just random people. So number one, hiyo ni pesa ya umma that they misuse that way.
So chapter 6 ilienda wapi? He didn't crucify himself. He actually wanted to follow the constitution. Is he not supposed to go to jail?
Mato,
unfortunately,
Rafiki, nataka upate hii story vizuri. Hawa ni delegates walitoka Nakuru wakakuja kuona Rais State House na wakakuja na watu wao. So wakati walikuja walipatiwa pesa wapatie those delegates wenye wali attend the meeting State House, na ndio huyu sasa akasema mimi sitaki pesa, niambie nilipatiwa pesa nikakula, na nataka hiyo video ichukuliwe ndio onekane, na nimewaambia ni 10,000. So mkipatiwa hii pesa kila mtu ujue anapatiwa 10,000. Mimi sio kama wale ma MPs wengine wamepatiwa wamekula wamepatiana sijui 2,000 ama nini. Yeye alikuwa anachukua video akasema nataka ionekane na mkubwa aone nimepatiana pesa zote. But to us, sisi tushajua what is happening. That was the story.
I think this guy technically was trying to expose the rot that goes on behind the scene.
But is he guilty or not guilty?
He's just guilty as you know, the original person who gave the money.
Giver.
Yeah, the giver. that is exposing, what goes on behind the scene. So to some extent, maybe you'll find, I don't know, you'll find maybe he uh, was not a supporter of that kind of process, but he wanted to expose it. That's why he took a video. You remember when Akombe was working for IBC the
Yeah,
day before
before she left.
before they announced the results. You know what she did? Uh, they were supposed to announce the winner. Then right in front of live TV, it reminded Chebukati that, oh, these things have not been signed. We are not following procedure. What Akombe was doing, honestly, she was just exposing the rot in IBC. But those IBC commissioners were dumb. They didn't know that this lady was exposing our stupidity, because Akombe knew the stupid things that those commissioners were doing, the rot that those people were doing. But it's only a few keen Kenyans who were paying close attention to Akombe's body language and also Akombe's words on how she was exposing, because those were very sensitive things that she was not even supposed to say, in live TV broadcast. They could have just announced the result, and Kenyans could have not known whether the final results were signed or not. But she was exposing how IBC wanafanya vitu kienyeji.
And also anyway, I know tunafunga funga, lakini also hata hii kitu ya this guy that has been murdered. Don't you think that Kenyans are also starting to expose, like you brought that analogy of what Akombe was doing, Roslyn, what she was doing? Don't you think even Kenyans now have come to a point of starting to expose the rot and the nonsense of whatever it is? So even when they're asking for Langa to resign, I don't think they're actually asking for Langa to resign. They're actually, and that's why they arrested, ran off one of the police officers who was without plain clothes, and then arrested another one. Don't you think that it's coming back to where Kenyans now are saying, like, we are going to expose everything? And I think, it's just my way of looking at it, because I'm seeing so many things coming up to be seen and said, that you're seeing even now Langat now is fighting again, now saying that I'm not going to be taken as a sacrificial lamb. I am also going to expose people. Same thing that we did with Gachagua. Gachagua is also out here saying, I'm not going to be, I'm going to expose everything, and hence the Wamunyoro. What y'all think about that?
I think Ruto has been working with a group of fools who think that they're smarter than everybody, but they're so clueless about what goes on around the world. And Gen Zs and the younger generations are very learned, And what this situation is showing, there is like mistrust within the police force. Some of the information we are getting are actually coming from the police department. They are leaking out information to the public, and also the public is so learned that they are able to find information even without having actual access to that information. There are so many tech gurus in Kenya right now. They're learned, but they don't have jobs to do, so they can access any data from anywhere and spread it around in real, in real time, any time, any day. So what has happened is this specific department that has been kidnapping and has been abducting and killing people for a very long time. They just thought that they can just kill anybody and story yake inapotea. They've killed so many. All those boys that have disappeared, nobody knows where they are. I'm sorry to say, 99.9% chances they're dead. You know, they were just killed somewhere in Karura Forest or somewhere in a river, and you know, nobody knew their story. Albert was lucky because baba yake alimfuata. Baba yake alipanda basi na title deed ili aenda bail kijana wake. If it were not for that, sahii tungekuwa tunasema Albert hata tujui yuko wapi, wangemuua na wangemtupa na story yake. He was lucky that alienda ushago. Angeshikwa huko coast pale anaishi, angepoteaga tu. Baba yake nyumbani angesema kijana wangu amepotea huko pwani. You know, like how so many people go to work in the coast region and they just disappear, they stay there forever, wakijengi ushago. So maybe baba yake angeassume kijana wangu amepotea huko pwani, siku hizi hata ashiki simu yetu, but luckily enough the father loved the son so much, akapanda basi akawafuata. So hii process ya kuwafuata ndio walishindwa, sasa huyu mtu vile tulichukua kwao, sasa tukimuua tutafanyaje? Na ile ilifika point before wajue baba ya Albert alikuwa anafuata, there is a possibility maybe they were planning to kill him. So when they realized that mzazi anataka kuona kijana wake, ndio wakasema wacha tuende tupe huko kwa cell, but it was too late, and you know, everything is now opening up.
Because even when you listen to that, the whole analogy of it, me kwanza, the first day I heard about it, I knew suffice, this is nonsense, because I don't believe hata whereas weak na innocent, I don't believe kuna venye unaweza jigonga kwa ukuta mpaka ukufe. And I mean, don't you feel the pain? You know, and something like that. I don't think there's anyone in this world that has ever hit themselves to a point of killing themselves. Now, hanging yourself, that might be. And by the way, even the people that hang themselves, from what I know and from what I mean, my experience and to hear from people is that by the time kimeumana, they start regretting, but it's too late. You know, if you hang yourself, because and most of them wengine hata ujikate hiyo kamba wanaikata because if they had anything close, because it's too painful. But to hit yourself on a wall, this is nonsense, and I'm not buying it. I will never buy it, and I don't give a damn who's gonna tell me to buy it. Now, I want to answer Ken Daniels, and maybe you guys will answer him too. Ken Daniels is asking us a question. He is saying, what's the story about the public seal? The court has stopped the executive order transferring the head of seal, the head transferring the seal. Anyway, I guess that's what he's trying to say. Anyway, transferring the seal to public service in this is service. I guess he wants to say it's impunity and must end. Yes, they took the seal, from what I know, and maybe you guys can answer him too. I think that seal, public outcry went back, and they had to take it back to the Attorney General. If somebody knows something better than I do, I think that's what I know for now. Sijui nyinyi mnasemaje, Ras na
Okay. Mama Toje, I like the word you've used, the public outcry. You see, because of this public outcry, imefanya vitu mingi sahizi hazifanyiki, and that's why we say that for Gachagua kuanguka imetusaidia for us to know many things other than just hidden secrets zenye angekuwa kwa government, I don't think tungejua vitu mingi. And this public outcry mpaka tumeanza kujua that even the seal is being taken. Let me just comment on the Ojwang thing. Hiyo tumesema public outcry. You see, it's not now only the public, even the employees, the police themselves. Unaona hata hawa wameanza kusema we are not going to be scapegoats for this murder. Na ndio unaona and we are waiting. That's why hata ukiona parliament I think even committee ya security ndio ilikuwa ina grill those guys na wakawaambia there is this guy aliwaambia ati please, hii sio senate yenye mlikuwa mnafikiri ati mtafanya hivi. For us we work differently. Na wakawaambia that if you don't give us the information, the correct information na nini, and that's why they had to apologize. The IG had to apologize kusema ati the statement alipatiwa na ati ilikuwa wrong. And again I can say it the second time, I repeat it, that to me apologize as police. So you can imagine the police are giving wrong information. And you see this Talamu person mwenye aliambiwa ati the prime suspect. You see, one of the thing tumekuja kupata ni kwamba that ati wakati alipigiwa simu, you know, he was not in the command station, alikuwa nyumbani, akapigiwa simu akaambiwa ati kuna mtu ako hapa na wanataka ati tumbook kwa cell na is not in good condition, and that's why Talam had to come back to the station hiyo usiku kukuja kuangalia, because polisi walikataa kubook the Albert person kwa cell, and wakati walikataa ndio hao wakafanya nini, wakapigia Talam akuja, na Talam akukuja ndio akaona huyu jamaa, I think they forced him kumweka ndani, ndio and that's why they separated him. Mbona walimseparate wamweke kwa a different cell? Ni kwa sababu walikuwa wamepigwa na huyu amekataa that we cannot admit a person who is not conditionally well, health wise well. Na number 2, umesikia these guys wakitoa statement yao, walisema again somebody came from the head office, headquarter ya police, akakuja akatoa the CCTV chip, I don't know ni chip ama ni CD, akaenda nayo watu wanaenda kufanya something with it. So you see this statement simeanza kutoa some information, hidden information yenye tunaendelea kujua, and that's why I agree with you. Hii public outcry wacha isikue only to the citizens, hata those ones who are working, wacha watu wasiwatumie for them to get rid of this thing. Hii kitu itaendelea na itaangusha watu wengi, and these policemen, let them not be sacrificed for the crimes which their bosses have done. Wacha hii kitu ifanye, wasema hata kama ni I had the OCS akisema hata kama ni kazi yangu itaisha, but ukweli lazima nitasema, and that's why you had to say that. So it's not only the citizen, paka those ones now who are in the government wameanza kuamuka, wanasema we are not going to be sacrificed for this thing.
Unajua ile kitu tunaona hapa hivi, ile kitu tunaona hapa ni kuna disconnect between in the police force, there's a lot of disconnect. Unapata IG ni ceremonious, but there's somebody who is more powerful than the IG. IG we uko tu kwa payroll, but IG has been so clueless. Like Koome, most of the time alikuwa anapewa speech asome. He was so clueless about abduction na vitu zilikuwa zinaendelea, kwa sababu hakukuwa na uhusisho kwa hizo vitu. And this is exactly what has come out right now, whereby the current IG ako so clueless about vitu zilikuwa zinafanyika, but kwa sababu there is somebody who is more powerful than him, alipewa speech asome ili apatie public perception ati huyu jamaa amecommit suicide. But now the truth is coming out, and we are going to come into terms that Kenya police force is so corrupt that we have a rogue regime. I think it's about time that we need to decentralize the police force. Every county needs to have their own police.
Alafu ras ukisema hivyo bado ngoja nimekamkufikiria, kumbe I mean hata tujongi tunawalipia ganini. I don't think hasa na kwa kama mtu kama IG, I don't think anajua kitu inaendelea Central. I think and is the reason atufikagi kwa makoti, tunatoaga tu chapa, and especially now
that imefika huyu jamaa hata kitu yenye ameuliwa about, alikuwa akisema watu wanaenda kwa police station alafu wanatoa pesa, which is very true. Mimi nishaishikwa, and then unatoa pesa lakini ujue pesa imeenda wapi, so it's a kickback, right?
History ya huyu boy, this is like a civil lawsuit. This is not even a criminal lawsuit, you know. So it didn't warrant even, you know, him being killed. Sababu hajaua mtu, you know, ni mchongo wa noti. So
so lakini chapa inaendanga mahali, si ndio? Si kwa sababu
chapa ya bail koti ushika, so ukiachiliwa unarudishiwa, usipoachiliwa bail bondsman ana, kama ulilipiwa na bail bondsman, hiyo percentage sasa zile uko nje kesi yako
mchezo. Kenya kuna bail bondsman, hata una mmoja ama ni mimi nitakuja najua best yangu ameshikwa ras, acha nikuje
Kenya kuna surety. So whoever your surety is, yo, kama amelipa hiyo bail, yeye ndiye ataluzio pesa. Kenya inaitwa surety. So whoever is your surety, you know,
najua mi ras ukishikwa mi nakuja na kuchukua hapo hivyo na nalipa, naongea na karao hapo kando na niaje nalipa, but hiyo pesa inaenda wapi? And that is what
most of the time hiyo pesa Kenya utapata public attorney na makarao hautatanga kukula hiyo pesa. So most of the time haujaribu wale watu wanahusika wasettle hiyo story ili hiyo story ishe hivyo, alafu wanaenjoy yule mtu yule alileta mashtaka anaenjoyiwa, wewe tutakukanja hii kidogo, alafu wanaenda hapo wamekula the rest, alafu huyo mtu mwingine ameachiliwa. That's what happens mostly in Kenya.
Mbona makarao afikagi kwa koti? I mean, what was the last na karao afika kwa koti?
For example, Kenya ukichajiwa na kitu kama assault, utapata ule mtu uli assault watajaribu kumconvince drop hii kesi, na kama ulilipa pesa ya bail, hii pesa yako ya bail utaenjoy hii pesa tutaenda kuongea na huyu jamaa ili drop charges, na akisha drop charges unawachiliwa huru. Sasa utapata maybe wewe ulikuwa unachajiwa na assault, unaona hapa hivi unaweza fungwa, so hii pesa wakikula alafu wa convince ule mtu drop charges, it's to your benefit. So Wakenya wengi hawashughulikangi na hiyo pesa kwa sababu charges zimedropiwa, haujafungwa. Au makarau usikumanga mtu hata au ongeanga na huyo mtu mwingine alipress charges ati maze, saa zingine wanamwenjoy ati hii kesi yako ni ngumu, saa zingine ku convince judge itakuwa ngumu. There is a way by which they try to negotiate so that they don't go to trial, na hiyo scandal hata majudges wanahusika Kenya. That's how bad it is.
Na si ndio hiyo ndio kijana alikuwa amepost, because I mean hata mimi najua nishaishikiwa mahali tu kwa Guru, alafu kidogo best yangu akakaa akalipa tu, alilipa so 2 ama so 8. I mean at that time ilikuwa gado mob, na nikakanyaga kubwa nikaachiliwa, na hata nikiwa kampo iga nilitolewa na na students union, walikuja wakalipa, and my roommate wakalipa mtu na ikaenda hivyo. Siku hajakanyaga, never stepped in a court of law. Lakini sasa kama nilikuwa na makosa, mbona mimi naziogopi kusema hivyo? Anyway, it's been a long time. Hata wakiniambia naweza excuse wakitaka kunipata, but lakini hiyo pesa ilienda wapi? Nani alikula? Ni ukarao ama nini? Ama saa zingine hata unaweza pata kabla umeumwa hivi, kabla na hata kitu yenye umeumiwa hata si makosa, because I don't believe there's anything wrong with walking at night. I mean, kwa mtaa, as long as you're not committing any crime. Kuna time tulishikwa na bishti yangu, man, we had to pay 6,000 each ndio tusiingie kwa koti. Of course, now nasema I've committed a crime, but that was a very long time ago. Hata saizi I think hawezi nishika wakataka, but unacheki sasa, hizo ndo vitu nasema, hata vitu kama hizi msako. So basically what this guy was talking about was, where is this money going?
Hiyo pesa ndio nakwambia, hiyo pesa makarao na nini au prosecutor na judges wanakula hiyo pesa. It's a cartel. Cartel, sio pesa mtu mmoja anakula. Kuna kirende inakula hiyo pesa, ni biashara. Wewe unaona saa zingine watu, ukiangalia mshahara ya mtu anafanya job kwa gava na zile project anafanya, wewe huku hivi maybe unatengeneza 6 figures ng'ambo na uwezi match project huyo mtu anafanya ukikompea na ile salary ana make mtaani, kwa sababu ya deals kama hizi. Kuna job zingine za gava unapata hata mtu atakangi kwenda leave, juu akienda leave ana miss a lot. Every day unapata kuna ile chapa inaingianga kila siku, so saa zile ako leave amake hiyo chapa. So hata kama yuko leave unapata yeye kujanga tu job, anatokeanga tu job chape hizo madeal. Jamaa anaprefer hata asikange home, hata siku ile ako off atatokea, kwa sababu asipotokea atakosa deal.
Ndio kijana alikuwa kibonga. Innocent, unakubaliana na story?
Yeah, exactly. That is what happens. So, and I don't think whatever he was saying was wrong. Ama kama ilikuwa wrong, then wangesema substantiate. That's exactly what. Ama give evidence. Yeah. Maybe kama
unakumbuka kitambo kwa barabara kulikuwa na hii kangaroo court, unashikwa na karao, alafu hapo kando ya barabara kuna koti na unapewa fine yako. Si Unyali alistopisha hiyo kitu?
Yeah.
So during Uhuru's time alistopisha kwa sababu kulikuwa na mwenzake alikuwa part of hiyo cartel, au ndio alikuwa na collect hiyo pesa kwa barabara. Roommate wake ndiye alikuwa hiyo cartel.
So basically makarao what is useless, yani we don't even have a police system.
No, sio wote. But there are some good
kuna makarao wazuri.
Anata nakwambia ukule, nakwambia no, mimi sitaki hiyo kitu, but
Kuna makarao chukwangi hongo.
Baadhi nilichikilia huo DC akiapeshwa, nilichikia makarao wengine hata hawakushughulika. Unacheki? So I guess to go, I think we are rolling well. I think Gen Z's, I don't believe it's just Gen Z's. I think it's also pia the middle class pia wameanza kukuja, but Gen Z's, they're doing the best service to our country, and sorry,
kitu pali inaenda, sitakuwa surprise kama barrio leo mto hii itakuwa ndio the last day ya broad based government.
By the way, I thought about that.
Silence ya Raila, I won't be surprised atakuja na atangaze ye na broad based government wamechujana, kwa sababu that will be his only opportunity ya kujitoa.
Lakini hatuwezi muamini.
No, once the report is out ndio utaona vile watu wataanza kuongea. Hata wakina Sifuna si unaona wamenyamaza tu. They're just waiting. Unajua kila siku you know exactly what to say. Sasa wanaongojea tu at least something itokeleze.
Yeah.
And you know. But I like the way Babu did. Yeah, alianza mapema kupiga makelele. But makelele yenye Wakenya wamepiga imesaidia sana.
Yeah. I think wanajaribu ku-offload.
Yeah, because I believe that easy demonstrations leo. I believe utaona kina ODM wakitaka kuwa associated na watu ama watu wengine I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Utaona watu wanataka kuwa very associated with that na hizo vitu. I don't care if it's Wamunyoro or not Wamunyoro, lakini utaona watu wakitaka kuwa you see tulifanya nini, some political expediency, it's just gonna come up, lakini we know very well ili kwa very hakuna mtu alilipwa. Kina Ruto atasema watu walilipwa and something of the sort.
Au ndio wanalipa wakina Lai na wakina Gaucho.
Wachana na Gaucho. Unajua Gaucho ni best yangu na huo nilimwambia mimi tulimalizana kitambo sana because I don't even understand what that guy talks.
Ule jamani njaa bwana. Unajua nanga job so lazima tafute riziki. Nairobi ku survive ni ngumu boss.
But kuna wengine wamebaki at least wakina Nuru Okanga, unaona wanaongeanga ukweli, nasema huyu baba we didn't subscribe to this. Kuna watu walikuwa kwa hiyo especially Jacaranda wamebaki hata huyu jamaa wana ni kama na yeye tangu aende na Osoro huko Kisii na akasema unajua sijaipanda ndege na nimekuja na ndege na ninarudi na ndege kwenda Nairobi.
Au maboys wangali njaa wote. Wakishakanjwa kitu tone change. But huwezi wa blame pia somehow. Kenya ni hard. Survive Nairobi boss. Nairobi sio mchezo. Hata mi mwenyewe muogopa Nairobi na nililelewa Nairobi. Mimi nikiingia Kenya hivi mulala siku moja mbili, the next day ndio Kisumu.
Unaenda kukula omena.
Mazee wacha nikula omena na mazee huko kwa kijiji.
But hata mimi the last time nilikuwa Nairobi nilikaa siku moja Machakos mara hiyo.
Mimi Nairobi hata muogopa kutembelea Marela boss, kwa sababu utatembelea Rela anaenda kukopesha kwa duka with the assumption that utamkanja kitu. Huyo mtu usipomkanja kitu mazee umemharibia hesabu. Nairobi kutembelea Rela wako, make sure mazee ukitoka mkanje ataka kitu bwana. Life ni hard hapo.
Anyway, ebu tumalizana just mimi na unajua you're my best hapo hivi, unajua sisi tunaweza piga story mpaka kesho. Ebu tumalizeni ya mwisho kabisa now for real. Kabisa mimi hata sitasema
kitu. Wacha nimalize nikisema Kenyans, please, bravo. Whatever you are doing, mmesaidia Kenya. Gen Zs, whatever you are doing, you are helping your future. Some of us miaka yetu sasa imeenda, we might not have this energy to fight, but kitu yote tunaweza wasaidia, we are ready to help you. But Gen Zs tunataka kuwapatia the baton. Hii baton yenye tulikuwa tunafanya hizi vita, tulikuwa tunazifanya analog, but the way you've taken it, na hii baton the way tumewapatia, the way mna sprint, we like the way you are doing it, and please continue. And not only that, 2027, in case we reach there, I believe it's going to be a game changer. And I believe the way I've seen them saying, they are going to be agents kwa polling station. Wamesema kura yetu tunapiga na tunaongojea hapo. Unaenda ndani, ukitoka ndani unatuonyesha una rangi umepiga wanaandika chini, they'll be tallying on their phones, na watakuwa wanatuma hii kitu kwa mtandao. They'll be following whatever is happening kutoka polling station. So this time around, because the votes are being stolen from the polling station ama centers, this is where these Gen Zs are going to help us, and we believe Gen Zs are all over. Hawako ati ni Nairobi peke yake kama nini, hata huko vijijini wako huko siku hizi. So the agents wa 2027 are going to be our Gen Zs.
Kuna majenzi vienyeji siku hizi. Kuna majenzi vienyeji.
Usicheze lakini kila mtu amegutuka bana. Otherwise, thank you and good day from Kenya.
Thank you, my brother. Ras, uko na yako ya kufunga kabla nifunge? Siongee hicho kingine.
Yeah, mi yangu tu, naweza ambia tu wa Kenya this time around, msisikie sijui story, msikubali na story sijui commission ya nini ya sijui mahojiano, way forward. Don't buy into that crap. That crap is what we end up having unresolved situation. Mtu yeyote anataka kujoin movement is more than welcome to join, but asikuje sijui ati we need to form this reconciliation, sijui we need to talk. No, we've been talking too many times na these rogue regimes wametuzoea, wanajua wakishaongea it takes a while before wakuje na result, alafu wakikuja na result it's just procedural ya kutuenjoy. So watu wasibuy into that nonsense.
Right.
Baba kirudi mtu asimsikia ati sijui I'm giving you way forward. No, he always gives us way backward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, see you when you see us. Asanteni sana for everybody that has been here. We really do appreciate. Let's see you when we see you again. Mungu abariki. God bless you.
Bye-bye.